I prefer the freaky bitch to lay me down and chill. I prefer the freaky bitch to lay me down and chill. I prefer the freaky bitch to lay me down and chill. I prefer the freaky bitch to. I prefer the freaky.
Check out this dope shit, man.
Hello, beautiful people. Hello, hello. How are you today? Hello, everyone. Hi. I see you started your Pokemon journey, Coconut. Hey, Clay. What's up? What's up? What's up? I took the advice. I added the Pokemon community game so you guys can catch Pokemon during the stream now. Yeah. I moved a couple things around so I could do that. How you guys doing today? Happy Sunday? Sunday. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, hi, hi. I added... Okay. I switched a couple things around because you can only have three panels in your about. No, that's not what I wanted on Twitch. So yeah, it does show up. Okay, so I moved a couple things around. So now we have the community game in one of the panels, and then we have the sound alerts on the screen, but you can minimize it. Yeah. Oh, something just bit my leg. I saw Guns N' Roses last night and Carrie Underwood opened. It was so fun. Holy shit. Whoa, what an experience. Wow. You said it was fun, so I'm assuming it was a good concert. That's awesome. Whoa, Guns N' Roses and Carrie Underwood? Holy shit. It's been a while since I've heard those names, not gonna lie. It's been a while. That's really cool. I'm kind of jelly you got to go to a concert. That's pretty sick. Did you go with like friends or something maybe? Hi, Cast. I see your rat emote. I see it. I'm not gonna say it, but I see it. How you doing, Cast? Welcome. I think I just broke my nail. I need to break. Walk to work for 2 months to save. All right, you committed. So that concert was payoff. I went solo, obviously. I don't think that's obvious. It's not a problem. Bold of you to assume we got friends. Oh my god. My bad. I started listening to a conspiracy theory podcast. What's it called? I'd love to know. I was looking at, I was trying to find channels, before stream that I could watch that are like conspiracy theory videos, but I think I'm gonna have to look into it more because it's kind of all over the place, I think. Unless you're looking for something specific. I don't know. But I did think about doing conspiracy theories today. I thought about it. So I think we would all enjoy that. But instead we're just gonna judge criminals. But I think it's a pretty close second, no? What's the podcast you're listening to? It sounds interesting. All pigeons are spy robots. Uh-oh. We're being spied on by the pigeons. That's why they make them act dumb, so they're unassuming. Rufflet escaped. No one caught it. Uh-oh, there was a Pokemon? Since when? It didn't even say that there was a Pokemon. No, it's fine. Ooh, that's okay though. It's all good. It's all good. The last podcast on the left. Oh, interesting. I like that name. Conspiracy comedy on the JFK topic I brought up yesterday. It has 12 hours of a JFK series. Whoa, they went in depth. In depth on JFK. Wow. Well, it's a big conspiracy, and there's a whole lot of footage and information, and yeah. The heck? Huh? Sorry guys, just a sec. What are you saying? Okay. That was weird. Hope you guys don't mind me playing some more funk music today. It felt like the vibe. I was thinking about the Princess Diana conspiracy theory too after our talk yesterday. That's a big one. I love funk. Let's go, Clay. Let's go. Good. I think we're all on the same page with that one. It's hype. It's good. It's good. I think I have it a little too loud though, actually. There we go. A little bit better. Cool. Yeah, I found it's like a pretty big funk playlist, so. And none of the songs got muted, so we're all good. We're all Gucci. Yo, Princess D-drama is interesting. It is. It is. I tend to believe the conspiracy, to be honest. It feels kind of based to me. It feels based. There was a lot of things in the accident that were a little too perfect, if you know what I mean. I don't necessarily think it was an accident. Not to say anything outlandish, but says something outlandish. How do you guys feel about the Princess Diana situation? Skippity bop da. What? It's so outlandish. MI6 killed Princess D. Boom. There it is. There it is. You heard it here. You heard it here. I tend to believe something more like that than that it was just an accident. I don't think it was just an accident. Case blown. R30, what? R34, L? What? What? Oh, real. Bruh, it's the freaking lead speak again. Oop. Oop. Real. I got you. Thanks for clarifying. Because apparently I didn't get it. Oops. Old school? Yeah. With sentences, it's easy to be like, oh yeah, the letters are representing numbers, but yeah, oops. R34. I don't know. The L, because I couldn't tell if it was an L or an I. I don't know. My brain didn't get it. My brain didn't catch up. So you guys both think MI6 killed Princess Diana. You guys both believe that? I think it's possible. I think it's very possible. Likely even. Likely even. I was trying to think of some other like crazy conspiracies. There was a playing Pokemon right now. Nice. Let's go. Pokemon. That's one of those things that I missed out on as a kid. So I don't have like the nostalgia of Pokemon like everybody else does. What about Cocaine Bear? I think there are theories about that being real. I thought it was real. I heard that it was real, but that the bear just like OD'd and died and that was it. But I do think that actually happened from what I heard. Real, just not as outlandish? Yeah, that's what I heard. I think it did actually happen. They just took it and then like turned it into something that was crazy and ridiculous. I think. Yep. Makes sense. That's funny. It is. Sad for the bear, but it's so ridiculous. Like, how does something like that even happen? How does it even happen? It's crazy. I like this song. I'm gonna save it. This song's good. Just gonna save that. Yeah. Bear didn't even get to have any fun. Just freaking. Oops. Hot take? Uh-oh, what's your hot take? Hot take. I'm curious. Make that. There we go. There we go. God, this really is making me want to like join a public GTA RP stream or server. Maybe I will do that. Are you guys into RP at all? At least the bear got some of that pure white Colombian. Yeah, I guess so. Do it? I think it'd be really fun. I think it'd be really, really fun to make a character and go into a public server, a GTA RP server. I think it'd be really fun. I might do that sometime. The industrial waste turning frogs into females? Huh? I've never heard of that. Do elaborate, please. Oh! So, there's, if you're scrolling through like the categories on Twitch, there's GTA 5, but almost all of the people who you'll see streaming under GTA 5 are actually not playing the game, like the story mode of the game. They're playing on a public or private server as a character, and they're role playing. So there's like you can have like a ton of people who are role playing these characters in GTA. And there's like, it's hard to explain. It's like a whole world. It's a whole world. I was super into watching GTA RP for a while. it like really sucks you in because you get invested in like who these people, like who the streamers' characters are and like the kind of characters they're playing and like their interaction with other people who are on the server who are also playing characters. You can be like a criminal, you could be a cop, you can be a business person, you can be in like government, you could be like a mayor or some other official, you can be a freaking lawyer, you can be whatever you want. You just pick a character and a personality and then you just go into the server and you just gotta stick to that. Yeah. Hannah wants me to do it. Gmod Dark RP is cursed. Is it really? I actually don't know anything about that. Gmod Dark RP? I don't know anything about that. That sounds cool. Maybe I'll try it out. Put my acting skills to use. The fuck doing all that stuff in GTA? Do it IRL? You want me to RP IRL? And just go LARPing and bring my camera with me and stream the whole thing. I do love LARPing though. I did it one time with my friends. Went LARPing. It was really fun. Super fun. Merhaba. Hi, Coconutty Bars. Hello, people. How's everyone doing? Good, good, good. I added doing to that question, and I don't know why. Goodness. Doing good, doing good. Excited to watch some true crime today with you guys and judge all the criminals. How are you doing, Coconutty Bars? It's nice to see ya. Become Walter White? Why would I do that when I could just make somebody up from scratch? Because I want to do it and it's fun to watch. It is fun to watch, honestly. Play Roblox speedrun? Oh god. I've never even played Roblox, period. You want me to speedrun Roblox? Yikes. Live action roleplay, LARP. Good? I'm glad. I'm glad, Coconutty Bars. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Coconut, what are you saying? What is that? Huh? I'm trying to see if like I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Monday for me. Oh, that's true. It's Monday for you. That's right. It's like Monday morning for you. True, true. Well, happy Monday morning. To whatever cast iron said. Oh, my goodness gracious. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Jeez, bro. 3:49 a.m. right now. Whoa, wait. Are you waking up or did you never sleep? Have you not slept yet? No sleep yet? Or are you waking up early? Oh god. I didn't? Oh no. 5:50 a.m. Monday for me. I'm future. Oh my gosh. No sleep, only grind? You guys gotta sleep. You gotta sleep. Whoa. 4 a.m., almost 6 a.m. Wow. And you didn't sleep either, Coconut? I work at night. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forget. You said that before. That's true. So you don't really have a choice. I woke up at 7:30 p.m. Oh, so your schedule's also backwards. You also have a backwards kind of sleep schedule. I got you. Mine's kind of turning out that way. Not to that extent of like waking up at 7:30 p.m. But like, I've been consistently going to bed at like 4 or 5 in the morning and then waking up at like 12 or like 11. It's pretty bad. I wake up at 11 only because my sister goes to work. And when she wakes up, I wake up. Otherwise, I'd probably sleep until like 1 or 2 p.m. I don't like it. I don't know, it don't feel right. Ina? Is she here? She's not here. If you want to see Ina, you can do the treats redeem and I'll go get her and give her a treat on stream. We can do that. Catch that Pokemon! I have to wake up at 8:30 tomorrow. That's so sad. That's so sad. Hydrate? Okay. Coconutty Bars said hydrate. I'm gonna do my electrolyte water. Hydrating, hydrating. Who's Ina? Didn't you say? Oh no, Coconutty Bar said Ina. Ina's my cat. Ina's my sweet kitty cat. I got one kitty. Yeah, she's so cute. I love her. She's sweet. She's also hungry right now because her food hasn't dropped yet. So if I called her and asked if she was hungry, then she would come running. She would come running. Oh my god, you found her Instagram, Coconutty Bars? I haven't even posted anything on there. Holy shit. Yeah, Ina has an Instagram. But I actually just completely forgot about it. I never post. But I did make an Instagram for my cat. I did do that. Bad red branding water, ew. Yeah, we're out of the oh no! This is kiwi. Just kidding. For some reason I thought it was black cherry again. No, this is kiwi strawberry. High five! Woohoo! You got the Pokemon cast. Let's go. I don't even use my own Instagram. I don't expect me to go through a cat Instagram. Yeah. Yeah. Based. Social media is not for everyone. I struggle. I really, really struggle with posting to social media. I just don't think about it. It's not something that like comes naturally to me. So I tend to go in spurts on posting. Really anywhere on social media. It's bad. We got blue water? What does that mean? Blue water? Huh? Did you dye the water blue? Or did you put juice in the water? Flavored juice? You were kidding? It's real? Yes! It's real. I thought you actually found it. Now you found it. Le chat. Le chat. Yeah. On Instagram, I've always had the same amount of followers and following because I don't go finding new people. Yeah. If that's not your focus, if that's not something you really care about, then it's just gonna stay there, you know? Oh. You followed Ina's Instagram account. Now I have to post on there. I have to post pictures of her. I have plenty. I've got plenty of pictures of my cat. And videos too. It's another thing, you know? It's just another thing. There we go. That's so funny. Can't believe you found her Instagram. You see what I mean though? Like, there's one picture of her. That's it. Now you must post something? Yeah, I guess I do. Now I gotta post something on my cat's Instagram. I got on Ina's Instagram. Oops. I'll put it on my list so I don't forget. I'll add it to my to-do list. Oh my gosh. Everyone's following her account. Now I have to post. I have to post pictures of my cat. Okay. Adding it to my to-do. I did do that today. So that can be checked off. And then post to Ina's Instagram. There we go. I added it so I won't forget. I'll post a picture of Ina. Granted, you guys already are seeing pictures of Ina in the Discord. So you already got pictures of her, exclusive pictures of her, since I don't post. Super special secret pictures of my cat. Shoot. I'm trying trying to remember who all in here also has pets. Cast, I feel like, did you have cats also? 2 cats maybe? Or was that someone else? I can't remember, to be completely honest. Who else has cats? And then someone has dogs too. Animal pics. Yeah, you do have cats. And Spent has cats too. Yeah. Yeah. And Deadshot has ferrets. You have cats and dogs, Cast? Oh my gosh, I forgot. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to make sure I got it right. I'm a dog person. I see. So you prefer dogs to cats then? Do you have any dogs? Coconutty bars? Ball is love verse 16 is now following Ina on Instagram. Cool, cool. I have 2 dogs, 1 cat. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Your dogs are so cute. Your cat too. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you have an Instagram for your dog, Coconutty Bars? Are you talking about someone else's Instagram? Huh. Bruh, I'm still hallucinating. I saw something over here this time. Right there. I need to get my eyes checked. Oh my gosh. So it's your dog's Instagram. Is a ghost? Yeah, it is a ghost. Extra. The ghost is just extra fucking with me. For whatever reason. The ghost is messing with me. I haven't had any more bad dreams because of the ghost though, so that's a good thing. This is a highlighted message. Yes. Yes, it is, Coconut. It is a highlighted message. Very profound. Very profound. There we go. I know. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Oh, cross my legs. There we go. Oh. I was thinking about, we talked about doing a subathon yesterday. And so I was thinking about it because we talked about doing, I said I really want to play all the Call of Duty games. There's only like 1 that I've played. And I said I want to play them all. And so we were talking about doing like a Call of Duty subathon where I just play all of the Modern Warfare and Black Ops games. Yeah, all of them. 6 games. Yeah. I would just keep going until I play all of them. Call of Duty 4. Do you think that one is like one of the better ones? I mean, because here's the thing. There's the first 3, but the first Call of Duty came out 20 years ago. I'm probably one of the few people who hasn't played it. You know what I mean? I was only 7 when that game came out. So like, I never played it. There's 12 Call of Duty titles. Oh my god. So what I was saying was though is I wanted to play for a few different reasons. I want to play for the story, but I also want to play just because I think it's fun to play based on what I remember. So what was recommended to me for the combination of those 2 things is that I play Modern Warfare 1 through 3 and then Black Ops 1 through 3. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Because I can't really play all 12 Call of Duty games because then my whole channel will just turn into a Call of Duty channel. But I don't want to just play Call of Duty. You know? I want to play other things too. it ended up being like a whole era. I have Sprite Tic Tacs. Oh my god, Sprite Tic Tacs? That sounds so good. What the fuck? Can I have some? Can I have some Tic Tacs, Kest? Yeah. I have bad news. Oh, there's 12. Yeah. I know that the old ones are like the OGs, right? The old games are OGs. But... And I do want to play them all. I don't know. I feel like it would take so long to get through 12 Call of Duty games, you know? So I was trying to find a balance, you know? Modern Warfare for the win.
Kaylee gets some food and eats while streaming true crime.
Oh, interesting poll. Okay. Cast has suggested the poll that whether I get food and eat on stream or not. Interesting. Okay. You're easing my suggest a poll trauma, Cast. Thank you. You're easing my trauma. Yeah. Easing my trauma. Poll is in the top of chat. Kaylee gets some food and eats while streaming true crime. Yes or no? I don't know what food I would get. What food would I get? I'll figure it out once the poll is over. 2 yeses. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Stay nutriated. You gotta stay nutriated. That's so funny. You should do a Pokemon run through all gens 1 by 1. Oh my gosh. Yikes. Like I said though, I don't have the nostalgia for Pokemon that everyone else has because I didn't grow up on it. Everyone else did, but I didn't. So I don't really have that sort of like attachment to Pokemon. Polls don't pop on phone? Uh-oh. No, I don't think they do. Someone else said that too. Well, no, before when we did a poll, someone said they could see it, but it wasn't letting them choose what they wanted on the poll. They couldn't submit anything. So I don't know, maybe it's just glitched and like it doesn't work all the time. How are you a dun bag if you haven't Pokemoned? Bruh, it's Tongab. Tongab. G-A-B. Tongab. Yeah, I don't know. I know we're the same age, but I was out of the loop for that one. We watched PBS only because we had no cable, so I never watched Pokemon. So I never got into like Pokemon cards, so I never really learned about the different Pokemon. I don't know. I missed out. What's PBS? It's a TV channel that's like public. It's like a public TV channel that played like kids cartoons in the mornings and stuff like that. That was the only way that we watched like kids shows, was on that one TV channel that was called PBS. I think there's still a thing. Yeah. But it was like a free TV channel. It wasn't one that you had to pay for. Did it have nice shows? Yeah, I did enjoy the shows on PBS. There were ones like Clifford, Dragon Tales, Caillou. What are some other ones? I'm having trouble remembering now. Public Broadcasting System. Oh my god, Coconut. You're frying my brain. You're frying my brain. Oh my god. Hannah, can you think of any more shows that we watched on PBS as kids? I'm losing brain cells. In the best way. In the best way. Yeah, I don't know if you guys ever watched any of those shows. We did Caillou, yeah. Caillou, Clifford, Dragon Tales. Those are the 3 that I remember the most. You've seen Dragon Tales? Yeah, Clifford is Pog. Mm-hmm. I always liked the Clifford episodes they would play on Sundays, because on Sundays they played a different version of Clifford, where in the show he's a puppy. So he's not the big red dog, he's a cute puppy red dog. I always liked the Sunday Clifford. Yeah. I've also seen theories that Caillou was actually terminally ill with cancer the whole show, and like the whole thing's in his head. Which is like a really dark theory. Such a dark theory. But I don't remember the show well enough to say if I believe that or not, you know? I don't know. There's some pretty crazy theories out there for kids shows. Blue's Clues? Oh, I do remember Blue's Clues. Yeah. I saw some Blue's Clues. I did see Blue's Clues, yes. Did you also see Blue's Clues? Oh, okay. Y'all voted for me to go get some food. Okay. What am I gonna eat? I had pasta for dinner. Cream pasta. I gotta think about what I'm gonna eat. Caillou is bald at 4. They think he has leukemia. Yeah, that was the theory. Because he's bald. I don't know. Could be true, but it's so dark. Pizza, fries, hamburger? I'm not hungry enough for that. I had dinner. It'd be like a snack. Instead of like a full meal, you know? No, I'm not. Mushroom. I don't even like mushrooms. I don't even like mushrooms. No, no coconuts. I don't like coconuts either. I will not be eating coconuts. Nope. No, thank you. Hannah, what kind of snack food do we have? We've got like peanuts. I think we have popcorn. What else? We've got whales. We have granola bars and cheese sticks. We've got fruit. Just peanuts. Trying to think of something I would really want to eat though. I don't really want to eat any of that. Applesauce? Oh, I could go for applesauce. I could go for some applesauce. That sounds good. I feel like I should have something else though too, not just applesauce. What else? I could do peanuts. Applesauce and peanuts maybe? I don't know. Maybe like a peanut. I don't really want whales though, actually. I don't really want crackers. I do have popcorn, but it's kind of stale. The popcorn's kind of stale. Is it okay if I just eat snacky food cast? Because I already had dinner. I'll still eat while we watch true crime though. It'll just be not like a meal. Okay. Cool. Thanks for easing my poll anxiety. My suggest-a-poll anxiety. Look at that! Mod on stream, mod on stream!
God, it's too hot back here.
It's really hot back here, yeah. The PC makes everything really hot. We got this big thing of peanuts. Dry roasted and salted peanuts. Put it right there for now. And I've got applesauce, cinnamon applesauce. So I'll have that while we watch True Crime. I love funk. Oh my god. So good. Oh, also, we're only three followers away from our DMCA stream. We're so close. I think we'll probably get one next week. I think we'll probably have our DMCA stream next week, which I'm super excited about. So get your songs ready that you want me to listen to. I have arrived. Hi, Pig. What criminals we judging? We haven't decided yet. Haven't decided yet. No, I don't want to hear the Uwu song. No. 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 I got, Pig, I got some snacks for while we watch True Crime. Because, Cass suggested a poll that I get some food. So I have some applesauce and peanuts to snack on. So we were just chilling. How are you doing today, Pig? Are we judging the crimes of Hannah? Because I hereby declare her guilty on all 3 counts of being too heckin' cute. I also hereby declare her guilty on all 3 counts of being too hecka cute. So cute, look at you. You're so cute. He's so cute. It's such a good emote. Oh my god. He's so cute. I'm alright, just had a long, stressful day. It's time to unwind. Time to unwind from a long day. Sorry today was stressful. I hope, well, I don't know if true crime really is an unwindy thing depending on who you are. I find true crime relaxing depending on how I approach it. As long as we don't get any really shitty investigators again, we should be good as far as raging goes. But I got to see my brother and his girlfriend and my grandma. Oh, great! So you got to see family today. That's awesome. That's really good. It's always nice to meet up with people and catch up. That's good. I'm glad you got to do that. Yeah, yeah. I hope you can rest well tonight, since tomorrow's Monday, which means work day. So I hope you can relax, unwind. This song is kind of the vibe for that. It's just relaxing and unwinding. Too chill, too chill, too chill. Okay, that one's fine. That one's fine. Wait, were you not here last time, Coconut, when or was it yesterday? Was it? Yeah, it was yesterday. Were you here when I had whales? You were here, weren't you? You wanted me to eat whales? Sorry, I'm not really in a whales mood. Not really in a whales mood. All right. I have Explore With Us pulled up. And we can... They have like a playlist maybe of like most popular. Ooh, paranormal stories? Wait. You guys didn't hear that, did you? Oh my god, that was freaking loud. True crime. It is true crime. Amityville Horror, Annabelle, and The Conjuring. Interesting. Phone about to die. 1%. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, cruel world. Goodbye, cruel world. Okay. It's time. It is time. Let me make sure the audio. Da-dee-da. Da da dee 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 doo. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best fucking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. Okay, so this is what their homepage looks like. They've got a whole network. Just crazy. Crazy, crazy. But these I think are probably... Oh no, this is an order. Okay, so let's just look at what videos we have. This one's from only 3 days ago, so this is new. This one is new. Teen Killer realizes every shocking word was recorded. Okay. Am I in a good spot? Oh, that's not right. That's also not right. There we go. Maybe if I just make myself smaller like this. Then you can see more of the screen. I think that... Is that good? Does that look okay to you guys? Yeah? Okay. Okay. We've watched this one and this one. Wow, there's so many. Alright, so we've got Teen Killer, another Teen Killer. Oh, we saw that one. Wife disappearance. Brother outsmarts his sister's killer. Okay. Predator. Evil mother. The bodies were in the house the whole time. Whoa. Victim tricked the killer. Detective is a criminal? Well. Filming the killer at the crime scene? I can't believe it. The victim is the killer. Masked killer? Oh my gosh. 13-year-olds murder grandma for $155. Oh my god. 13. Evil parents. Evil teens. Why are there so many teen killer? Look, there's another one. Teen killer. There's... What? Are there that many teen killers? Teen killer. Why are there so many teen killers? Scream killers? Wait, I feel like I saw that. House of Horrors killer documentary. Whoa, some of these blew up. Maybe the victim is the killer. AKAs! Yeah, AKA unaliving yourself. Honestly though. That's a little weird. Where did that one go? This one? Do you guys have a preference? Which one should we watch? We can just go down the list technically, or if there's one that like stands out to you. Killer caught years later. I don't think any of us care. Okay. I'm really curious about this one. No, I've seen that one. Never mind. I saw it. We're just gonna watch the new one.
A courtroom clip.
Okay. So like here, there's text here. Trying to find the best place so I'm not in the way. And hold on, if I put on subtitles, it goes here. So maybe I put chat here And me here. Yeah. That's pretty good. Oh, I cut the box off too. Whoops. Whoopsies. Yeah, I think that's good. That's probably fine. All right, let me test the audio level.
The courtroom clips you're witnessing show the moment the defendant takes the stand.
It looked like there were goblins, a lot of them, green, ugly little creatures.
Does that sound
I've
okay,
never
you
heard
guys?
him- Not even the hair on his freaking little head.
As bizarre as his statements are, the shocking exclusive interrogation footage we obtained reveals even more chilling comments and outlandish stories.
There we go. Okay. I think that's good. I also forgot to like it. Hold on. Good, good? Okay. Okay, good. Teen killer realizes every shocking word was recorded. Okay. I'm gonna... So we can watch this all the way through without a break. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we start this. But since we already watched the first, like, minute or so, I'll just play it for you guys. I'll be right back. Cheryl will take care of you.
The courtroom clips you're witnessing show the moment the defendant takes the stand.
It looked like there were goblins, a lot of them, green, ugly little creatures. I've never heard him, not even the hair on his freaking little head.
As bizarre as his statements are, the shocking exclusive interrogation footage we obtained reveals even more chilling comments and outlandish stories behind the tragic death of a 5-year-old.
Stop blaming me for murdering!
Hey, nobody said anything about murder.
That's what it basically sounds like. I'm not a killer. You really don't know what I know, huh? Okay. I see how it is. I won't tell you anything else now. Well, guess what? I'm not telling you anything else. I don't like recorder. I'm not much of a media person. Thank you very much.
This is 17-year-old Cody Metzger Madsen. He's in an interrogation following the death of his 5-year-old foster brother, Dominic Elkins. In about 3 seconds, you'll hear him say some of the most bizarre things we've ever heard in an interrogation room.
Terpog, let's go. But I'm back. Haha.
That was kind of weird. It looks exactly like an ice cream cone. Yet I do not understand. It takes aim and it shoots. I basically had to go through a lot of ice cream to get through. I had to do ground smash, punching, good grief. Anything you say will be can and will be used against you in the court of law. I've read that actually on Batman before. But one time when I went on in the ravine all my alone, I also saw the same cloaked figure.
Is he hallucinating?
And there was also a gun down there. It had bullets. I don't know who he is or where he came from, but I think he hurt Dominic. I hate that cloaked figure, whoever he is. I hate him for killing Dominic.
On August 31st, 2013, it was a sleepy...
I already have theories. I don't know if I should say. Me too. I feel like there might be some mental illness at play here. Potentially. But we'll see. He might just be straight up lying.
Saturday afternoon when foster parents Don and Julie Kuhlman would receive the most concerning news a parent can ever receive. One of their children, Dominic Elkins, had run
he's so
off after
young.
being injured and was now missing.
Oh my god, he's so
the mystery
young.
behind what happened to Dominic on this tragic afternoon will unravel to reveal lies. Nothing in this shocking case is quite as it seems. Dominic Elkins, 5 years old at the time of this disturbing phone call, was being fostered by longtime specialized foster parents.
He's only
Julie
5.
and Don Kuhlman, in the tiny town of Logan, Iowa. The little boy had only been with the family for a few weeks by this point, but he had seemingly been getting along well with the rest of the family, particularly with the other foster boys who were in the home at the time. On the afternoon of August 31st, 2013, after a morning of waffles and a day spent in the pool, the family had split off, with the father, Don, heading off into town with his friend to meet with his brother for dinner, and the mother, Julie, taking her eldest daughter, Rachel, and her friend, Dylan, into town for ice cream. The rest
Okay,
of the
her
kids,
real daughter?
Rachel's 12-year-old twin sister Rebecca, the eldest foster boy Cody, who was 17, and little Dominic, who
Hold
was
on, hold on.
5.
There's a lot of
The
people
el-
in this.
The rest of the kids, Rachel's 12-year-old twin sister Rebecca, the eldest foster boy Cody, who was 17, and little Dominic, who was 5, all
Okay.
tired from the swim that day,
So there's
opted
4
to
of them.
stay home and relax.
The twins are
Ben,
actual
the third
kids.
foster boy in the home, was on a home visit that weekend.
And 3 foster kids,
and
okay.
wouldn't be at the Coolman's farm during the weekend in question.
Okay.
Everything seemed peaceful and serene that day. But as Rachel Coolman explains in this exclusive present-day interview,
Oh?
this peace was soon shattered.
We lived out in the country, but it was like 5 minutes or so to get to the little country store to get ice cream. We left my sister, who was going to be like in charge just to keep an eye on the kids. And then it was Dominic and Cody. And we stopped at the front of the property on our way back to chat with my aunt. My grandparents, my aunt and uncles all live on the same 20-acre plot of property.
They're doing
And
it
my
right.
mom received a phone call from my sister saying that Dominic was missing and that we didn't know where he was. Cody was freaking out. He's saying, we don't know where Dominic is. And she wanted us to come home. My mom wrapped up her conversation really quick and we got back in the car. We went home.
Apparently, shortly after Julie and the other 2 children left, Cody and Dominic headed out to play together in the backyard as they had done countless times before, while Rebecca curled up on the couch with a book in the living room.
Okay.
Everything seemed fine until, after a while, Cody, crying and upset, stomped back into the house with a bloody mark on his forehead. He explained that while they were playing the Roman game, a pretend game based on the Percy Jackson movies,
Oh my gosh.
Dominic accused Cody of playing unfairly and had hit himself, then Cody, in the head with a brick in anger before running off towards the ravine.
Wait.
Then Cody and
I'm so sorry. I'm forgetting who Cody is.
everything seemed fine until, after a while, Cody,
Yeah, he's Cody. So he baby hit big guy in the head? No,
on the Percy
I
Jackson
think
movies, Dominic accused Cody of playing unfairly and had hit himself, then
yeah, he's claiming that Dominic hit him and himself with a brick in the head. Baby hit big guy in the head. How the fuck did a 5-year-old pick up a brick? That's what I'm saying. Like how tiny that kid is. Did he really think? What? Also, why would a 5-year-old pick up a brick to throw at you? Even if they could, they'd probably just throw a punch, right? They're 5. Yeah. Cody at 5 and sword. Oh my god. Genius, genius.
Cody in the
Cody's
head with
genius.
a brick in anger before running off towards the ravine.
Oh my god. Yeah, that
Cody
makes
had tried
sense.
following Dominic, but couldn't find him, and so returned to the house to get Rebecca,
Mm-hmm.
who in turn called her mother for help. As Rachel explains,
There's a bit of distance between my parents' house and my grandparents' house in the country, and there's this huge ravine that runs more than the length of the property. Enormous ravine. So I said, Mom, why don't you stop the car halfway between our houses, and my friend and I can go like walk along the side of the ravine and see if we see Dominic. And my mom was like, yeah, okay. So she dropped us off and we did that.
after letting Rachel and her friend out, Julie met up with Rebecca and Cody near the house, and the 4 kids and Julie began searching, questioning Cody on which direction Dominic had run and how badly he thought Dominic was injured.
I remember immediately noticing that Cody had blood on his face. Not a lot, just some like speckles on his face.
It wasn't his blood, it
Speckles.
just splattered on his face. It was Dominic's blood, because Cody wasn't hurt.
And he was frantic. He's saying,
Wait.
we gotta
Oh, so he had these criminals. What is ISTG? I'm old. What does it stand for? I see it a lot. I swear to God. Oh, thank you. I'll remember that. I'll remember that. I swear to God. Honestly, though, he had no injuries, but he claimed the 5-year-old kid hit him in the head with a brick. And he has blood splatters on his face.
Gotta find
Bruh.
Dominic. I don't know where Dominic is. We gotta find him. He ran off and we have to find him.
Now becoming increasingly concerned that Dominic may be more gravely injured than previously thought, Julie attempted to calm Cody, who was still quite upset, and had him guide them to the last spot Dominic was seen.
It's really hard to put this into perspective, but my mom knew Cody. She knew him very well. She knew his cognitive delays very well, his maturity, all that, she knew him and she kind of knew how to work him, if you will, so she told him, you need to help us find him. Like, where is he? Let's go find him. And Cody said, okay, all right, okay, I think he went this way. So he takes us to the lower part of our property behind the house and straight into the ravine. Now, there were all sorts of game trails that went down into the ravine, but it was very steep. It's this big incline, and it was in August. So the weeds they're like neck high in this ravine, nettles, all sorts of weeds. But we're down there, and we're trying to get to some sort of path. And my mom stops all of us, and she starts pleading with Cody. And she starts saying, Cody, all the weeds down here are still high. None of them have been knocked down. Nobody has walked through here.
She knows.
It's impossible for Dominic to be over here. It's not possible. Where is he? And Cody's saying, I don't know. And my mom says, Cody, we can help him. It's okay.
She
just
knew.
Take us where he is.
She knew.
You can help him. It's okay. You just have to get us there. As
Mom
I
knew.
watched this interaction, I saw just a shift or a flip in Cody, and he said, okay, all right, I'll take you to him. And he leads us out of the ravine and all the way to the very end of our property, back into the ravine.
Rachel took this opportunity to call her father to bring him home to help, and after doing so, a thought occurred to her.
I turned to my mom and I said, should I call 911? And my mom was panicked and choked up, and I don't think she really said anything back to me, but I took that as this is bad.
Because I knew something was wrong. He had blood all over his face, splattered.
We have to call 911. So I called. My little brother is missing. I think he's hurt. This is our address. We're trying to find him. And the phone call was really quick.
Okay.
And so that at that point, police were on their way. Then we get to the second area, and Cody leads us down. It's him. He goes first, and then me, and then my technically younger sister, my twin sister. And I'm following. In the water, there's this curve in front of us, and there's a down tree in line over top of this curve. I watch him duck under it and get out of sight. And I remember as I'm running through the water, I had my boots on, like cowgirl boots. So they were filling with water as I ran. So I lagged behind him a little bit. And then I put my hand on this tree and I ducked underneath of it. And as I came up and I was rounding the corner at the same time, I saw Dominic, this young boy. He was laying face down in the water.
Face down in the water?
Cody is just standing next to him like, here he is.
Oh my God.
What do I do now? And
Oh
I
my
just start
God.
screaming at him as I'm trying to run over there.
This case, man, yeah. It's very sad. This 5-year-old, this poor 5-year-old.
So Cody listened to me, and he reached down and he grabbed like a fistful of Dominic's shirt, of the back of his shirt, and kind of picked him up by his shirt and just kind of tossed him onto the bank.
Oh my God.
He didn't really want to touch him, or he didn't know what to do.
He kind of just picked him up, and he wasn't really gentle.
Yo, yeah.
So I run over.
It's like he has no
throw
idea
myself down on my knees.
what he's doing.
By then, Becca's next to me, my sister. And he had a big gash on his head.
Oh
nice
my
big
God.
Open cut. And a cut on his lip, and he was all scratched up. And
He was just blue in the face.
Oh my
and,
God.
Just very
Possibly
obviously
psychopathic? Maybe. Maybe. He
You know,
clearly
and
did not
because of the
care
way-
at all.
that Cody moved him, his shirt was pulled up, like, so his whole torso was exposed as well, and his whole torso.
I think you
was
might be right. Maybe it
blue
doesn't
and
seem like
just
he gets
very
it. Yeah, but it
extended.
could be something
My
else other
mom is
than like
up
being psychopathic, though.
on the ledge of the ravine. She's still up top, but she can kind of get to the edge and see us. Like, we were almost in like a clear spot, so she could see us. And she's wailing and screaming and telling my sister and I to do CPR.
There
And
it
now
is.
we were
Bad
11. We
bot.
had no idea. My sister tried. She
You'll get there,
tried to give
Cass.
him
You'll
a
get there.
breath and was trying to push on his chest. And I don't know how long I let her do that before I grabbed her by her shoulders. And of course I'm crying and I can't really even speak, but I grabbed her by her shoulders and I just shook my head like, no, just stop. Like, there's nothing here.
Meanwhile,
Wow,
on the other
that's
side
awful.
of town, Don is currently rushing out of the restaurant after talking to Rachel on the phone
Makes sense.
and decides to call for reinforcements. He tells detectives,
I went out the door and I started getting a bad feeling about it at that point, so I called my dad and hoping he was home, and he was, so I called him and asked him if he could go over there because, you know, he's a few hundred yards away instead of, 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Mick
That makes
Coolman,
sense.
the children's grandfather, immediately makes his way over to his son's house.
What a sick name, Mick Coolman. I want a name like that. Dad looks like Joe Rogan. Wait, really?
Finds his family.
I'll keep a lookout when they
And
go
at
back to
this
his
point,
footage.
The police showed up. They were there. So I walked up to them and I said, I'll show you where he is.
What was Cody saying at the time?
A little. Okay, I see it.
Face down.
I see the resemblance.
Like, Dominic, no, like, how could this happen? He started saying stuff
Kaylee
like, "Come back,
Icebox?
please."
What does that mean, Van? Kaylee Icebox. Huh? You want to put me in an icebox? If it was Mark Coolman or whatever, you want a name like that? Kaylee Icebox. That's my cool name. Kaylee Icebox. Holy shit. Thank you, Van. Thank you for giving me a cool name. Thank you.
Come back, and that's after your grandpa got there.
Kaylee the
He said
rapper.
Lord helped him a couple times.
I know one of my aunts
Lil K-Hope.
told the police officers that they had to get Cody out of there before the men showed back up, before my father and my father's friend got back. She said, you need to get Cody out of here.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was entirely obvious that he had done it. He had the blood on his face and everything.
It
Mm-hmm.
was at this point that Dawn arrives home.
Lil K what? Lil K Hope.
Hurried, you might say.
When I did the first rap a couple days ago, Coconut gave me the rapper name Lil K Hope. Yeah. It's my rapper name. I kind of like it, to be honest. I think it was pretty good.
Flew home pretty fast, and by the time I got there was a couple
K-hole?
of cars and
Wait, where the fuck did they get up? No! Oh, yikes. Hope with a P. Hope. Hope is her middle name for context? Yeah, that's my middle name. So we just put my middle name in there for my rapper name. Oh my gosh, K-hole. Yikes, yikes,
so I
yikes.
wasn't really paying attention to most of them. I just rode down front and parked the bike and then walked back to where Rachel was, and she said that Dominic was gone, they couldn't bring him back.
Oh.
And then I was looking around trying to kind of, it really didn't sink in. So I was trying to talk to her, and then the rest of my family walked up, and as they were walking up, and then it was pretty obvious what happened, Or at least the end result was that Dominic was gone.
Okay.
As most
Oh,
of the
please,
family
her-
stood in
just slowly
heartbroken
doxing
silence in the
yourselves one
yard,
detail at a
police began
time.
the exhaustive process
I don't want to
of
see you peeps on one of these YouTube forensic file thumbnails. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. It's true. You know my first and middle name. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oop. Maybe I shouldn't have explained that tattoo that one time. But it's too late. I'm just gonna trust that you guys are not gonna ever hurt me. Because I know you wouldn't. Don't go digging in, finding information about me. Okay? Okay?
Organizing and cataloging the various points of the crime scene, Officer Jeff Kilpack slid down the muddy banks of the ravine to stand next to Mick Coolman and Cody.
I will appear in a true crime documentary someday. It is what I aspire for. Cast. Like, as the narrator? Or the detective, maybe? Surely that's what you mean. Surely. Kilpack? Like for a name? Like a last name? Like, yes, that's the best name for a totally innocent and harmless detective. You'll see. Cast.
The only two who remained next
Oh
to
my
Dominic's
God.
body.
Kaylee Hope, Lil K Hope, Alabama, has gone missing after a crazed Twitch streamer showed up and demanded freestyle raps. The confrontation escalated and she's believed to be fighting for her life in an underground rap battle ring. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, I love it. I love it.
According to this Harrison County Police report, the officer could
That's pretty good.
see a small
Very
boy lying
creative.
on his back with his feet in the water. He could also see that his face was bloody and that his body was muddy. He was
poor kid.
motionless and his color was
Off
blue.
to go kill unassuming
He checked
hitchhikers.
the body
Cass,
for
don't
any
joke about
signs
that,
of
bro.
life, but the
Don't
body
joke about
was
that.
cold and moved as he shook it, as if the body had already gone into rigor. He noted the obvious head wounds, which were no longer bleeding. The report also states that Cody was crying hysterically and
Nonsensical
said,
creative short stories are something of a hidden talent of mine. I've noticed. That was pretty... Yeah. Every time you've typed something that's like that in chat, it's always been really good, so...
"We were
Kudos,
playing
man.
bricks." Mick asked him, "Did you do this, Cody?" And Cody began to scream and cry even harder. Not only would a little boy not have the strength to inflict the severity of damage found on his body, but it seems he may not actually have been the kind of difficult child the Coolmans had expected.
Aw.
When discussing why Dominic's mother placed him in foster care, Julie explains how her experience with the little boy differed.
Aww.
So why was he taken away from his biological mom? I don't know the exact answer. I don't know. They don't tell you that? They just say that parental rights were severed, and I don't really like this last one.
So it probably had to do with his mom then. Me when I get timed out, it was very much so deserved. We're not mad, just trying to keep everything in order.
I had Dominic, and I thought, why is he in foster care? And I was told she put him in foster care because she needed help. So I just thought, wow, that's really... And she told you that? No, the caseworker did. I was told that he could, cuss like a truck driver, bites, kicks.
She's talking about what they told her about Dominic? The 5-year-old?
Great, When I had him, the only thing we were working on with him, he never did any of that stuff to me. So he said he called him an a-hole. And I'm like, well, what were you doing, And I wasn't doing anything. I was playing the game or whatever it was. And I'm like, well, I told Dominic, you can't say that word. It's bad. You have to go stand in the corner. And he'd go stand in the corner. I'm sorry, Judy. And then he would say things that we were working on. He'd say, oh, my God. And I'd say, I just talked to my husband, like, he's finally got that figured out. You don't say, oh, my God. Say, oh, my gosh, it sounds better. He was quick, and I was telling my husband, he's really smart. This kid is smart. And he'd say, like, me and so-and-so. And I'd say, you don't talk like that. That's not how you speak English. You say, like, Rachel and I go out and play. Or we were working on simple things like that. None of it cussing or
So
kicking,
he
but
wasn't...
have to be restrained Thursday, I was told, in school. He tried to fight and kick somebody. And wow, and I thought, okay, so how's he going to be? But my brother was the bus driver. He said he was fine in the car. He came home, he was fine. I've never seen any aggression from this little boy. No.
As Julie gives her account, her palms are down, which indicates confidence in what she's saying. In addition, her nonverbal and verbal timing are well aligned, which further indicates that she's likely being truthful. She may have considered the behavior she observed to be normal for a child Dominic's age.
Yeah.
It's interesting that she's covering her mouth when talking about his school restraint. This is a sign of discomfort, which is to be expected from an adult who has come to care about a child.
Yes, that makes sense.
The thought of him being physically restrained would likely be disturbing for her, since she hadn't encountered any issues with him at home. However, it's important to note that he had only been in the home for a few weeks, and many children with behavioral issues are able to keep it together, so to speak, for the first few weeks in a home. This is generally referred to as the honeymoon phase of placement. This happens much of the time in foster care or residential placement until the child feels safe enough to drop their guard and express themselves in a way that is normal to them. It seems Dominic was starting to feel safe and secure in his new home environment, and his foster family was starting to work on helping him improve his behavior.
Okay.
Whatever the reason for Dominic's placement, those around him all seemed to agree that he was, at heart, a very sweet little boy, full of affection. Obviously, officers decided that Cody needed to come in for questioning.
Yeah, no
After
shit.
securing Cody in the patrol car, Mick told the officers that he suspected Cody may have been the one to hurt Dominic. Officer Kilpack then instructed the rest of the Kuhlman family, as well as Rachel's friend Dylan and his father, to follow them to the police station.
So many
as soon
people.
as they
Oh my
were
gosh,
able
it's hard to
be
keep track of
interviewed.
everyone.
As Rachel described.
You know, I don't know what order all of this
My
happened,
goodness.
but I know
I've never
we went
heard of like foster kids when they go into like a new foster family being like more normal or like more chill or like sweet at first. It's very interesting. I thought it might be the opposite, that like they would lash out because everything's so uncomfortable or like new or different. I don't know. I've never heard of anything like that. I didn't know that was the norm.
and I got myself cleaned up. I was covered in mud, head to toe. So I got myself cleaned up. I got my sister cleaned up, and they had us write a statement. And they said, just write down everything you.
He said something about goblins at the start? Yeah, he did. He said something about goblins and some person in a hood or like a mask or something like that. Some like hooded person that supposedly hurt Dominic. So I'm wondering where he's going to pull that from. I'm sure we'll see his interrogation footage probably shortly. Robbie, Billy, and Bobby have all recent conversations with Becky, Brenda, and Katie. This was a surprise to parents Jim and Jessica because it didn't seem to shock their cousins Michael, Timmy, Sheila, and Sean. Like, what the fuck? That's too many people to process. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm forgetting who's who. They mention these people once with a picture and tell who their relation is, and then after that, they just say their name, and I'm like, who is that? Who is that? It's too much. I agree. It's too much. This family's too big. There's like 4 foster kids, 5 foster kids? Shit, I don't even remember. And then the whole family, the grandparents, the parents, the aunt and uncle, I think. Stop smashing FFS. Ha. Yeah. It's just, ooh. We're gonna do the best we can, though. We're gonna do the best we can. The people that are most important are Dominic, who is the kid, and Cody, who is the 17-year-old, and Rachel, who is the sister that was there. I think that's probably the most important people. Good God, man. Oop. Oh my.
You know,
The
everything that happened that you
sarcasm,
can
the
recall to the best of your
sarcasm.
ability. And then we went to the police station, and it was like my whole family there. Because my dad showed back up, so my parents were there, my dad's friend, my friend, both of my grandparents, a bunch of us were there, and we were there the entire
Sorry, I'm
night.
hyper
They
today. Do you
interrogated
have too
all
much
of
coffee
us.
then?
I know it was really hard
Do you have
on
too
my
much
mother.
coffee?
Julie Kuhlman, the foster mother who would sadly pass away
It is
just 2
entertaining.
years after this
You don't have
tragic
to.
event,
You don't have to shut
was
yourself up,
beyond
Ben. You're good.
heartbroken at this time. As the family sat in the waiting room at the police station, various family members took turns consoling her, as in the many years of
Spelling,
caring
wow.
for
Oop.
foster children, and even specializing in difficult children with behavioral problems. Nothing like this had ever happened.
I had 6 bites of coffee ice cream instead of 3. Oh, Van went overboard. Coffee ice cream.
Have you ever done that before? Start really screaming?
Mm-mm. Well, sometimes when he gets aggressive, my mom will restrain him so he doesn't hurt anyone, and he'll like moan and growl at her, and just.
Did he do that at that time?
Mm-mm. He was crying, and he wasn't being aggressive towards us.
Meanwhile, Cody, who had been hysterically inconsolable just minutes before being put in the patrol car, is sitting in a detective's office, remarkably unfazed all of a sudden.
Weird.
The following never-before-seen interrogation has been analyzed by a licensed professional counselor and a licensed attorney. As you'll see, Cody's strange comments and bizarre antics are just beginning.
Okay.
It was pretty funny. But then one night I actually saw it. I was like,
Yeah, they're cute.
I can't just went past my face. I flipped out. I woke up and then he jumped when he saw it.
Saw what?
And then he just, it was pretty,
You'll see, Cody's strange comments and bizarre antics are just beginning.
it was pretty funny. But then one night I actually saw it. I was like, I can't just went past my face. I flipped out. I woke up and then he jumped
Thanks,
when
Dad.
he saw it.
Dad, when did I?
Everyone was freaking out. They thought it was a ghost.
Thanks, Dad.
That was gone.
Yep.
It seems
A
as though
ghost?
this officer
That was gone.
Yep.
Huh.
It seems as though this officer has essentially been tasked with the role of babysitter for Cody
Oh.
until another member of law enforcement is available to question him.
Oh, so he's just
Hence
gotta let
answering
him
his phone
ramble.
instead of making an effort to build some rapport with Cody.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye.
If you ask me, it's getting colder and colder now.
So he just don't know how to be quiet. He's just gonna keep rambling. That's gonna be great for the interrogation. Sorry. Right. I started to say, yeah, that's it. Yeah, surely, that's it. Truly.
That's better. There was an ice cream cone side bug, though, that was kind of weird. It looked exactly like an ice cream cone. Yet I do not understand. It takes aim, and it shoots.
What is he saying?
I basically had to go through a lot of ice cream to get through.
What?
I had to do ground smash, punching, good
He's talking about fighting his way through ice
Could you
cream?
grab me some coffee, please?
Some what?
Coffee.
More coffee? Really? You
Thank you. I
just
thought
drank
that's
all
Thank
that?
you. Yeah.
You just drank all that? Good grief.
Why is he
Coffee
so...
drinker. What's that? Yes.
He sits
He drinks
huddled in the
black
chair,
coffee.
prattling on about his strategy in the Wreck-It Ralph video game on the
Oh,
Nintendo DS. to the
Wreck-It
detective,
Ralph.
who sits in
Bruh, I
stony
needed
silence
that
except when
context
talking
minutes
to other
ago.
officers, and takes phone calls without hesitation.
But he keeps talking.
I know exactly why you drink coffee now. But lucky for me, I don't need coffee at night. I
What?
stay up
Something's...
without the meds. If I don't take my meds, then I stay up.
What meds is he on?
Awesome. Thank you.
What meds is he on?
I could do it for an
You got plenty of water?
I'm good. But did you need more water? I can
No,
get it.
it's alright.
Okay.
Besides, I don't need to get more water, whereas I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
Hello, how's it going?
Good.
Good, I'm Laura. I'm with the DCI. We're trying to hurry to get somebody with you. I know you've been waiting around a long time.
Mostly.
Yeah, you doing okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? You hungry?
Here we go again. You just made me hungry again. Great. Just what I need. Every time when someone says something about food, I get hungry.
So you are hungry?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do you want to eat?
I've
What's your
already had a...
options?
I already
Chips and
had...
candy bar. Just had one of both.
Oh, okay, awesome. That's good.
Why is he acting so normal?
Chips and candy bar?
Yeah.
When he was so
Well,
freaked
we'll be
out
right
earlier,
with
I
you,
don't
okay?
understand.
think
This is
someone's gonna come in
like
here in a second.
a switch flipped in this
boy.
kid.
Great. She just made me hungry again. Just what I need.
It's weird.
If Cody's foster family's suspicions are to be believed, Cody, a 17-year-old, has just caused the death of his 5-year-old foster brother.
Right.
Yet he sits here mere hours later, talking non-stop about a video game. This is extremely bizarre behavior, and in our exclusive interview
Flip
with Rachel...
switched? Did I say flip switched? Did I really just say that? No way. Switch flips. I didn't even realize I said it wrong. Oh my god. Switch flipped. Switch flipped. I flipped the words. I switched the words. Switch flip. Whoops.
She's able to shed a bit of light on his background.
Cody lived with us for, I want to say 3.5 years. He was one of our longest kids that we had live with us. He was very cognitively delayed, exceptionally so. I remember my parents estimating that his mental age, if you will, was probably around 6 or 7.
Oh,
he
wow.
was intelligent, but he was very immature, very childlike, had very childlike interests.
Okay.
And his temperament was very volatile.
He has hurt chickens before.
Oh.
We had one kid that would.
He hurt animals?
Okay. But I don't know if that's what Cody did. He'd usually throw it in the ravine.
Bruh, you know what they say? You know what they say about like people who end up being murderers? People who end up being murderers, the telltale signs, almost always, very often, they'll hurt animals before they hurt people. They'll kill animals. Bruh, he killed the chickens. Jail? Yeah. Immediately.
At the time, detectives didn't know the extent of Cody's mental issues and could only be disturbed by his behavior. It was at this point they placed him under arrest, though it appears they did so as calmly and gently as they could so as not to upset him too
He
much.
even has different clothes
This
on now.
seemed to work, or perhaps it was just that Cody didn't really grasp
I just
the
watched 2
situation,
hours of stuff on
evident by his reaction to the
animal-related
detective
crimes.
reading
It
him his
shudders me to my
Miranda
core.
rights,
It's
where
so
Cody
twisted.
excitedly interjects that he'd heard it
So
before
twisted.
on an episode of Batman.
I heard someone say this. You have the right to remain silent. That means you do not have to say anything.
It's okay. I read
Anything
through
you
the
say
typo.
will be can and will be used against you in the court of law. I've read that actually on Batman before.
For minors in Iowa, both the right to remain silent and the right to counsel can be voluntarily waived if a parent or guardian has been notified of the arrest and interview, which is the case for Cody, as he is over the age of 16.
Okay.
However, the court will still evaluate statements made by a minor to determine whether they're admissible. Factors that come into play include the opportunity for the child to consult with a parent, guardian, or lawyer, the child's age, level of education, level of intelligence, and whether or not the child was advised of their constitutional rights.
Okay.
Some of this changes depending on how the minor is eventually charged, such as being tried as an adult, but that happens well after the interrogation and is handled by the court. The two investigators begin the interview, chatting with Cody about his life and little details about his family, adopting light and friendly tones as they ask him questions. After a few minutes, they start by having Cody recount what happened that day before he went into the house to get Rebecca.
Joe and Rachel.
Proper investigating. Proper interrogating.
Not that Dylan. Anyway, Dylan's dad and Dawn just went on the bike ride, so Dylan's dad took Miss J's bike. They were all somewhere far away.
You decided to go play in the ravine?
No, we were right beside the ravine.
Then you say, what do you mean, you and
Dominic?
Okay.
The female investigator is actually an agent with Iowa's Division of Criminal Investigation.
Oh.
A highly elite program that runs statewide investigations for the Major Crime Unit.
Oh.
As she leads the interrogation, you'll notice she spends most of it sitting in the confession pose. It's important to know that as humans, we naturally mirror body language when we're engaged in conversation with others, and our body language can affect our openness and mood. This officer is taking advantage of this by modeling the confession pose in an attempt to get Cody to join her in the pose that is most likely to elicit honesty and a confession from a suspect.
See, we were
She's like a
Roman.
pro. She's a real
Like
pro.
Greek mythology, sure. Not to mention
She's a
here's
real
little
pro.
clue for you.
Maybe this is just too new, but like I've never heard of a game that kids play based off of Percy Jackson. I've never heard of that being a thing. What kind of Roman? Have you guys ever heard of that? Me either. I've never heard of that until this video. What year did this happen? I don't remember. Maybe it'll say in the description. What year did this happen? Nope. Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised that there is a game. Definitely not surprised that there is one, because Percy Jackson, like, duh. Percy Jackson's awesome. It's a great world, great universe. So it makes sense, but I've never heard of it. There's no way such a massive title came out and no one capitalized on it. True. I feel like I'd know if there was, though. True! Hannah's like a huge Percy Jackson fan. She's read all the books multiple times. Multiple times. So it's kind of weird. I'm a major fan. Yeah, she's a major fan of Percy Jackson. Yeah, I just find it strange that I've never heard of this game before. I don't doubt that it's a thing, but I guess none of us, we're all too old. We're all too old.
Here's a little Greek thing, but it's just a little starter, so that way I can calm down.
Sorry, I tabbed out on accident.
What has 4 wings and has and is red, and yet it is one of Hades' minions?
Oh?
Starts with an F.
He's
I don't know.
testing.
What? Fury.
He's quizzing her.
That's the one that actually got Percy. Okay. I hate that thing. Yeah. 4 wings, flapping separate ways.
You lost me on that one.
See, 2 wings go this way, 2 wings go that way.
Okay.
The bottom ones go this way, the top ones go that. And
So,
then
back to the house, when I go to the town, it's you
and
Dominic, and anybody else on?
Only Peanut was in the house, though.
Whose idea was it to go outside?
Miss J.
Ah.
Right before she leaves, she wanted me and Dominic to go play.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to play. It was a very long time when she was gone. So that's when we started playing the Roman game.
And how do you play Roman game?
Basically, I'm Greek, right?
Okay.
He's Roman. He doesn't know how to sword fight, so I tried to teach him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like this. No, I'm gonna work by myself. He's basically saying that he's invincible.
So what was he using? He was Roman.
Well, Romans have imperial gold sabers in Greek mythology.
Okay.
Interesting. He knows all about this stuff, but like
crystal bronze.
He's clearly.
So it's kind of.
It's very.
So what were you guys
What?
actually using? Well, he had the gold, imperial gold.
He's smart,
I had the crystal
but he's
bronze
also
because he was
challenged.
invisible.
Oh, okay.
Then he picked up a stick and tried to, but I was like, it's no sticks. And he's like, all right. He throws it in the ravine. It's funny. It's funny how he throws. He's like, whoop. Oh, he goes, are you okay? And he's like, oh, he's whoop. It's kind of funny. But still. Anyway, back to this.
So you guys playing like by the house, by the cars, by the animals?
There's this area where Rachel and Peanut and Truman made this.
Who the hell is Truman? Who's Truman? There was a new character. Who is that? Their cousin? I give up with the names. This is insane. Way too many people. Way too many people. I'm just gonna assume it's not important unless they say otherwise.
Truman is their cousin. So if you want me to tell you about him right now, I can.
We'll get to him in a little bit, but keep going. Like you guys
Anyway, there's this thing that is like a portal, basically. It's basically like a barrier, a shielding.
Yeah, I think we're
Like
all
off
on the
of
same
Greek-
page, guys.
Like off of Percy Jackson, the first one. You go like this to open it. You go through, put it down, So we started playing. I was basically in the barrier because it was weak, thanks to second movie. Yeah, though. I started fighting him. And he's like, I'm going down too. Oh, he goes, Dominic. He didn't listen. Boom.
What Cody is referring to here
What
is
is
the
he
old
saying?
rope swing that seems to have been tied to a log that set out over the ravine. Investigators would note that there was an old muddy rope lying in the bottom of the ravine, but it's unclear what was done with it.
Okay.
That's when he hated me.
Okay, what did he? How did that
He
happen?
is talking about stuff that doesn't exist,
He's
bro.
basically saying,
Oh,
"I
yeah.
don't have a rope."
That's
So
true.
he just steps
It's just
down.
like
I
the
tried-
way he's explaining things is like not in full sentences and it's not clear. And so it's hard to keep up. It's hard to keep up. I'm trying to figure out like what he's trying to say. It's just a little all over the place. So I'm like, what? Huh? Even if it's not a truth, what he's saying isn't true. It's still like, I don't even know what you're trying to say. I don't know. It's just very unclear, I think, the way he's explaining things.
tried to get him with the sword, but basically he's like,
Is she a pro for sure? Yeah, she is. She is.
so basically
She's a
went
real pro.
swinging down pretty hard, I guess. Probably. I don't know. That's when it broke.
Did you see him get injuries to his head?
I saw blood. I was like, Dominic. He was tumbling, literally tumbling. And he splashed in the water like this. Face up.
Why would you catch the
I saw
Pokemon and then
blood going
bonk the
down
bot
river.
for
I was like,
putting the message
"Man."
about the Pokemon in there?
He gets up like this, and I saw a red streak going down on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Blood.
And then what?
I was scared. I didn't even go down. He just threw rocks.
Oh, we got a
so I
Pokemon
tried
bot?
to
Yeah,
dodge
yeah,
most
yeah.
of them, but one popped me in the nose, so that way the rest got me in the arms.
I have my
and
reasons. Can I know them?
This is likely Cody's attempt to explain the
If you want to
blood
do
witnesses
Pokemon
and
Pig, you can
detectives
just
noticed on his
do. There's a
face when
command
Dominic was
Poke Start,
found,
and then it'll
by
give you a starter
insinuating that it
Pokemon.
was his own blood from the wounds Dominic had given him by pelting him with rocks.
Right.
It should be noted, however, that at the time of his intake, Cody didn't actually have any
Pokemon
scratches,
number 1.
bruises, or injuries of any kind.
Oh,
You're at the top of the ravine.
you already started,
Yeah.
Pig?
I fell down after that. So I decided to scramble because one got me in the gut though, and it hurt pretty much. I was like,
Pretty much.
The way Cody has phrased this further shows that he lacks the ability to be deceptive in a way that's believable due to his cognitive deficits. The account he tells sounds as if there are two young children engaging in an altercation, but it's not an even match. Cody is much bigger and stronger than Dominic. Clearly, he's completely out of touch with reality.
Yeah, he has no idea.
And Dominic was down by
I
the
was
water.
too long.
He was down in the water.
No, he grabbed the brick.
How do I
saw
check what
that,
I got?
And he started running.
There
I
should
was
be a
hurt.
panel
I just looked
below
bent
the
over so
stream.
it peeked. That way I
Oh,
could
great.
know what he
Cass
got to.
knows.
He knows I was gone. So
I
he
think
grabbed
if you look in the
brick and
panel
started
below
smashing his
stream,
face and
then
started
it'll
running while he was smashing.
it'll tell you what your Pokemon is
He stopped
or what
short.
Pokemons
He
you
gets
have.
under, started smashing his face again while he's running. I didn't see him trip. I didn't know.
Yeah. Why was he smashing his own?
I know he was almost to a deep spot though. I did know that. But I didn't know if he knew that.
What? What?
I don't know what to do.
Like
So I
in the
just went to
about
grab
section,
Ness, and she called Miss J.
in my about section, I have 3 panels.
she got home,
The
right
third
when
one
she got
is
home,
the
everyone
Pokemon
started
Community Game
The
panel.
investigators listened patiently
And
to
it should
Cody's
show you,
Percy Jackson-laced
what your-
explanation for a few more minutes.
What your
But
Pokemon
both
is.
know by this point that little Dominic's brutal injuries could not have been self-inflicted, as Dominic had sustained massive blunt force trauma to his
Oh, I guess you have
face,
to grant access
suffering
then.
multiple fractures and
I don't know.
broken teeth. Detectives also have the statements gathered from every other family member before Cody's interview, stating that
Glad you got it,
everyone
Pig.
believed Cody had done something to Dominic to cause his injuries. For example, this is what Don, the foster father, said when asked directly.
Okay.
What do you think happened?
Well, Cody's had a tendency in the past to lose his temper and be mean to people. And I know that he has a tendency to play. I mean, we don't let him play rough video games or watch really, rough movies or, WWF or something like that, because he doesn't seem to know the difference or realize, arms can be broken by just goofing off. I have no reason to think anybody in my family likes
I
him,
hate
so
this.
I think
You hate what? What? I hate this, like, this situation? Or something going, what is it? What is it, Cast? What's wrong? What is it? What is it?
he probably lost his temper, and I don't know Dominic well enough to, I don't even care at this point who started it. I guess it doesn't matter. But
With these facts in mind, the investigators began to press Cody a little harder and try to coax him back into reality.
Yeah, for real.
You and I both know that's not really what happened, is it?
It is.
Okay.
Stop being such negative.
Well, Cody, you know what we do for a living? We're officers, okay?
I
We
know
do
what
this
you
all
are.
the time. What is that?
Really, do I have to say it?
He's biding
Not no
himself
little
time.
person.
Oh, did you see that? He crossed his knee like this. The defensive position, and he crossed his arms. The bot. You hate the bot? Oh, you don't like it? Is it too much? I think the only really important commands are just poke a catch. I think those are really the only important ones. Once the Pokemon shows up, you can just do poke a catch. Bot's def a bit of stuff to figure out. Yeah. Make me. If you guys don't like it, I can disable it. I just thought it might be fun. But I think we should test it out for a little bit at least. I've never been a fan of Pokemon to begin with. Hey, me too, pig. I don't really care. It's fun though? Okay. I'm a fan. Oh my god, pig. Bruh. Bruh. Okay, we'll keep it for now. We'll
You're
keep
not
it.
a jail person? Okay.
Well, maybe
A jail person?
No, but I'm not a person that needs to be in jail.
Okay. When they go out to the scene and they find you,
I'm not a criminal.
Okay.
Guys, with the
Nobody teach you being a criminal.
with the I can't
Okay.
even say it. The rat emote.
Basically what's assumed.
Do you know what I think is important here, Cody?
That's not
Hey.
what we're saying.
Cody, do you know what I think is important
I bought
here?
50 Pokeballs with my
When I was sitting
Poke
here
Cash.
listening
Don't
to you
remove
tell
it
your
now.
story,
Jeez. Okay,
I
understood.
could tell
I'll keep it. You're invested. I'll
you're
keep it.
sad and that you're sorry that this happened to you, right? I can tell that. Okay? We know that.
It's intriguing to note that the moment they call him out and show they don't believe him, he barriers up with his
Yeah.
arm and leg.
What'd I say?
Though we know Cody has
I'm
some
playing Pokemon
serious
right
mental
now?
health
Yeah,
issues,
I
it's
remember
still
you
his
saying you were
automatic
playing Pokemon.
reaction and goes to show how innate these
That's
kinds
perfect.
of behaviors are.
I think what could really help and probably help you is to kind of just let it all go. Just let it all out, and all that
What are you playing
pressure
Pokemon
and
on?
that weight.
What device are you
There
using? I'm
is no
curious.
weight. I have no weight on it anymore. I already let it all out.
Because he doesn't understand. Switch?
I just told
Oh,
you
that's so
everything I
cool.
could about what happened.
I'm
Why do
jelly.
you need more from that?
Pokemon on Switch.
Just because we need to make sense
That's
of
pretty
the
sick.
situation. And some of the things you're telling us makes absolute perfect sense. But some of it doesn't fit. And we're just trying to get.
He plays baseball.
I understand.
Why is that
What
relevant?
do you think I meant? Yes,
Why is that
strong
relevant?
arm for batting,
Oh.
strong arm for pitching. Why doesn't that make sense? If he could hit as hard with a bat, then obviously he can hit hard with a brick. I'm not saying that any of this is wrong. But right now, what you guys are trying to make me do, it's basically wrong. Okay? Just gonna make me
He's
mad.
doubling down.
For a bit of context on these last couple statements, it seems Cody is referring to whether or not Dominic was actually strong enough to
Yeah.
hurt himself with a brick.
Yeah.
It comes out of nowhere, but may indicate where Cody's mind is at this point in time.
We're not
It was
trying to
kind of
make you
out
do
there,
anything.
out of nowhere.
We're not trying to make you feel angry.
He's defensive because
Well,
he doesn't
you
have
are.
anything else to say if they don't believe him.
I know you cared about Dominic. Who's your buddy?
Except the
Your
truth.
play buddy. Your Greek mythology buddy, right?
Didn't know much about Greek mythology.
But he wanted to. He followed you around.
Mostly, yeah.
Kids trying to figure out what's wrong with his
So,
logic,
I know
not
you
what they
cared
don't
about him.
understand. Yeah.
And he obviously looked up to you.
He's like trying to convince himself, kind of, I feel like.
Right? And I know that 5-year-olds
I
can
think
be
you're
a
right,
little
Pig.
pain sometimes following you around.
Actually, no, that's not what the pain was.
What was the pain?
Well, first off, he may have been good at pitching, but still it hurts.
Yeah, I'm sure it does.
Oh, is he still talking
I'm
about
sure
the
it does.
pebbles?
Nobody wants to get hit with
Rocks, yeah,
or
okay.
anything.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant.
Okay.
Then why would he hit himself? I do not know.
He made a
Okay.
believable, logical excuse/lie and is trying to figure out where he's failed to make it logical rather than figure out why they don't believe him. Yeah. Yeah. That's so interesting. So interesting. That's not normally how people do it, you know? How people process things. Very interesting.
So what I was telling you before is, so when our crime scene team people go down there,
I mean, what do you
what are they
mean?
going to tell us when they scrape
What do you
the
mean,
skins
Pig?
off the bricks and the rocks and the sticks? Is there going to be anything from Cody on those sticks?
Yes.
Rocks, bricks? Any of your skin cells going to be on Dominic?
Excuse me?
Oh.
I obviously touched him. I have been doing that for a long time.
Here he is making a statement. An individual with confidence in their statements will place their palms down.
Yeah.
Cody has his palms up.
Uh-huh.
Showing a lack of confidence in what he's saying is the reason they might find his DNA on Dominic.
Yeah.
This
It's not that they
position would be
won't
one of
find
pleading
DNA because he
to be
said they
believed,
will.
Not a position
It's the
one would typically
reasoning.
make if they were certain of what they were saying.
Mm-hmm.
Them very nicely.
Yes, that's all I ever done. I don't kill. Stop blaming me for murdering.
Okay, nobody said anything about murder.
I love how you started off the message with, I'm no sociopath or criminal, but... Oh my gosh. I'll constantly get distracted trying to figure out where I made a mistake in my logic. Interesting. I do kind of get that. I understand, like, trying to figure out mistake in logic. Making sure logic is sound. All that. I don't think that's necessarily an indication of being a sociopath or a criminal. I don't want to go out slicing and dicing folks, but I do love me some koi pots. Jeez. Yeah, no
Typically, when
slicing
an
and dicing.
individual
No
is
slicing and
innocent,
dicing.
They become angry when falsely accused, while a guilty party will stay calm and try to manipulate their way out of it.
Yeah.
The luxury of being out of control and angry isn't something they can afford,
Yeah.
as they need the officers to like them.
Mm-hmm.
Guilty people are typically more focused on the manipulation of the police officers, and anger doesn't normally make people like other people.
Yeah.
However, Cody isn't this sophisticated.
Right.
He isn't trying to be liked or trying to manipulate the officers. He doesn't realize that he needs to.
Hmm.
Okay. That's what it basically sounds like. I'm not a killer.
We're trying to figure out what happened to him. Okay?
Slice and dice onions? Yeah. Slicing and dicing onions. And onions
You witnessed
only.
it, and you're the one that can tell us what happened.
It's interesting to note here that Cody's anger at the accusation is not a typical reaction seen from guilty suspects.
What?
Excuse me? How am I supposed to know how to
Cast!
tell it?
Chill, bro.
I'm not that clever.
Oh my god.
What do you mean?
That was dark.
Who is the killer that actually decides? Anyways, there have been men down there before.
Down in the ravine?
Yeah, lots of people down there.
I know it's a
Who
joke.
have you seen down in the ravine?
It was a very
Well,
dark joke.
I know I saw one guy, but I didn't know who he was. He had a
Very
cloak.
dark.
A cloak?
Like a
in this context, maybe too dark.
Just like Harry Potter, except with a hood.
Okay.
I didn't understand that.
How long
We saw
was
him
that?
before. I don't know.
Now he's talking about the man with the hood.
Gage.
Okay.
There was
Maybe
Peanut Gage.
we'll figure out what the
Sorry
heck he's
about
talking
not
about.
being that.
I apologize for leading you astray.
Anyway,
Yes.
there was even Will was there back then. But Peanut, Gage, me, Ben, and Will.
Who are these people?
Okay, when was that?
Oh my god, who are these people?
I don't know.
Should have just avoided the slicing and dicing joke. Yeah, just
Probably about-
you know, be sensitive to the topic. We're
probably a
watching a
long
true
time ago.
crime
Wow.
documentary, you know?
Not recent. Not since
Maybe not
But
make
one
jokes
time
like
when
that.
I went on in the ravine on my own, I also saw the same cloaked figure, except inside the ravine.
The cloaked
picking up
figure.
pipes and storing them in his bag. And there was also a gun down there. He picked up that and put it in his bag. Had bullets. I know
What?
that. Because I checked before. I've seen that gun before.
What is he talking? They
I was
found
like
a
this.
gun?
I hid. He looked my way, and I was like this. I didn't tell anyone. Didn't want to. I was too scared. But my guess, so he was there. I didn't know. But I saw footprints. Why
Today?
the cops? Yeah. Right when the cops came, and they were grabbing me, I noticed footprints.
The
I
cloaked
looked at the corner
figure.
of my
He
eye,
knows
and
the
I saw
cloaked
footprints,
figure's
big ones.
footprints.
Same exact size as the feet of the cloaked figure.
Right.
I don't know who he is or where he came from.
Right.
But I think he hurt Dominic. That would be my guess. He probably tripped him and drowned him, because he doesn't drown that easily. He's a fighter, I know that. Because I usually just play around and wrestle with him, but he's pretty strong with me. He just pushes me down real hard.
Okay, you just said Dominic doesn't drown that easily. Are we gonna find out that he drowned?
Oh.
That would
Oh.
be my guess.
My guess.
Have you ever seen him drown before?
Well, he doesn't know how to swim. I know that.
He doesn't know how to
I hate
swim,
that
but
cloaked
he
figure,
wouldn't
whoever
drown
he
that
is.
easily.
Him being physically.
Sorry, fuck. Where were we? Damn it. Okay, we were right around here. Okay. You abuse bot every time it speaks. It's true. It's true. We have a good bot command too. Be nice to the bot sometimes, maybe. But yeah, the fact that he said he doesn't drown that easily and then a minute later said he doesn't know how to swim. Bruh. Yikes. Thank you for the good bot, Hannah.
Drown that
He
easily.
needed it.
Are we gonna find out
The bot
that he
needed it.
drowned?
That would be my guess.
I can't believe it. That
Have
would be
you ever
my
seen him
guess.
drown before? Well, he doesn't know how to swim. I know that.
Yikes.
I hate that cloaked figure, whoever he is. I hate him for killing Dominic. If he did.
It seems
If.
Cody slips up when he says he doesn't drown that easily.
Yeah, that's a pretty
He then
big
attempts
slip
to cover
up.
his tracks by saying that he hates him for killing Dominic. In addition, his statement, if he did,
Yeah.
comes across like a qualifying statement. His level of deception isn't sophisticated, and it's as if it's too anxiety-inducing to fully commit to his story.
Huh.
Do you think he did? I think so. I saw footprints. I know I did. I'm the one with details. Miss J knows that I talk. Because every time I find stuff, even out of the corner of my eye, I find stuff that no one else sees.
According to
Me when
psychologists,
I'm the
people who are
cloaked figure,
faking
I hate that
psychosis
cloaked
will say
figure.
things
Yeah,
like,
right?
I see and hear things that aren't really there. But most people that
Yeah,
actually have
pretty
psychosis
much.
or delusions just assume they notice more or hear
It reminds
more,
me of the other
that there's an
title of
explanation.
the title of one of the other videos that said like when the victim is actually the killer. Is like, what?
and that others just don't notice it, especially when they're young and new to the diagnosis. They have no idea they see or hear things that aren't there. This is a strong indication that Cody does, in fact, suffer from psychosis.
Have
Even in the
have you seen that
overgrown.
guy in other places other than the ravine?
No. Wait, yeah. Cornfield once, but right by, which is close to our house. Because I was running away before and I saw the cloaked figure watching me. He's like eyeing me. I just booked it. He noticed that I was running away. He smirked. I noticed that. I was like,
It feels like he's telling the
So I
truth.
just ran off. The second time I ran away,
Like he
I
actually
him
saw
again,
this cloaked figure.
smirking. I didn't understand. So I shot at him. He noticed I saw him. He ran. He literally ran. I
He's
didn't
doing
put
all the
his face
motions
up.
too that match up
I
with
know
his words. His motions match up with his words. And he's sitting in an open position. His voice sounds very sure. I think he actually thinks the cloaked figure is real.
One thing, he had
I think.
discolored eyes. Really weird. 2 different colored eyes. You must have been pretty close to him. Yeah, I was running to the side. I noticed him in the forest. I saw 2 different colored eyes. I was like, huh? I think one was green. I know one was green. But the other one, I'm not so sure.
Around this time,
He's so-
the detective interviewing the
gives
rest of
such
the family asked
details,
Don
but it's
Pullman
not even
about any
relevant.
strange men he may have seen on his property.
Whoa.
And while he had nothing more to give them on strangers in the ravine, he did have a very interesting detail for detectives about Cody.
Cody's an habitual liar. Absolutely nothing about his mouth is true. It takes a long time to get to the bottom.
Oh.
And when it finally does, then usually you can see in his eyes and his face and his mannerisms, and finally you kind of feel that realize he's finally telling the truth.
Whoa.
And he'll blame everybody for else. You know,
He's an
trying to make up
impulsive
stories.
liar.
None of them jive and none of them match. And
I think I was wrong.
when we were on vacation, he's got into all the little rolls kids eat.
Fruit rolls or something like that.
Yeah, like the little round cupcakes, ho-hos.
Stealing food is a common enough behavior in children who haven't been able to trust that their needs will be provided for by the adults in their lives. It's a trauma response rooted in neglect, as well as a defense mechanism.
They ate the whole box. Well, first he said Rachel did it, then he said Becca did it, and then he said Dominic did it, and then he said this person did it, and that person did it. And well, there wasn't enough people home that could have done it. You know, so I mean, that's the way he always has been. Like me, stand in the corner and write some sentences or something, and eventually he gets sick of it and tells the truth.
It seems that Cody is used to lying in an attempt to stay out of trouble,
Right.
which, like stealing food, is a protection mechanism. While this is common in all children, it's especially persistent in children who suffer from neglect and have experienced physical violence
Right.
as a response of having done something a parent or guardian considers to be wrong. Parents who behave this way toward children are often inconsistent in determining what makes them angry on any given day.
True.
As a result, children who experience this type of treatment cannot clearly establish what is right and what is wrong in the eyes of the parent or guardian.
Yeah.
It's important to acknowledge that Cody likely learned this behavior prior to coming to live with his foster parents.
Okay.
And this analysis does not reflect on them.
The worse the problem is, the longer it takes. This
Because the parents that are in these interviews, they seem like decent people. I mean, granted, anybody can look or act like a decent person, but like, I know that sometimes there can be a bad rep with like the people who take in foster kids. I know there's a lot of horror stories out there with like people only taking in foster kids for like the money and stuff and all this awful, like they're just not good foster parents, but these guys seem legit. They seem legit, so I wouldn't think that it would be their fault that he's already 17, right? So he had to have learned this before. Granted, he has been with them for 3 years, but if he was 14 before he even came into their house, that's a lot of life experience as far as like developing years go. I don't know.
I doubt he'll ever tell the truth, at least not all of it, but he might. I don't.
With this in mind, the two exhausted detectives begin to wrap up for the night, as it's now about 2 in the morning.
Oh
The
my.
female agent leaves the room to meet up with the other detective who is interviewing the rest of the Kuhlmans, leaving the male detective to wrap up with Cody.
It's getting later.
1 hour.
What time is it?
2 o'clock.
You mind if I say this word? Crap. I'm not even gonna get enough sleep, am I?
What is?
I don't know how well I think you're gonna sleep tonight. Think you'll sleep pretty good?
Yeah. I guess not taking my meds will just keep my mind occupied. Anyway.
That's fine.
Yeah, I usually just play around. That usually keeps my mind off, or read a book, or even.
He has no
Maybe.
concept of
But
what
still,
should be normal in this
it'll take my mind
situation.
off anything. I'll try to get my mind off of it. I try and try. That's why I'm reading right now.
Sure.
Accidents have occurred when family members have borrowed or loaned a firearm and returned.
What had happened with Dominic tonight's gotta be hard to forget.
Yeah, now he's bringing it up. That's what he was. That's the response that. That's the response that should have been given. It's like, you think you're gonna sleep well tonight? Hell no. My little brother just passed away. That's a definite no for most people. He was like, well, I guess not, because I haven't had my meds. Oh my gosh.
If you ask me,
It's gonna be a load.
how many times have you seen a child be murdered?
More than once.
Oh.
Okay.
That's
So
awful.
then it could be anything.
This
It could
poor
be anyone that has a
detective.
child murdered. Yeah, possibly a lot of suspects.
Not really.
Not
Well,
really.
I do know this. I think possibly the other eye of the other guy was possibly brown because it was a little bit darker.
No, I don't think we're gonna focus on him too much tonight.
Yeah, not for now. But if I see him again, I'm gonna shout, if you're there, I'll go kill you.
He beeped himself. He bleeped himself.
I bet he'll just smile.
Yeah. I have a feeling we won't run into him.
I
have a feeling that I won't be running into him, so.
I have a feeling that I might.
You might.
Because so far in my life, when I was with Miss J, I've been running into him for a while.
So hold on. What do you guys think? Do you think he's being serious about the cloaked figure, or do you think he's lying to put the blame on something else? Because at first, when he started talking about the cloaked figure, he sounded very sure of himself. He wasn't doing like the palm up thing. He wasn't sitting in any type of defensive position. He was making statements. He wasn't, you know, his hand movements matched up with his voice and like what he was describing. It looked and sounded to me like he actually saw the cloaked figure. But then the foster dad said that he's a pathological liar. So I don't really know if that means, if you're a pathological liar, does that mean that like you're just that good at lying? Because like if you lie a lot, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're good at lying, right? I don't know what real pathological lying looks like, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, but I guess maybe we'll find out.
Well, when bad things
Maybe?
happen,
Mm-hmm. He shows up every time.
every time.
Right outside the house, in the woods, hidden. Except I could see him.
Right.
Pathetic hider, if you ask me, but I just couldn't. I didn't understand that. So maybe he was good at hiding, but not to
He's
my
fidgeting.
eye.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
But this time he was around when something really, really bad happened.
Yep. something that's
This
not
this
supposed to
detective is trying so hard to keep himself together.
It did.
This poor guy.
But it wasn't supposed to.
Oh my gosh.
I know. It wasn't supposed to.
Yet I saw footsteps.
He's doing good
go
though. He's doing
farther
good.
down the ravine.
It's a good thing
What
this
I'm
kid
gonna
likes
do
to
is try
talk.
Track him down a little bit. See where he hides. If I find something, I'll tell you. Okay? Because there might be more information on him.
The cloaked
You might find
figure.
out where he lives. Who knows?
Like I said, I'm not too no.
Whoever this guy is, I'm gonna see what I can do. I have an eye for detail.
Sure you do.
Who knows what this guy's been up to? But please don't tell Miss J this, otherwise she's gonna go out of whack.
I think she has enough
To worry about.
to concern herself with right now.
Exactly. That's the reason why I don't want to worry her anymore. That's the reason why we should tell her this.
So
Otherwise, she'll
this
be
is,
much
I guess this is the first time he's mentioning this figure, because if his foster mom doesn't know, I don't think he said that anyone else saw it. That means he either just made it up or he never told anyone. Based on how much he likes to talk though, I have a feeling it's just a lie. I have a feeling it's just a
more
lie.
worried.
You shouldn't tell her what.
This guy.
Catch
the
that
guy I'm telling
Pokemon!
you.
I'm not. I won't bring him up at all.
Catch that
I don't
Pokemon!
think anyone should. But I will try to find something about him.
Like I said,
I know, I'm just saying, if there's anything else that I can do, that I can find out about him, I'll try to see if I can.
Mm-hmm.
no, you know.
He's acting like he's supposed to be the one who's the detective.
I think all the valuable information can come from Cody,
Hey,
but it's up to you.
I already told you as much information as I can.
I don't know.
Well, I
Wait,
don't
do they
know.
have
He
something
lying?
or
I
not?
changed my mind? Yeah, me too. I changed my mind. He's lying. He's straight up
I do
lying.
though. Yeah, I do think so. But that's just me.
Hey, I have a lot of memory here,
Yeah.
but not a lot. Enough to actually memorize everything.
Right.
May have a
The
juggernaut
detective's
memory in
position
here,
is also not great,
but
though.
Missouri has seen me
He's
solve
not
puzzles like
exactly-
none other.
Right.
I'm sure this is, it's hard.
She's like this.
It's hard. But, like, he's sitting with his notebook up like this, kind of like a barrier, and he's also, like, keeping his arms close to him and kind of, like, blocking his body. He's more in a defensive position than he is. And he started, like, bouncing his legs because he was. So, like, he's mirroring him instead of making him mirror him. You know what I mean? As far as body language goes.
Because I was playing the game that.
Dang, I didn't catch
puzzle
that.
solver, and she's like this.
I'm just that good. But also that's a way to build trust? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it works like that, is it? Maybe.
Solver, what do you expect?
The only puzzle that I have right now that I can't quite put together, and it's up to you. But my question is, because I mean I don't know you that well. I just know you a little bit.
I know, I can understand that.
And what I do know of you, I mean,
You mirror someone's movements or body stance and it works to convince their brain you're just like them, i.e. worthy of their trust. Oh, okay. That's fair. That's fair. I guess since Cody's already talkative and, like, open, even though he is lying, because he's a pathological liar, then maybe the detective doesn't feel like he needs to get him to open up. I don't know. It's one of those things that you find online in those negging tutorials and shit to manipulate people. It's gross, but it would work. Oof, yikes. I hate that shit. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe it is intentional. The detective does seem really uncomfortable, though. Welcome back, guest. I was just saying, right here, This detective has his notebook up like this in a defensive position. And he's also got his arms close to his body, like blocking his body. He, to me, is in a more defensive position than Cody. And he also started bouncing his leg because Cody was. And so I was saying that, like, he should be making Cody mirror him and, like, be more in an open stance kind of thing. But then Peg was saying that it might be a way of trying to build trust with Cody, that, like, you mirror their movements and it works to convince their brain that you're just like them kind of stuff. It looks like he's expecting Cody to pounce. Yeah, he looks extremely uncomfortable. He looks extremely uncomfortable. So, but I don't know if it's on purpose or not. Peg thinks it might be. I think it's possible he's just really uncomfortable, but it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
How'd you get through that so fast? Well, I'm a puzzle solver. What do you expect?
The only puzzle that I have right now that I can't quite put together, and it's up to you, but my question is because I mean, I don't know you that well. I just know you a little bit.
I know, I can understand that.
And what I do know of you, I mean, you're a pretty laid-back kid, you're funny, got a huge imagination.
Sucking up to him. That's
very
good.
Active, you know.
It's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pretty athletic at school.
Inflate his ego.
And I guess the only thing that I can't figure out that only you could answer for me was, you know, down there with Dominic, was it an accident or was it on purpose?
Ooh.
I know it was an accident.
That's the only thing I can't figure out.
I know it was an accident.
It was an accident. Because that rope was not, I made sure it was tight and good. I made sure the log was made sure not to be broken. I tested it, I jumped on it.
Here, the investigator has posed the alternative question, as he's given Cody two choices for what happened, one being more socially acceptable than the other.
Right.
Cody plays right into his hands and chooses the more acceptable option,
right,
which is still an admission of guilt.
Uh-huh.
So then how
very good. That's very okay.
But I know
he admitted it was an accident. Okay.
And even house, like wood ants, ever heard of those?
He doesn't even realize he's confessed.
In our area. So it's probably been chewed up by that. What's going on? So it's probably been chewed up by those ants. Because I noticed that there were colonies of ants.
So what, he like got rid of the log?
It was probably ants.
And he's just saying, oh yeah, the ants ate it. So you probably won't find it.
I know it was an accident, but Dominic didn't.
Do you find yourself thinking about death and stuff a lot?
Yeah. I think that I might, I just keep on thinking that I might die.
Yeah.
In a different fate that is so difficult to complicate.
What
As the detective
was that
leaves
sentence?
The room, Cody makes a grab for one of the pieces of equipment lying.
What was that sentence?
As soon as the detective...
In a different fate that is so difficult to complicate.
What does that mean? Did you get that? Can someone translate? What does it mean? In a different fate that is so difficult to complicate. He's just talking out his ass, right? Right? That sure is a mouthful of indecipherable gargle, honestly. I think I just had a stroke listening to him say that. What? He's spitting bars out here, honestly. What's going on, Spotty? You got there, Cass. You got there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, like, what the heck? What is that sentence? I've never heard such nonsense in my life. What are you saying, bro? English. Yeah, I think he's just talking out his ass, though. You got there, Cass. We got there.
As soon as the detective leaves the room, Cody makes a grab for one of the pieces of equipment lying on the table nearest him. He stares at it for a minute before seeming to come to a realization about what it could be.
Oh?
Yeah, huh? Okay.
Huh?
Let's see how much.
In a different fate that is so difficult to complicate. It's hard to make what didn't happen more complicated. It's hard to make what did happen clear. Double negatives. Oof. So many double negatives. How did you dissect that pig? How did you dissect that? Did you just spell out, oh my lord? I do know that one. I do know that one, Cast. OML, oh my lord. So essentially, I think he was saying it's hard to explain what happened. Yeah, that's the vibe that it gives. It's hard to explain what happened. Yeah. But man, the way he said it, woo!
Did you like it?
My goodness. See how much you like it? He found a recorder, didn't he? I think he found a recorder and then he turned it on. Did you just turn on the recorder?
I won't tell you anything else.
Huh? Oh, does he not know he's being recorded right now? There's no way. There's no way he doesn't know that there's a camera recording the whole interrogation, right?
Alright, where were we at there?
And notice you're recording this.
Yeah, I record everything. That way I don't have to sit there and write all the time. We can just talk and listen.
I didn't expect you to do that. I found out that that was a recorder. I thought it was something else. Because I picked it up because I was wondering.
His voice is giving me Chris Chan vibes. I mean, it sounds exactly like him. Really?
Previous to this most recent foot tap. His leg has been twitchy. He switched to closed-off body language and barrier positions with his leg a few times.
Yep, I noticed.
He doesn't appear to have much internal patience with Cody's childishness and emotional ability.
Yep.
Externally, however, it seems he's doing everything he can to stay patient and keep Cody talking.
Goodness.
Well, guess what?
What?
I'm not telling you.
He's trying really hard. He's really trying. I don't know why though. Ew.
I'm not much of a media person. Thank you very much.
It was at this point
it would be really hard for me not to get frustrated at him too.
And they eventually would move him into custody for the rest of the night. Cody may not have admitted to what he'd done.
The woman who was in there was like a true professional though. She was really good.
Had killed his foster brother. Though now they would have to turn to the rest of the Kuhlman family for why Cody had done something like this.
Like I said, Cody lived with us for several years, and he was very sweet. You know, had an issue stealing things, you know, especially food, and just had weird things he would do to break the rules, but he never was malicious. It's like he had no inhibitions, he had no, self-control, but he was never malicious. You know, he was a sweet kid. And Dominic, of course, was 5, so he was just kind of really displaying a personality at that age, but he was very, very
What about
sweet.
killing the chickens though? He killed the chickens.
Cuddly, and
As a guy who watches a lot of Chris Chan, I'm making something. Their voices almost sound exactly the same. Okay, I believe you. I believe you.
Got along great. They played all the time. They followed each other around the house, and we all kind of commented on that they mentally seemed to be at the same level. We all thought it was pretty cool, honestly, at the time, that they kind of both had a buddy.
Cody
that makes
seemed
sense.
to genuinely adore Dominic, and he had no actual history of seriously injuring another person.
Okay.
Either before or after being placed with the Kuhlmans. Whatever violence he displayed seemed to be confined entirely to temper tantrums, bouts of screaming and yelling. He never expressed a desire to hurt anyone else.
But what about the
Detectives
chickens?
found themselves struggling to come up with a reason for this crime, since no one had an idea for what could possibly have been Cody's
Wait, what? Well, I'm glad I don't know who that is then. Yikes. I ain't even gonna read that. That's nasty. At least he was arrested, though.
Motive.
Oof.
The rest of the family, Cody's teachers, friends of the Coolmans, all were at a complete loss for why. Cody's background may offer some insight, though it was revealed much later in the investigation. As it turns out, he allegedly witnessed physical abuse in his original home.
Yeah,
although whether
that's not
Cody was ever
surprising.
directly a target of this abuse is unclear.
Okay.
Cody reportedly cowered severely, huddling on the floor whenever reprimanded by men with raised voices, sometimes staying in a crouched position for up to 20 minutes before slowly getting back to his feet, indicating that he may have had an even more troubled past than caseworkers knew about.
My goodness.
As well, Cody's mental challenges, such as his diagnosed ADHD,
We can save Chris Chan
may
for another
be a
time.
result of both
Yeah.
genetics and the substances his mother
Yikes.
used while pregnant with him, specifically meth, which she stated
Oh,
at his trial was
no.
at least $20 worth every day for the first 3 months.
No.
Prenatal meth exposure can lead to developmental delays,
Oh my God.
including cognitive impairments, problems with attention and memory, and difficulties with motor skills.
Bruh.
Additionally, children exposed to meth in utero have an increased risk of developing behavioral issues such as ADHD, impulsivity, aggression, and difficulty with self-regulation.
Wow.
In
So he
hindsight,
didn't even have a
Dominic being placed in
chance.
a home with Cody may have been a disaster waiting to happen.
Holy
Rachel
shit.
Kuhlman, now
How?
an adult working as a highly respected Army medic despite
Whoa.
only being in her early 20s, sums it up best.
I mean, there's so many things, that could be said that, this should not have been allowed or this shouldn't have happened. But there was no predicting this.
Right.
And there was no avoiding it. If it didn't happen that night, he very easily could have attacked Dominic another night, or he could have attacked me or my sister, or he could have never done it. But there is no knowing.
Right.
I have been under the opinion that Dominic should not have been placed with us. Just
Why?
because, in hindsight, it's obvious that he shouldn't
Sure.
have been. But again, at the time, there was no knowing. And
Right. You can't forecast this.
yeah.
If you
Hmm.
thought he was odd in interrogation, just wait, because he
It makes me a little mad. Yeah. Little Madge. Little Sag, little Madge. This is just an all-around fucked situation.
saved his
This is so
strangest
messed up.
story for trial. It was then that the truly ridiculous final excuse Cody gave for his actions was revealed.
Oh?
On the 5th of November
Excuse?
2014, Cody testified that he did, in fact, kill Dominic by smashing his face with the brick and holding his head under the water at the bottom
Holy
of the
shit.
ravine.
Okay.
This is obviously quite a departure from Cody's earlier statements
Yeah.
of Dominic inflicting his own injuries and the mysterious cloaked man with one green eye.
That's also
Although
that's weird though, because that means he knows that it's wrong. But supposedly the line is blurred for him between what's right and wrong based on his first home that he stayed in and the abusive behavior and not knowing what exactly makes a parent mad kind of thing, and not being that leads to not being able to understand what's right and wrong. I don't know how I feel about that emote. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. Smedge. Oh my fucking god. Smedge? What? Really? Okay, I'll accept it just for the name. I can't. What the heck? Smedge. But yeah, that's weird because that means he knows not to do that because he lied about it. I don't know.
Cody still maintains his innocence. You
We're
see,
very
that
smudge
day,
over
he
here.
claimed he didn't actually
We're
think he was
smudge.
killing his foster brother with a brick,
Huh?
but that he was slaying the goblin commander of the goblin army with a shining sword and the brick. Yes, you heard that right. A goblin commander. Cody claims he was so deep in his fantasy world at the time of the killing that he didn't even realize the person he was hurting was actually Dominic. This was also a departure from his story about the Percy Jackson game, especially since there don't seem to be any goblins in the Percy Jackson universe. Instead, Cody was now saying these were the goblins from the video game franchise, Skylanders.
Wow. So
As
he just
bizarre
told
as
another
this story
lie.
may
Again,
seem, we asked
pathological
Rachel
liar.
for her thoughts.
Do you remember much about what was said about Cody? And, you know, I mean, there
This
was
makes
one,
me so smashed.
one
Yeah,
time
me
where
too.
someone,
Me
you know,
too.
he used a
Oh my
defense
gosh.
of like, hey, there were goblins and I was trying to intervene and, you know,
It's the
all that.
not
What
owning
do you
up,
remember? And now that
telling
you're
more
older,
lies
what
and
do you
more
think
lies and more
about what you
lies,
heard?
and then
Oh, well,
poor
I remember
Dominic,
it being
only
very
5.
hushed. You
Okay.
know, people did not talk about it. At
Okay.
least not when, you know, I was in the room or my sister was around, you know, people did not talk about it. It must have been maybe my parents who mentioned it. But I do remember hearing that, you know, he was pleading insanity. And that was what he said, that he saw goblins and that he thought Dominic was some sort of monster. And it wasn't surprising that that was Cody's story, because he was
They knew. Ugh.
extraordinarily imaginative. You know, he could sit down by himself and just create this huge elaborate story, and he would sit there and act it out and talk to himself and move, and he could be entertained by himself like that for hours.
Well, okay.
And you know, he loved video games and he loved anything that he could explore with his imagination was something he really enjoyed. So yeah, I remember. I mean, I carried a lot of anger for a long time. So I
Yeah.
think there was a part of me then that didn't want to believe him. But looking back on it now as an adult, you know, I don't have any idea what he was thinking, but I do know he was extremely cognitively delayed, and he very well could have hallucinated and thought that he was fighting some sort of monster. You know, that's not far-fetched at all.
However, there is
So
an odd
really, there's
discrepancy
no way
about
to
Cody's
know
Goblin Commander
because
story.
he never told us
At the
the
time
truth.
Dominic died in 2013, there were 3 Skylanders video games out.
Okay.
And they feature creatures called trolls, not goblins.
Hmm.
Now, this is actually an important distinction because not only is it rather odd that someone so obsessed with the game's mythos would get such a basic detail wrong,
True.
but this might be an indication Cody is lying. This is particularly interesting because if this is indeed what Cody is referencing in his testimony, then it couldn't have been what he was allegedly seeing in August 2013.
True.
A Goblin Commander
So
doesn't appear
based.
until Skylanders Trap Force, the 4th game in the series, which came out on October 5th, 2014, only a month before Cody's testimony.
Oh.
Considering how many outlandish lies Cody has told up to this point, it doesn't seem like too much of a stretch to imagine that when coming up with the latest lie, he simply incorporated details from the game he was playing at the time of his trial.
Goodness.
This is pure speculation, mostly because we couldn't find any information on where Cody was being held before his trial, but we thought it was intriguing nonetheless.
Well, we already
In
knew he
Cody's
was
news
lying,
story,
so
he asserted that he had been in his own world during the time of the killing, and therefore couldn't remember it
it could
at
be
all.
something else though
The
that
defense
is like,
called a
what the fuck?
psychiatrist to
That could be
testify
the
that,
actual
yes,
truth.
Cody could
But I have a
very
feeling
well
we'll
been
never
engulfed
find
in a
out.
highly immersive fantasy which led to an almost psychotic break, where he killed his foster brother without realizing it.
Possible.
Yet the prosecution called their psychiatrist to say no. Cody not only remembers exactly what he did to Dominic, but he actively lied to investigators
That's true.
and made
Yes,
up
yeah.
elaborate
What did I
stories
say?
to hide his role in the killing.
Yeah.
In cross-examination, Cody admitted he told different people different stories based on symbols he could see floating above their heads, which indicated whether or not he could trust them.
What?
Again, this seems suspect, as he told 3 separate lies to the same pair of investigators within the span of a single interrogation. As is often the case, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle of the prosecution's story and the defense's. Regardless of what was actually going through his head that day, Cody Metzger Madsen was found not guilty by reason of insanity in November 2014.
Okay.
It seems this finding is often misunderstood. It must be established that at the time of committing the offense, due to mental disease or defect, The defendant was incapable of either knowing or understanding the nature and quality of his or her act, or distinguishing the difference between right and wrong.
Oh,
Insanity is
yeah.
evaluated at the time the defendant committed the offense, so a person may appear sane later and may even understand how irrational their actions were. But the question is, what was their state of mind?
How do you even
at the time
determine
of the
something
crime?
like that, you know?
It's also important to consider Cody's cognitive and developmental delays.
That's true.
It's surprising that he was found competent to stand trial, as in most states, a child under the age of 10 cannot be prosecuted.
That's true.
Since it seems that there was a consensus that his mental capacity was under the age of 10, it's remarkable that he was able to meet the requirements for competency. And those
That's a
involved
fair
believe
point.
it's likely he will spend the rest of his life in a mental health facility.
Is that where he is now? Is that it? We don't get to know where he is now or how long he's been there or like what's up? Wow, not guilty by reason of insanity. Whoa. Whoa. How do you guys feel about that? I don't know. I mean, I did say something earlier about the whole like not knowing right versus wrong thing. I don't think he really knows. But at the same time, he killed a 5-year-old kid. Smudge, I think that's the perfect way to describe how that, yeah. That was, oh my god. A poor kid. And his mom smoked meth for the first 3 months that she was pregnant with him. That's so messed up. So messed up. Even without the abuse and other experiences that he had as a kid, that Cody had as a kid, he still would have struggled his whole life. Because his mom was doing drugs while she was pregnant with him. That's also super fucked. But it's so annoying that he's a pathological liar. Oh my god, I can't stand it. Just tell the truth, bro. Just tell the truth. You know? It's all over the place. It's all over the place. If he spends the rest of his life as in a mental health facility, like the rest of his life, then I think I can be okay with that. Because it's like jail, but for mentally ill people and less intense. You know? Because you can't really leave. I hope they don't let him leave. Ugh, I don't know. I don't know. Goodness me. Goodness me. Okay. This one seems to be good. I'm gonna open it in a new tab.
Hi, I have an
Wait. Pause, champ. Is the volume okay for this one?
Hi, I have an emergency. There's a
Okay. The volume's okay. This one seemed to pop off, so I think maybe we can do this one. Husband loses it after discovering why his wife disappeared. So I'm assuming, based on the title, that it wasn't the husband. That's my guess. I don't think it was somebody else that made something happen to his wife. Unless she just, like, decided to leave. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. This better not be a Smash one again. Honestly. I'd honestly rather just be Madge. I'd rather just be Madge or Sag. The mixture of both is so exhausting. So exhausting. Okay. I'm gonna play music just for a second while I go to the bathroom one more time. Whoa, that was loud. There we go. And then we can watch this one. This one is 2.5 hours, so I think this will be the last one that we watch. It's quite a long one. I think it's quite in-depth. So I'm gonna take a break before this one. Chair pog! Chair pog! I'll be right back. Oof. Oof. Okay. Let's do it. Wait, let me stretch my legs. Sorry, give me a sec. My knees, my knees. Okay. Alright, let's go. Woohoo! You're catching a lot of Pokemon, Cass. Oh, that was a good call. Alright. Alright. This is the husband, I think, calling 911. Let's do it.
Hi, I have an emergency. There's a lady on the side of the road. She's chained up. She needs an ambulance.
Do you know
Chained
where
up?
you are? Are you chained up?
And then I saw the small revolver.
Take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained
She
you up? You know the person
was
or were you
found?
kidnapped?
When a young mother goes
Whoa.
missing while out for a run, the news of her kidnapping makes national headlines. After 22 days of searching
not
with no
dead.
sign of
Yeah.
her anywhere, her loved
I-
ones were beginning
Well,
to
it
lose
said she
hope.
disappeared, but I
That
didn't know
is,
that she was
until
found.
She miraculously reappeared,
Oh my God.
starved and beaten, but alive. However, the relief was short-lived. Her kidnapping was only the tip of the iceberg.
Oh.
It would take over 4 years to unravel the unbelievable and carefully organized lies.
What?
Nothing was at all as it seemed to be. Not much is conclusively known about the events of Sherry's morning on November 2nd, 2016.
This one big?
Except for a few
Do you know this
things.
one, Cass?
The 34-year-old mother woke up early inside her Redding, California home. Her husband Keith left for work around 7 o'clock. Sherry got her 2 young kids
You're talking about the
ready,
length of the
fed them
video?
breakfast,
You
and
haven't seen this
dropped
one?
them
Okay.
off at Pandora's daycare
Yeah, this is a
like
long
she
one. This
did
is
every
more than
day.
2 hours.
Seeing as her husband was at work and her kids were at school, these are the only few aspects of Sherry's morning that could be verified.
Okay.
But it's what happened next that would turn the lives of Sherry and her family upside down and leave the nation stunned. Supposedly, after doing some chores around the house, Sherry changed into some athletic wear and set out for a run. She stepped outside her front door, did some light stretching, then skipped off the porch and began jogging down the road.
Okay.
When Keith returned home from work around 5 p.m., his wife's car was in the driveway. He expected to walk in and find Sherry and the kids running around just like any other day. He stepped inside and there was silence. This was extremely strange. Sherry was a stay-at-home mom, and she'd usually pick their children up from daycare by the time he got home from work.
So she didn't go pick him up
Keith sat down,
because she never got back to the
turned
house.
the TV on, and tried to relax. Sherry had probably taken the kids for a walk. Nothing too out of the ordinary. He sent his wife a text inquiring about her location, but got no reply.
Okay.
He called his mother, but she hadn't heard from Sherry either. He then used the Find My iPhone app on his phone in an attempt to locate Sherry's phone, and was relieved when it pinged at the nearby intersection of Sunrise Drive and Old Oregon Trail.
Okay.
However, his relief was short-lived when it appeared that nothing had been taken from the house to carry their 2 small children in. He called the children's daycare at 5:45 and learned they had never been picked up.
Right.
As worry set in, he drove to find Sherry at the intersection where her phone had pinged. However, she was nowhere to be found.
Why does this feel
He pinged
familiar?
Sherry's phone a second time and located it nearby in the grass, abandoned. Not long after that, he made this 911 call.
Hello, can I help you?
So I just got home from work, and my wife wasn't there, which is unusual, and my kids should have been there by now from, like, daycare. I found her phone, and it's got, like, hair ripped out of it, like, in the headphones. So I'm, like, totally freaking out, thinking, like, somebody, like,
What's her?
grabbed her.
Is her vehicle there? Does she not have a vehicle?
She has a vehicle at the house.
Okay, the vehicle is at the house.
She's running.
How? Okay.
Yes, I'm in it
so
right now, driving, and I took a picture of her phone on the ground before I picked it up.
When's the last time you heard from her?
Wow.
She sent me at 10:47 asking me if I was coming home from lunch from work.
That was really smart. He
Something
took a
happened
picture before he picked up the
when I'm
phone.
looking at it.
I'm glad he thought of that.
We want to make sure we get your kids. Make sure they're okay.
Do you want me to wait right here for somebody, or?
If you want to head back to your residence so they can contact you there, and in case she does return.
Okay.
Okay.
Police soon arrived to talk to Keith, but according to him, he knew nothing about what could have happened to his wife. The immediate area was looked over, and after coming up with nothing, they organized a formal search.
Okay.
In the following days and weeks, the search area would grow.
Days and
so
weeks?
would the number of people searching. Neighbors, friends, family, and volunteers from all over California would join what ended up growing into a widespread manhunt for Sherry. All the while, Keith was at the forefront of the campaign to find his wife. While it's true that people go missing every day whose faces aren't plastered on the news, the rally to bring Sherry home garnered more media attention than anyone could have predicted. Before long, Sherry's picture was underneath headlines across the country. The story quickly caught fire, and Keith, as well as the police, were getting calls from media outlets left and right for intel on the case.
Okay.
But truthfully, there weren't many updates to give them. Investigators weren't able to lift anything useful from Sherry's cell phone. With that being the only piece of evidence they had, detectives found themselves with no real direction to go in. They quickly turned their attention to Sherry's husband to see what he knew about his wife's disappearance. What detectives would end up uncovering through their conversation with Keith were unsettling details pertaining to an unhealthy side of his and Sherry's relationship, or what some might call motive.
Okay.
What you're about to see is newly released footage of one of the police's earliest conversations with Keith, which took place shortly after Sherry went missing. The footage has been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
Okay.
But like a normal route for her run, would she run on Old Oregon Trail, Paracas back?
She would normally go to the mailboxes and back. Now, she's been running more and more. She wanted to get ready for the Casa run. We're all gonna go to it's like the Casa where everybody jumps up superheroes.
Okay.
You know. Now, when I used to run, I'm not gonna mailbox and back. That's nothing. You know. So I would make a big loop and go down Old Oregon Trail and then come back. Now,
through Paracas?
I'd go Paracas and I'd come home sunrise.
Okay.
So there's a possibility that she was like, hey, I'm going to step up my, running. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to walk the Old Oregon and then I'm going to run again or something.
Yeah.
And I keep going back to something like that because the way the phone is, I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen, I know I showed you a picture. It's weird to me, and I've got all my ideas, but my latest idea is I don't think it happened there. I think where the T is, where you can go Paracas for sunrise, I think it happened somewhere in there.
Do we
'cause there's
trust
no
this
houses
guy?
Except for that crack house. So I think two guys or something in a car, they drive, the phone gets cell phone range again. It doesn't have cell phone range right there. It makes a sound, ding or something, and they go, oh, and they grab it, and they give it a little chuck so it bounces, and then it kind of stays, but it's still pretty intact. So
Never trust anyone in a true crime thing. Yeah. It's fun to guess, though. It's fun to guess. I trust him. I like his gumbo. Oh my god.
Good tips. We're allowed to talk about that.
Just based on that alone, I guess.
I saw her run by at 11:30, and I heard a scream over my radio at 2, and the cops never talked to me. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? They came to your house at like 1 a.m. because it was that weird house with the shady people. So
what is he talking about?
I'm like, so then every once in a while, I'll talk to all these people now, and I
oh my
feel
god,
like there should be a dog going to the house knock just to see if it smells anything around their house, because I still feel it's somebody. I don't think that lives near me, but I think it's an acquaintance of somebody down my street. Is my theory. Because I some guy driving on Old Orange like, hey,
he is pretty.
Pull in, let me throw it in. I mean, that seems totally not logical, but not ruling it out.
And another part of our day yesterday was to see if this was voluntary or involuntary, like missing. And we ran that stuff out, and we're still back to where we are. We know where she left. We know where her phone is. We have a rough time estimate of that. As far as they hear the scream over the radio, we have talked to her.
Thank you. I think I got something from Grandma. My throat's getting scratchy. My nose is stuffy. It's not good.
The 11 o'clock fits lots of other stories and people talking to us.
I'm saying 11 to 12 she left, and I think 11:10 she started running. Based on text message, based on the guys that were cutting that tree right there, that saw her.
He's clearly been brainstorming a lot concerning his wife's disappearance.
Yeah, he's got a lot of ideas.
Spouse who's desperate to
but
find
I have
their
to
partner.
go to work, no sickie.
However,
I'll
someone
stay
who
away
wants to
so
keep
that I
suspicion
don't get you
away
sick.
from them could also benefit from planting theories.
I'll keep my
and
distance,
steering
don't
the
worry.
investigation in a particular direction. In a missing persons case, the victim's partner is very often one of the first and most thoroughly investigated of the suspects.
Exactly.
And Keith is likely aware of the detective's suspicions. The spouse is often looked at closely when their partner disappears.
Right.
So the detective is likely suspicious of Keith right now.
The only other thing I was thinking is also maybe she got tired and sat down, and that's why the phone was like that. I was like, that's a weird. You saw it.
It's
Why
not
the hell would you sit there? Yeah. And she wouldn't let her get her like butt dirty. I know her. And then why would she leave the phone? And if some guy like pulled out, she'd run. I mean, she would scream. So I don't know. Or there would have been like a kick mark. I mean, there's nothing. But I saw it.
Keith not only recognizes, but points out holes in the abduction theory. This is an indicator that he's being truthful with detectives.
Oh.
Someone who's guilty in this situation would have more to gain by pushing the idea that she was taken, rather than tearing it down.
Now, one thing I heard...
He's providing any theory he can think of. Interesting.
But I heard Senko, and he's like, at this point, it's not an abduction. Me, I'm like, yeah, it is. Like, why are you saying it is? Is that because you have no evidence, or is that because you're like, we're still checking out, because my family member, he's like, don't think you're not still being looked at. And I was like, they can look at me all they want. Like, I'd be pissed if they were wasting resources on me. I understand that they need to look at me, but I was like, if there was like a team of 5 guys looking into me, and this whole time they should know, okay, it wasn't him. We need to go here. I'm gonna be like, I'm kidding you. So sorry, I'm getting upset, but I wanted to bring it to your attention.
So I don't know why that was said.
Okay.
But that fine line, the big scheme of things, per paper, per what we're putting out there, she's a missing person at risk with suspicious circumstances.
Okay.
That's the legal mumbo jumbo.
Okay.
That's not to believe that we're not investigating this like it's an abduction.
Okay.
The legal term is missing person at risk under suspicious circumstances.
All right.
That's why that was said.
Right.
So
Legal
it's not,
mumbo jumbo.
Suspicious circumstances for us, for paper, whatever, for that side of stuff, is the abduction, or what we believe possibly is an abduction. So we're running that down as an abduction at this point until evidence tends to show us someone or the other.
Most innocent individuals will be cooperative with an investigation, but they may express anger or dismay at being wrongfully accused.
Right.
Given that this is a missing persons case, there's an even greater sense of urgency to find Sherry before it's too late.
Yeah.
It's justified that Keith would be frustrated by the idea of police possibly wasting time looking into him.
In the meantime, I think you said you had questions.
That makes sense.
Go ahead.
I don't know, guys. I don't know
based
where
on that,
they're.
we're looking at you. Yes, we are looking at you. I told you that from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Whether he's fine
we're
or not.
wasting resources
I don't
on
know.
it, but to get to the
You have to cancel me out.
to fully get to the next step. Not saying that there's not detectives on that next step. To fully get to that next step, we have to look at you. Because if we don't, it's irresponsible.
When the detective definitively informs Keith that he's a suspect, Keith leans forward and puts his hands on the table. A gesture that indicates that he's being open and has nothing to hide.
Yeah, he
Though
leans
his
forward.
mannerism suggests that he'd have no reason to be involved. The troubling undertones of their relationship might suggest otherwise.
All right, tell me.
What was going on in your guys' relationship in February of this year?
I would have no idea. I mean, I'm assuming it would be related to maybe a text message, and then we go back and forth and we say mean things when we get in arguments.
Seeing as the detective is asking about something that occurred 9 months prior, it's not too concerning that Keith can't seem to remember. But his response does provide us with some key information concerning the extent of their relationship troubles. If someone rarely gets into fights with their spouse, it's more likely that they'd remember a fight from months ago. It would be such an unusual event that it would stand out in their memory.
Maybe.
However, if a couple's relationship dynamic involves frequent screaming matches, it would be more difficult to remember each one because it's such a regular occurrence that they start to blend together.
You concentrated more like recently everything.
I don't know. I mean, I see what they're saying, but like, I don't feel like that's definitive. I don't know if they're trying to make it sound definitive, but it sounded like they were trying to make it sound definitive. But like, some people just have really shit memory. They're just forgetting that people have shit memory, you know? Like, even if you don't fight that much, like, it was 9 months ago. I don't feel like it's unrealistic to say, like, that they wouldn't remember even if they don't fight that much. I mean, sending mean things to each other on occasion is things even my folks do, and you know how awesome my folks are? Yeah. It's like, I don't necessarily think that is something that should be remembered unless it was really, really bad, you know? Like, really bad. That's not something that you remember. If you're in a healthy relationship, you move on past it and don't think about it anymore. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, a little too late, Kest. A little too late.
It's been fine.
Definitely.
Next time.
It all appears that way.
Oh, yeah. I understand you need to go back because you're asking, I mean, you guys are good and you guys have your arguments. Sherry is definitely very, she wants the, I don't know, try to figure out how to do this here. We get in arguments and she blows up. Not through Facebook or anything, but she'll definitely make a big scene and get very mad. And she's kind of a slam door type of a person. Me, I'm like, don't, you're gonna break something. I am more of, I want to leave and go and leave the situation that you cool, but then I get in trouble for that because that makes her upset. So I don't leave now. I sit there and I go, calm down, calm down, calm down. Then she'll like want to, verbally kind of attack, if you will, and then she'll say some mean things, and then after so much, I'll say some mean things. Then we are upset, and then within like a day, hey, that was pretty wild last night, right? And then we're all good because we have kids. I don't like when she yells and gets mad in front of the kids. It's like, I remember when I was a kid, my parents used to fight. I hated that. So it could have been something where we thought about, yes, but you can't do that around the kids. So I am willing, if you want me to, I'll go and read, or you can tell me what the exact fight was, and I'll tell you everything about it.
What Keith is describing could qualify as an emotionally abusive relationship, with Sherry being the abuser and himself being the victim. Her alleged explosive temper could be seen as a manipulation tactic, to get Keith to do what she wants.
Maybe.
However, without Sherry here to give her side, it's
Exactly.
difficult to know what's actually true.
Exactly.
When a partner is abusive, especially in the form of emotional abuse, it's not uncommon for them to try to twist the situation to make the victim seem somehow responsible
Or just
for
like
the
a relationship
abuse.
with some normal
One way
bickering.
they do this.
The way he explained it though is like she would blow up and scream and slam doors and verbally attack him. Those are the words that he used. So if he was being serious about that, using that language to describe the fights, then yeah, it would be considered verbally abusive, an abusive relationship. But like they said, she's not there to give her side. So they only have his word to go off of. Kind of zonked, sorry. Oh, look at Pokedex, you weren't even listening. I got you, fam.
Gaslight the
I got you, fam. I'm the queen of TLDR.
victim and make them feel that their feelings are invalid. This can cause the victim to feel crazy and question their own feelings, and sometimes even leads to extreme cases of the victim acting out. In that case, it makes it even easier for the abuser to flip the script,
Yeah.
since the victim outwardly appears as the unstable one in the relationship, when really they're being driven to that behavior by the abuser's manipulation.
Yeah.
Regardless of who's fueling the fire in their relationship, the conditions Keith is describing are very unhealthy.
Are these loud arguments?
No, for her, she will get loud. And I was telling you guys a story, got kind of cut off. We have had the sheriff's out at her house one time. It's probably not on record because we weren't fighting. We were watching a movie, The Book of Eli, and some lady called saying she heard glass breaking and a woman screaming. And they came out and we're like, what are you doing here? And it ended up being kind of a funny story.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're not going to report this. This is stupid. But we've never had, like domestic ever in history. It's not reported or even think. We would.
So
we have a funny, weird relationship where we joke about that stuff because we were at Halloween at our friend's house and we were playing this Ninja Fruit Slice with the Wii, and I went to slice the thing and I hit her like right in the eye, and she had like a black eye, and we were at her friend's house and we were like, oh my god, it's like Halloween 2011 or 12. So then, because we don't live that lifestyle, she'd be like, oh, what happened? And I'd be like, she didn't put the dishes away. Like, I'm making jokes like that. So everybody knows us as being like, jokers or something like that, but we would never in the history. All right.
So, back in 2011-ish, is that when that incident
That story
happened?
sounds weird.
Yeah.
The story's weird.
Like,
we didn't have kids yet, so I'm trying to remember.
It's weird.
Pre-kids is the situation.
Pre-kids, and I
I
can't
don't like
tell you
it.
the people of the house that I was at.
Because there's noise. I've heard about this incident.
That's funny.
But it wasn't the Wii game. I heard the Wii game was like the cover for it.
Those are the people that were actually there.
Okay. And that works. And I talked to Lori yesterday.
Oh, okay.
The fact that Keith is making light of the incident, given the circumstances, will likely stand out to the detective as
That's what I'm
concerning
saying.
behavior.
That's what I'm
It's no
saying.
laughing matter that someone he knows is claiming that he's covering up abusive behavior.
Yeah.
It's possible that he's using humor as a coping mechanism to ease his feelings of discomfort.
Yeah, dude's
It's also
really
notable
uncomfy
that
right
Keith
now.
chooses this moment to remove his jacket.
Mm.
When someone encounters something they deem a threat, such as the abuse accusation, they may begin to feel hot and exhibit physical symptoms such as clamminess or sweating. An innocent person might demand to know who would make such an
He literally is like abuse both ways. What is happening? Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. They're both abusive to each other, which is really fucking weird. I don't know Pokemon. I literally didn't kill a single Pokemon. What? Yeah, I don't really know what's going on. If it's true that he made light of, like, oh, she didn't do the dishes, and that the Wii thing was a cover for her getting a black eye, but if it's also true that she slams doors and screams at him and, like, breaks shit when they're fighting, then it's, like, double abusive. I don't get it. I keep picking that it's not very effective over and over again. Oops. Oops. Good luck, Pig. You got this.
and insists that the accuser is lying.
You
Keith,
got this.
however, doesn't seem interested in where the accusation is coming from, which is a possible red flag. But he may not appear concerned because he believes the references he provided can easily confirm his story. As well, it's possible he finds it funny because he's confident in what actually happened. So he thinks it's stupid that someone lied about it.
I'm trying not to.
Okay,
In this
that's
moment, I
fair,
don't
but
wanna
it
talk
still
bad
feels
about her,
weird.
but you're kind of.
And this isn't.
I'm not saying you're forcing me, but I want
We're
to tell
not
you everything because I
talking-
don't.
We're not talking bad about her.
She will, kind of come at me. I'm a hug and hold until you calm down kind of a guy.
So there are people who say that they've heard arguments coming from the house. Not saying on a regular basis, just that they've heard actual arguments.
I would agree with that.
Oh.
Yeah, she gets very vocal, loud. I'm like, come in the house. Don't be yelling because I hate more than anything bringing attention to stuff like that. And she's very loud when she gets upset.
Okay.
And I'm more of like, calm down, just calm down, calm down.
The other thing we heard was the
Yeah, because that always
voicemail
works,
from
telling someone to
Richard.
calm down when they're upset.
On my phone.
Yeah, because he called you individually and then her individually.
Wait.
There's.
Are you talking about?
There's a message
voice,
on
the horrible one from him?
Yeah.
Richard is Sherry's father. Sherry is said to have had a poor relationship with her parents most of her life, especially with her mother, Loretta. Following Keith's interrogation, we'll dive deeper into her childhood by hearing from people who witnessed it.
Oh my god, yes, we needed that emote.
When Sherry was growing
We
up,
needed it.
her parents did horrible things. When they were kids, they would give them presents on Christmas and let them open them all and then take them all back and say that's what your punishment is for not mowing the lawn. Like they're
Wait,
horrible.
what?
When they were kids, they would give them presents on Christmas.
Oh,
and
her
let them open them all
parents.
and then take them all back and say that's what your punishment is for not mowing the lawn. Like they're horrible when it comes to that. But for whatever reason,
can you imagine? Your parents going through the trouble of buying stuff, wrapping it, letting you unwrap it for Christmas, all just to take it back and be like, no, you can't keep it. This is your punishment. That is so fucked. That is so messed up. If her parents actually did that, whoa. That's a screwed up thing to do. It is. That's malicious, you know what I mean? They spent time buying things just to take it back. Wow. Just say you don't get a gift, don't not give, then revoke. Yeah, that's like an extra step. And extra damage, mental damage. It's just a wasted effort and annoying. Well, think about it from a kid's perspective, though. Like, Christmas is everything. Kids love Christmas, you know? What kid doesn't like to get gifts for Christmas, right? New toys and stuff. And to just have it all taken away after it's already technically been given to you, that would really mess with you. I would really mess with you as a kid. Not saying that her behavior is justified as far as like screaming and how she acts when they're in fights, according to him. But that would kind of explain a little bit more about why she acts that way. You know what I mean?
even all they put him through, she feels the need to keep them in their life. And I'm like, it's your call on it. That's fine. I'll back you up.
Police records dating back to 2000 and 2003 suggest a rocky relationship between Sherry and her family.
Oh my.
Alleged altercations include claims that Sherry kicked in a door at the Grafe home, that she made an unauthorized withdrawal from her parents' bank account. Though these events haven't officially been confirmed to have taken place, the allegations are troublesome.
The reason this thing started is it was about her birthday, our daughter's 2-year birthday, and she rented out like this big hall in Shasta Lake City, and we made a carnival, like an all these board games.
Better yet, don't take punishment out on a holiday. Figure out a different thing to do. Yeah, honestly.
And then they got mad at her for scheduling it. Then the dad called, and he's like, "How?
God, you can't even see him.
This you." Blah blah. I mean, you heard it. It was horrible. So she got that, sent it to me. So that's how that voicemail got sent. So then she sent some emails. I'm assuming you saw some of those. All right, we got some emails from them that were horrible. And I'm like, are you kidding me? These are just ridiculous. We had in the very beginning, which I don't like talking about, we had a little blip where she went to like some big like conference thing in some other state on AT&T. And there was like a text message, and met this cute guy, and whatever. And I came across this. What the fuck is this? We got in a big fight. I was extremely hurt. We didn't even have kids yet. I was like, I don't want to get divorced. You know, she didn't do anything with the guy, but I was like, this is, how the fuck are you doing that? You know, I was like super scared and afraid. And I was like, we're going to get a post nuptial. So I went out and I got one. She's like, I'll sign whatever. Like, I didn't mean to do this, whatever.
Notice that Keith describes the text message situation as a little blip.
Yeah.
However, the resulting explosive argument clearly suggests otherwise.
Not to mention the fact that he went to go get a post-nuptial after the argument. That's way more than a blip, bro. Trying to minimize. Oh my god. Yikes. That also gives him more motive if they have a post-nuptial. I'm pretty sure.
Keith might have a general tendency of minimizing the issues in his and Sherry's marriage.
It seems like that so far.
He might be downplaying their problems to dissuade the detective from looking at him as a suspect in Sherry's disappearance or a perpetrator of domestic abuse. He also seems to gloss over how exactly he stumbled across the text messages in Sherry's phone. The fact that Keith read her texts in the first place indicates that there was already some level of distrust in their relationship before that incident.
But we make up, and then we both, you know, we never get divorced. We'll never get divorced. Like, we're locked tight. We know that we go through these, and a lot of people are getting divorced. We're not that couple.
We're looking for any shred of anything.
Coincidentally, a series of text messages between Sherry and a man by the name of Donovan Misk found their way into the investigation shortly after her disappearance. It seems the two were communicating in the days leading up to Sherry's departure, and even trying to coordinate a time to meet up. In the end, they were unable to establish a feasible plan. Donovan was soon cleared of any involvement as it was verified by his cell phone records that he'd never made his way to the Reading area as they discussed.
Okay.
The only thing I can think of would be her laptop.
But if there is a computer there, and we're trying to find the skeleton life. Everybody's got a personal life, a private life, public life, and skeleton. So is that possible?
A skeleton life?
The laptop, yeah, I've really been using the iPad, so I don't really want to give that up.
Although it may seem odd for Keith to not want to hand over evidence that could potentially assist police to find Sherry, this doesn't necessarily point to his involvement in his wife's disappearance. However, it does indicate that there might be something on the iPad that he'd rather the police not see.
Yeah.
Regardless of the reasoning, an attorney will almost always advise you not to willingly hand over your phone or other devices unless the police have a warrant.
Right.
Either way, judging by the exasperated face...
Skeleton life equals skeletons in the closet, like a hidden family or something like that? Yeah. I know what it means. I've just never heard that term used before. It's a very interesting term. Skeleton life. Like a secret life. Skeletons in the closet. Yeah,
Keith
I got
is
that.
stressed by the detective's request, something the officer will surely note.
What's today's goal?
We have people looking. We have people looking for surveillance. We have people contacting the people who've already been caught.
People.
Like tips, like people are going and actively working with. So we are a fishnet out there. Everybody's doing.
Let me try something.
No, it's fine. I won't. Part of me wanted to shut I-5 down for anybody coming and going.
Everybody's got a piece of this in our agency.
Go over there.
How's this?
I'll just call you later.
Yep.
Keith wasn't the only one who could offer a look inside Sherry's life.
No, you don't like that? Is it
Police
weird?
also had several interesting conversations with people close
Not
to
you
Sherry.
too? What do you mean? You don't like when other people do that? It doesn't really affect anything except for like their tone. Because it's just a little tiny itty bitty bit faster, you know? Because sometimes they talk slowly and it can help make you like lose interest and like make it kind of like slow, you know what I mean? I thought it would help. I see you, Cast. I see you. Are you one of those people who just watch everything on faster speeds just to consume more content? No. I almost never watch things on faster speeds. Ever. Because I hate that. That makes me so frustrated. Why? Why does that make you frustrated? There's a lot of content out there. If you want to consume more content, then it makes sense to watch it on a faster speed. So you can watch more. Depending on what it is, of course. Depending on what it is. What if I do... You can do, like... custom. I can do like that, maybe?
Everyone had something fascinating to say, though some of their claims would sharply contrast Keith's description of his marriage.
That's not bad.
Did she talk to you about like the ins and outs of her life and relationship with Keith?
She was never real specific with a lot of things. I mean, I definitely knew that there have been some problems going on for quite a while with them. It was very obvious in her behavior.
How could you describe that to me?
She would flake, which is something she would never do. You know, you'd make plans with her and she wouldn't show up. Or she would give you some lame excuse as to why she wasn't there later.
Has she ever made claims of like abuse or anything like that on like Keith's behalf to you?
No.
I hear she gets explosive when she's angry.
Yes, I knew her as a kid. We always called her crazy. You know, she was crazy, she was wild, she was out of control. I'm not surprised, and I kind of feel like I'm the only person who feels like she ran away, but I really do. Has anyone told you that she has a history of running away? Do you guys know that this isn't really out of character for her? You know, she may have had a getaway plan that maybe she never thought of using, and then the day she went missing, I don't know if they got in a fight, I don't know, whatever. Maybe it was just she had a mental breakdown and said, I can't do this anymore, I'm done, and left. And my concern now is that
She
has
thinks
gotten
that
so big, so fast.
Sherry
She
left?
ran away.
Many reasons, one of which is it counts as a decreased watch rating for the poster, which decreases their ability to monetize. Really? What? It's the same watch time though, or like the video is the same length. Why does it matter how fast you watch it? For instance, if you watch a video, 100% of a video at 2x speed, it will count the same for algorithmic purposes as if you watched only half the video at 1x speed. What the fuck? Why? That makes no sense to me. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? That's so, yeah, that's dumb. That's so dumb. Why would they, what? Just because you watched it on a faster speed, it counts for less watch time? I have it only on like 1.15. Like super barely faster. I'm gonna keep it. That's insane.
She can't.
Sherry's friend is very insightful here with her response.
I don't know why they would make it like that.
If Sherry left on her own, then it would be very difficult for her to suddenly come back home without facing judgment and repercussions now, as police had become involved.
Yeah.
However, there is a key difference between her having run away as a child or teen and what might have happened in this situation.
True.
If Sherry staged false evidence to make it look like she was abducted, she might have felt she couldn't allow it to appear that she left willingly, as that could make her look like a bad parent. If she cared more about what everyone would think of her versus how her family would feel about her being kidnapped, this could suggest she has narcissistic tendencies.
So when Sherry and I were growing up, 16 years old, she ran away from home, went to San Ramon area, Walnut Creek. Well, we got back in touch with each other, and she ended up moving down to Orange County and with a boyfriend. She's had lots of boyfriends, lots of men in her life. I do believe when she married Keith, her husband now, she had actually been active with as many men as she was years old.
Huh?
So, and Keith is aware of that. He knows that.
Was that a problem for him, or?
It was a problem for him, yes. You know, and then he came over and talked to me and said that he had, you know, found out she was talking to an ex-boyfriend via email, and, you know, that really upset him, and he just didn't know, you know, why she was doing this.
Before they were even married?
So there is a history of that.
What about like the last year between her and Keith?
They have seemingly been fairly happy. I mean, that she, has expressed to me in the past. I can't tell you if it was for sure in the last year she said it, but if I ever try and leave him, he'll kill me.
Sherry's alleged promiscuity prior to marriage, along with instances of her talking to other men while she was married, may be attention-seeking behaviors caused by a personality disorder. An individual with borderline personality disorder may have a pattern of unstable relationships and impulsivity.
Interesting.
They may also demonstrate intense or inappropriate displays of anger. To our knowledge, Sherry was
Is it
not diagnosed
possible
with this
to
disorder.
have? Is it possible to have personality disorder and also be narcissistic? Can you be both? Because they said that she is showing signs of narcissistic tendencies. Yeah? Oh, yikes. What a concoction. What a concoction. It's all about watch time. There's a video a while back that went heavily trending, like #1 trending on YouTube for like a week. It was set to 2x speed and asked you to watch it at 0.5. So effectively you were consuming it at 1x, but it counted as watching the video for twice as long, which explained it. It was a clever way to go viral due to busting the algorithm. That's pretty sick, actually. I like that. Very clever. I wonder if it's still the same, though. I don't know why they would change it, but that's dumb.
I mean, she went down.
Some personality disorders go hand in hand with narcissism. Depends on which one. Oh, that's true. You're right. It's still the same. Oof. Oof. Why would they? Why? Why? Okay. I got you. That's fair. That is fair. That is fair. Well, I guess... No, I have to. I actually really have to. We're only 30 minutes in.
Down to he
I
will
have to
chop
for
me up
this
into
one.
little pieces and treat me in the backyard. Like, that is verbatim out of her mouth.
And one of just our questions around the office is why she's a stay-at-home mom and takes the kids to daycare?
She really wanted the kids to be prepared for preschool, for real preschool and kindergarten. And her belief system was that going to a daycare, which, Pandora, that's it. She teaches them. She teaches them numbers and how to count and
That's fair,
ABCs.
Peg. That's
and
fair.
they actually do work through play. And so she really, when she was just starting to research it, she's like, well, why not start now? Why not start early? So that was how she explained it to me. And that's why I don't think this is her doing. I really strongly feel like she would not leave those babies.
So one of her friends, oh my god. So one of her friends thinks she ran away, and the other one thinks that she would never run away. Oh my god.
She was definitely original. She always marched to the beat of her own drum. She never let society dictate. I know when her and Keith first started dating, there was a weekend I had been up in Reading visiting, and Sherry and I were out doing something, and she was telling me that Keith had made her, I guess he'd found some of her old journals, and I guess Keith made her throw away all of her old journals.
Oh, why would he do that?
Ex-boyfriends, I guess he'd gotten pretty upset over this issue.
Do you think that Sherry has the ability
They're old
to
journals.
walk away?
No,
from her
there's no
family?
way.
Okay.
It's
She was
memories,
so
bro.
family-oriented.
So the tip is that there's a lot of verbal arguments and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, and they get very loud. Sometimes it's in the middle of the day. Sometimes it's late at night and very verbal, and you can hear glass breaking and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Heard, Keith grew up out there. Did you know him while you guys growing up?
He grew up across the street from us. He's never really been the kind of guy that had a lot of friends because he's just not a nice guy. He puts on a really good show, but he's an ass.
That's kind of the vibe I got. Okay, let me tell you. I was thinking this when the husband was talking to the detective. The way he minimized how he reacted in situations, which does make sense when you're trying to look less guilty, right? You'll minimize what you do. But there's certain things that he said that made me think he was actually really aggressive. Calm down. there was a moment when he was repeating, calm down, and he actually got like, it showed like a tiny hint of aggression. And then the second time, so I can tell that like he would actually scream that at her. I know that without a doubt, when he was telling her to calm down, he was not calm. He was screaming at her. The second thing is when he was like, I'm a hug you until you calm down kind of person. That kind of physical, I would consider that physical aggression. Maybe not aggression, that's a bit aggressive. But like, that kind of like physically taking control of someone's reaction is a really bad indicator. Really, really bad indicator of how they act in those kinds of situations. So that always, as soon as he said that and did like the whole this thing, I was like, yeah, that's not the way to go. You are not telling everything. Restraint is not the answer in that situation. Absolutely. Yeah, you're right. Restraining her. Yeah. That's very what the fuck. So I think I'm pretty sure they were both just kind of like really mean to each other. In different ways, I think.
These, all the while expanding their search throughout Shasta County, down the length of California, and even to other states. The Shasta County Sheriff's Office received theories from everyone regarding Sherry's case, including Facebook detectives, people who saw Sherry in dreams, and a surplus of self-proclaimed psychics. Over 600 tips and leads related to Sherry's disappearance poured into the tip line. Many feared Keith was behind Sherry's disappearance and implored detectives to take a closer look at him. However,
sorry,
it was
you gotta
eventually
go to work
deemed that
tomorrow,
Keith was
Pig.
not
I'm
responsible
sorry.
for Sherry going missing.
Boo.
He voluntarily took multiple polygraph exams, which didn't indicate deception. Other factors along with these findings led authorities to determine Keith wasn't involved in his wife's disappearance.
Okay.
And they focused their efforts elsewhere. Furthermore, police were able to contact the Best Buy where Keith was employed and confirm that he was indeed at work all day on November 2nd.
Okay.
It should also be clarified that no allegations of abuse by Keith, mental, physical, or otherwise, have ever been proven. In fact, as you'll see, police would find information that could possibly cast doubt on these allegations later down the road.
Interesting.
But for now, detectives were at a standstill. None of the hundreds of tips nor any of the information they got from Keith got police any closer to discovering Sherry's whereabouts. Then, in the early hours of Thanksgiving Day 2016, something mind-blowing happened.
Whoa.
It started around 4:30
timeline
a.m.
is
when
all
California
over.
Highway Patrol Dispatch received several concerning calls reporting a pedestrian on the freeway. These
Okay.
calls have never been released to the public until now.
Okay.
911 emergency, what are you reporting?
Like, I wanted to report somebody in the middle of the freeway on I-5.
And what do you mean they're in the middle of the highway in a car or they're standing there?
No, standing in the middle of the freeway.
She's saying that she got kicked out of her boyfriend's.
Okay, just be safe where you are. What is she asking for?
She's asking for an ambulance. She's chained up, her vision's blurry, and she needs an ambulance.
Do you see her chained up?
Yes.
Can I talk to her? Please, Sherry, I need you to listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know where you are?
No. I've been in the car. Yes,
Okay,
in the car.
sweetie, listen to me. I need you to take a deep breath, calm down, and listen to what I'm saying. I have an officer en route. We've had several calls. Are you
Several
chained up?
calls. Yikes.
Okay, take a deep breath, sweetie. Who chained you up? Do you know the person or were you kidnapped?
No, I never saw her face.
Listen to what I'm at. Listen to what I'm at. Sherry, take a deep breath because it's hard to help you if I can't understand you, okay? How did you get chained up? What happened?
She took me.
Who took you? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
No, there was two of them.
Okay, listen. I have help on the way.
I want to call my husband. I want to call my husband.
Okay, listen.
Wait, hold on.
listen.
How
Take a deep
long
breath.
of a time difference
Where
is
were you
between
taken
this
from?
and when she went missing?
From Reading.
You were taken from
How long has it
Reading?
been? I don't even know. This is
Okay, how did
2016.
someone
When did she
take
go
you?
missing? 2011?
Okay,
13?
Sherry, we will get help with you
15?
and we will get
I don't
your husband,
remember.
but right now I
2015?
need you to help me help you. Do you know how someone took you? How did they get you out from Reading? Ma'am, right now I need you to get me information so I can help you. We will get in touch with your husband as well. Right? Okay. I have officers and I have ambulance on the way. Right now I need you to talk to me.
I want to go to my husband. I want to go to my husband.
The young wife and mother who'd vanished 22 days earlier.
22
seemed to
days, never
appear out
mind.
of thin air onto the
Okay.
shoulder of Interstate 5.
At least
when
3,
she was
yeah.
found, she looked malnourished, and her wrists and
22
ankles were bound
days.
with a mix of zip ties and what appeared to be hose clamps. Around her waist was a thick metal chain held together by a padlock. Police arrived, and she was transported from the side of the highway to a nearby hospital to be medically assessed. Official police records indicate that Sherry was reluctant to speak with authorities at the time of her rescue. One detective stated that she seemed irritated by the questions he presented to her. However, Keith encouraged her to provide what information she could in order to aid in the investigation. It was
Okay.
also noted that Sherry told a responding officer she'd managed to escape, while she claimed to investigators that her captors had released her. To add further confusion, Sherry stated to Keith that she should have just ran. If she had, in fact, been chained up, however, this clearly wouldn't have been an option. In addition, Sherry told Keith that initially the truck driver who pulled over to provide her with assistance had frightened her. She feared she was about to have to fight him off. Perhaps her strangest comments were in regards to the outcomes of the recent presidential election and World Series championship.
What?
After all she'd been through, it seems these items should have been the least of her concerns. Here we have a first look at the real photos of Sherry's injuries taken by police, some of which are stomach-churning and may be disturbing to some viewers.
All
When
right,
she
trigger
arrived
warning,
at the
guys.
hospital, doctors found a large hive-like rash covering her left arm. All manner of bruises, old, new, large, and small, across most of her body. A number of bruises on her face. Her lips were cracked, her nose was broken, and there was a deep hole in her left forearm caused by a burn.
Oh, shit.
Most horrifically, she'd been freshly but shoddily branded on her back with a Bible verse by some heated tool.
Whoa, that got really intense really fast. Whoa. I've just been kidnapped and mistreated for 22 days. Please just get me to safety and let me talk to my husband. Okay, but first, can you answer some quick questions? Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, but help was on the way already. And it would have gotten her to focus on other things. Focus on, like, something instead of freaking out, you know? Yeah, what the hell? She got branded with a Bible verse?
She would allege that her captors had told her she was going to be sold to a police officer who would like the Exodus branding that had been applied to her shoulder. Perhaps this was the explanation as to why she was reluctant to speak with law enforcement upon her rescue. Overall, though disturbing, her
makes sense.
injuries weren't life-threatening. Police, of course, had to ask her the question that everyone wanted to know. Where had Sherry been for the last 22 days?
22 days?
What she told them.
Yeah, but they said she seemed reluctant to answer questions after they arrived. Like, dude, that's not the first priority on her mind, I'm sure. That's true. It's true. That's not exactly what she's focused on right now. I've probably got a lot going through her head. That's absolutely
was
true. You're right.
completely unexpected. She reported to police that she had been kidnapped while running by 2 Spanish-speaking women who tortured her, barely fed her, and kept her chained in a closet inside their home. She also mentioned being transported by her captors in a dark vehicle, the make and model of which she didn't know.
Okay.
Sherry discussed her injuries and ailments with the hospital staff, including the doctor who was tasked with assessing her condition upon her arrival.
Sometimes if you are left enclosed for a while, you get kind of a heat rash here, and that's what that kind of looks like.
He explained the likely cause of the rash she'd sustained.
A heat rash.
According to Sherry, the women behind her imprisonment even made her wear an adult diaper. But that's the most detectives would get from Sherry that day. Sherry was bandaged up and returned home to her family. Meanwhile, the sheriff's office was abuzz, now convinced that they were now on the hunt for the 2 violent female abductors on the loose in California.
Right.
4 days later, detectives visited Sherry's residence to gather more from her about exactly where she'd been for the last 3 weeks.
Just ask you to tell us your information whenever we get going, and you just tell us everything as you want, and as we go, we'll ask some questions, clarify some stuff, and hopefully by the end of today we have a very good idea of what's going on. I mean, so it's You're like I said, you're in control. You need to take a break. Say when, and we'll go out there and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
I feel like sometimes it's easier with my eyes closed.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can do anything you want, other than assault me or hit Kyle. You can hit Kyle all you want. I'm good with that. Just don't hit me.
Notice right off the bat how Sherry is sitting, very childlike, with her arms wrapped around her legs. She's exhibiting a lot of self-soothing yet juvenile behavior. It's very interesting that Sherry would ask to give her account with her eyes shut. When someone shields their face or eyes during a conversation, as Sherry has just requested permission to do, this is a blocking behavior that is typically considered evasive, and it can indicate that the topic is uncomfortable or distressing to them.
Makes sense.
Alternatively, it can also be a sign that they aren't confident in what they're saying, or even that they're lying.
So
However, everyone
it's like a
handles trauma
perfect.
differently,
Wait,
and it-
what? But it makes sense though. Dude, this is a terrifying situation. She's entitled to be uncomfortable. That's what I'm saying. Like, are you implying that just because she wants to close her, I don't know. I mean, I think they're just putting it out there, but I don't know. Let the gal hug herself? Yeah.
Detectives
Yikes.
must be mindful that a victim's
I don't
individual
know.
needs are considered.
Also, my skin is still very itchy everywhere, so I apologize. Everything is itchy all everywhere.
So this
Sherry's
is a few
alleged
days
itchiness could
later.
potentially be her way of preemptively explaining future self-soothing behaviors she may soon be exhibiting.
Where would you like to start?
Okay.
I have no.
Okay, so on November 2nd, 2016, what happened?
Did my usual routine, fed the chickens, cleaned the house, cleaned everything, just the usual.
Note her repetition of the word usual.
Yeah.
She uses it to describe everything that was going
Wait,
on
hold
that
on.
day.
What's going on
By
here?
repeating that everything was usual, it keeps her from having to come up with details about what she actually did that morning.
What's going on here?
Yeah. Text message to my husband to come home for lunch, which, looking back, is quite embarrassing. He's like, thanks for, that last text message. Honey, will you please come home to have sex with your wife for lunch?
So you went to daycare that morning, right? You remember that? Okay. Tell me about your drive to daycare.
No, ordinary, just the
Normal day?
Yep, absolutely, just the normal. Fed the kids breakfast. Dropped them off at Pandora's. Nothing unusual. It wasn't even a hard goodbye. Sometimes they're like, no, don't leave me.
And then when you left daycare, tell me about what you did after daycare.
Drove back home.
Okay.
Did my usual.
She's saying that so much. Wait, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused.
Started my usual cleaning, everything. Wrapped up presents, got frustrated, changed into running clothes.
Okay.
I love so much that my husband knows my clothing so well that he knew what I was wearing.
And what were you wearing?
I was wearing that pink Nike hooded sweatshirt with the thumb holes that I hate, and the black tight, I don't want to say they're leggings because they're a little thicker than that, but black tight, stripy, not really stripy, just kind of black and white, speckled, we'll say. I want to be a better runner. I like to run, but it's difficult for me. So like getting back in the swing of it, I had an app that I would use that does, run this far, walk, run this far, walk, and it amps you up to like a 5K. Started running, saw the maybe there was 3 guys cutting a tree at, what's his name's house? The guy that did Toby, thank you. Toby's house. So down Casa, turned right onto
Interval training for a
Sunrise.
5K, yeah.
Got to the mailboxes, or just before the mailboxes started to slow down, I was just about to transition into walk. So it's run, walk, run, walk. Right when I got towards the mailboxes was right before it was going to say, now slow down. That's what the app does.
We've listened to the app. It's
Oh,
pretty
God.
powerful. Now, walk.
Yeah.
Now, slow
You're
down.
halfway through.
Right? You're doing good.
Yeah.
So it's a funny app.
Sherry appears to want to be liked by the officers and seems to be trying to form a connection with them, which isn't necessarily unusual. She keeps her eyes locked on one of the detectives as she gives a dramatic replay of her running app. However, she's showing signs of classic rapport-building techniques done by narcissistic individuals. She presents herself as likable and someone in need of protection by highlighting her imperfections, along with a lot of sustained eye contact and dramatic focus.
So you get almost...
I think I've spent too much time around narcissistic people in my life because I spotted that immediately. I knew she did that on purpose. I could tell. My face is heating up. I could tell. I'm susceptible to that. I had no idea. I have had way too much experience with narcissists. Immediately. I knew. I've been hurt by it a lot, but just never really noticed. I got you. We trained ourselves against narcissists. Yeah, that's why I do not fuck with emotional manipulation. I've spent too much time around narcissists. This is a narcissist.
To the mailboxes and you
100%.
My lips are like cracking and...
Do you need some water?
No, everything's like this.
So you're
Painful right here, sorry.
You're good. You're about to the mailboxes.
About to the mailboxes
And these are the mailboxes near...
at the end of the Sunrise Drive. My mailbox.
Sherry is exhibiting an array of grooming behaviors, further indicating the anxiety she's feeling. The exact reasons behind this discomfort are not yet known,
True.
but will soon be uncovered.
Dude, if I know there's emotional manipulation, I don't fuck with it, but I just struggle to pick it up. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The only reason that I can pick up emotional manipulation so easily is because I've been around it way too much in my life. I will not go into details, but I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. So, I learned pretty quickly when to spot it. Not yet known. Dude, the fuck, she's discussing a kidnapping, abduction. Of course there's anxiety. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We just don't... Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Keith places a water bottle near Sherry after she mentions that her lips are dry. It's impossible to know his intentions at this moment, but it could be a genuine act of care or the affectation of a model husband for the detectives.
Before the mailboxes, I start to slow
no way
down.
to know.
I see a vehicle go past. Sunrise Drive to maybe like the front two tires are past the actual street sign, and then it backs up. And I immediately have that feeling of, that was weird.
You're doing good, Sherry.
The window goes down, but it was a woman. And they back up.
Traumatic memories are often difficult to recall and talk about. This is sometimes a result of dissociative amnesia, or the brain's proclivity to block out certain memories that it deems too distressing.
Okay.
This occurrence is a product of survival instinct and serves as a protective mechanism that can help the individual cope after a traumatic event.
Makes sense.
However, note that as Sherry started to talk about being kidnapped, her lips disappeared. This indicates that someone is experiencing a negative emotion. Disappearing lips does not always mean someone is being deceptive. It just suggests that they're likely feeling anxious.
It's frustrating because I know she was wearing a hat, but I can't see the color, and I can't see her clothes.
Once again, we see Sherry
Disappearing
exhibiting
lips,
blocking
great
behavior,
brand name.
and she buries her face in her knees.
Let's talk about the big details. I'll make a note.
He asked for help. I want to say it's maybe like a hey or something to get my attention.
Is that the passenger or the driver? Okay. Is the car on Sunrise right now, or is it still on Old Oregon Trail?
It's on Old Oregon Trail. I walked towards where the vehicle had backed up but was still far enough away from it that, because I was still cautious. I had my phone in my right hand and my earbuds on, and I took out my left to hear her.
Yeah. That's her right ear, bro.
And then she opened the door.
Why am I so confused about this right now?
I saw the small revolver. And I immediately ducked down. I crouched down. Like in a ducking, crouching.
Choose her left hand. I guess, yeah.
Okay, so across the road, phone's in my hand, earbud out.
Nope, she did it again.
As she describes her story, Sherry acts
She
out
did it
certain
again.
details wrong. She's repeatedly said it was her left earbud she pulled out, but consistently acts out reaching for her right
Now
ear.
her arm's not
it doesn't
crossed
seem
anymore.
like a huge deal, but when a lot of these mismatches show up, detectives will become rightfully suspicious.
What?
Towards the vehicle.
What? I don't understand. I don't understand.
Not all the way down. Squatting.
I'm kind of suspicious too, but I don't know what
Laid my
the
phone
explanation would be. Left hand
Perhaps
taking
in
out
an
the
effort to
earbud.
remember the details
No,
of her
she said her left ear. She said her left earbud. Left earbud in your left ear. She didn't say. She's using her left hand, sure. But she's not talking about her hand. She's talking about her ears, her earbud. I thought you might be right that it was a mix-up just because before she was sitting with her legs legs up to her and her arms were kind of crossed over her knees like this. So then her left, it would be harder to pull it like over here. So then maybe she just did that, right? With her left hand. But just there, she was standing up and walking around and she did it again like this.
Her harrowing story, Sherry jotted down some notes that were later found during the course of the investigation. They included information about the alleged captors. The smaller, younger one had longer, curly hair, no bangs, and hairy arms. The bigger, older one had straight, thick, dark black hair and thick eyebrows.
I can't remember if she said, we don't want to hurt you, we don't want to kill you. I can't remember exactly if it's, we don't want to, something, we don't want to, something, we don't want to, something. And then I put my phone down. As soon as I set it down, I was so mad because I couldn't call my husband. And as soon as I set it down, and then I turned and I pulled my hair out because I had to run away, and I didn't, and I should have, and I just.
They had a gun, bro. No.
That's all I.
You're asking to get shot if you run away when someone's holding a gun to
I
you.
went this direction. And I can't remember lifting my leg. I can't remember the back door open.
So sometimes your brain says, we're not accessing that part right now because it's not time. We're not ready for it. So I've done it in the past with different cases where you look at it from a different point of view. Okay, because your mind, your body uses different parts of your brain to access different pieces of information. Okay, believe it or not, that's what happens. Going back to before you see the car, if there was a bird, a bluebird, a robin, whatever bird you pick, sitting on the fence line, sitting on the mailbox, sitting on the telephone line, or sitting in the tree, can you imagine in your mind looking at it from the bluebird's perspective? What is that bluebird seeing going on?
Running to the mailboxes. Cutting diagonally. I didn't cut diagonally until the vehicle stopped, backed up.
That's a pretty good.
Again, I stopped at the grassy.
That's a pretty good way
area.
of like getting to someone to like see the situation from a different perspective. Talking about like the bird, watching from a bird's eye view, like taking yourself out of the situation. That was really good. I've never heard that kind of like way of looking at, you know, traumatic memories being used before.
Squatted, pulled out my hair, had my hands up. That is it.
Does the bluebird see which side of the car you got in on?
Well, the car didn't move after it stopped, so I would say that would be the passenger side.
But you don't know. Just
I don't remember.
That's fine.
It seems that the basis of this trauma-informed technique is having the victim talk from the outside without engaging the emotions of the first-person perspective.
Which is
this
smart.
makes recounting the event easier and less traumatic.
Yeah. Does the bluebird see which way the car goes? Or what's the car do next?
Yeah. It wasn't what I saw, it was what I felt. I was very nauseous.
Okay.
And cold.
Is the vehicle moving or stationary?
The vehicle was moving. It was windy.
Okay.
Windy roads make me nauseous.
Do you remember getting out of the car?
No.
You had an observation or a thought that the back window in the vehicle was large?
Long.
Long?
Yes.
Describe. What do you mean by that? I mean, it's one of those, duh, Brian. Describe that for me.
Not like a truck bed that's covered, like a SUV.
Okay.
But some SUVs are like shorter.
Right.
It was longer.
You're talking about from side to side?
Yes.
You're talking about the back, or if it
Not
is
the passenger door window. There's
That's
another window
rear window.
past the passenger door window.
You and I are looking out Sunrise to Old Oregon Trail.
What is she
With the
saying?
vehicle going this way?
Yep. And then backed up.
And then it backed up. So right now I'm pointing, that's northbound, and it backed up a little bit, then that's when you encounter.
Northbound's the side that's closest to Sunrise Drive, correct?
Correct.
Yes, then that's it. I'm very frustrated because if you're laying down in a vehicle, you would feel a U-turn, a acceleration, a braking. And I just can't find.
What? Holy shit, I crapped my pants. I thought the old woman is looking at Kay? What are you talking about? What old woman? Coconut? What old woman? What are you talking about? In the video? You mean the watermark? Or her? Oh, because of where my camera is, it looked like she was like looking at me. It looked like she was looking at me kind of thing. Oh, I didn't even realize. Oh my god. Bro, you scared the shit out of me. I thought you saw a ghosty in the background. Freaking me out, man. Freaking me out. I didn't even think about that. No, Hannah's over on the couch. She's not over here. She's not over here.
Find that.
Not right now, anyways.
It's just not there yet.
Do you remember any music as you were driving around in the car?
Welcome back,
Mariachi
Coconut.
music.
Was it a station or?
Why are you laughing, Hannah?
Like as in a radio station? I want to say it was probably a radio station. I can't be sure, but did I hear any Pandora commercials? No.
Can I have a TLDR? TLDR, she disappeared for 22 days. Her husband came back from work, kids weren't home, got left at the daycare, she wasn't there, couldn't find her. He called 911, giant search. 22 days later, she appears, tied up in chains, covered in bruises, and with a brand on her shoulder, amongst other things. And she appears in the middle of a highway. Like how you brand someone with like something really hot. Not someone, normally it's like an animal, right? A hot brand. She was branded. Yes. Yeah. Really messed up. Yeah, like you brand horses. Yeah, like that. So she appeared in the middle of the highway. People called 911 because obviously, what the heck? She was brought to the hospital. They tried to ask her questions. She wasn't really giving much. She went home for a few days. And this is later when they're asking her about what happened, what she remembers. We got a little backstory on their relationship, her and her husband's relationship, because obviously her husband was like the #1 suspect. And he was cleared from being involved in her disappearance. Because he was confirmed to be at work the whole time. So now that she's come back, she's saying there's these 2 Hispanic women that were the ones that tortured and kidnapped her. So this is them talking to her about that and what happened.
If we're listening to a radio.
No, I didn't hear commercials. I didn't really hear, and I don't think I ever heard a complete song from start to finish either.
When she's describing this kidnapping event, she goes into a bit of a trance. She turns inward to imagine the scene, and it's like she's telling a story. She doesn't really want to be interrupted. She's very detailed about the run, the phone, and soon the room she was kept in. But there are almost no details about the car, the kidnappers, or the kidnapping itself. She has what is known as a detail valley surrounding the kidnapping itself. Mountains of details surrounding it, but very limited about the actual kidnapping.
I listened for that a lot in the house too. Like, was this a radio? Was it Pandora or
Pandora? God, I remember listening to Pandora. Jeez, what a flashback. Do people still use that?
Since we've touched it twice, you mentioned the house twice, or location where you remember. Can we talk about that? Start with you. Tell us.
What would you like? The description of the room? Would you like
Sure.
the sounds that I heard? Would you like what I think was there? What would you like?
What was the first thing you remember?
The first thing I remember was the zip ties on my hands. And then the clothing that was very big. It was baggy clothing. It was sweatpants and a sweatshirt. And I did not have socks, and I was very cold. And there was zip ties on my hands. And I didn't feel good. I couldn't stand up. I was very dizzy.
She's not describing the surroundings at all. I'm confused.
That you were found in the other day.
No.
How so?
Because they would change me.
Okay.
This conflicts with Sherry's story upon arrival at the hospital.
Yeah.
You likely recall the recorded conversation between Sherry and the attending doctor.
You remember that?
Sometimes if you are left enclosed for a while, you get kind of a heat rash here. And that's what that kind of looks like.
What is going
Along
on?
this arm here.
Why does it feel like she's lying?
Were you in the same clothes for a long period of time without bathing? Okay. That's probably what's going on there.
Because there was a drawstring on the sweatpants. There was a drawstring on the sweatpants, and the other one didn't have a drawstring.
How many times do you think you were changed, or had to change your clothes? Obviously, at least twice. So it's
Yeah, I think maybe one more time.
Huh.
Did it seem like the clothes were new? Or old?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
The sweatshirt, the top was changed more.
I don't know. You're gonna have to wait a few seconds. You might have caught it.
To manipulate her. My skin was like on fire. It was really itchy everywhere, and I started this rash that's up in here. It was starting to like swell, starting to swell so bad that it was like putting pressure on my arm. So I was trying to manipulate them. I need some kind of medicine.
Well,
Like,
you
look,
both
if I
caught it.
sin,
That's epic.
You need to wash me.
Let's
you need to give
go.
me medicine. You need to get me something. And I was using that, and it was so itchy. So they would argue about washing my clothes, and I was able to take two showers. They weren't really call them a shower. It was get in, rinse water down your back, and get out. But she let me wash my underpants in the shower.
Were you able to see at that time, or were you still had a bag?
No, I could see. And that was when I was trying, it was always look down. Don't look at us, look down. I was never allowed to look up. The first day with the zip ties, getting out of them, because they were behind my back. So I pulled them, I did one of these moves. And that's what this scar right there is from, is the very beginning, when I got them off. And I bit them because I couldn't, because Keith and I have even tried this move before, the whole, like power through it and bust it. And I tried that and was unsuccessful. And it cut right here. And I was like, I remember doing this with Keith. How the F do I get these off? And I tried that several times, and I tried the power bust it down, and that's where it cut in right there. And then I was like, I can't bust through them. So then I just chewed it off, and I got my lip right here, and then I busted them. And then it was like, I tried the door. I could tell that the door had a deadbolt at the top, so I couldn't open the door. and then they came in, and that's all I remember from that experience. No, there's something else. No, there's something else before I tried the door. There was something else before I tried the door.
The windows?
I don't know what's going on.
Sherry appears to remember some details vividly, such as how
Tough to say. Sometimes the traumatic things, the order of events can get blurred or even repressed. She could be lying or just struggling to remember, especially when it's right after you get picked up versus after you've had time to organize your thoughts with a bit with less chaos and brain scramble happening. That's fair. It's hard to tell. Hard to say. Yeah, I guess we'll see.
exactly
I guess we'll
she got
see.
a scar on her wrist from the zip ties. However,
That's a good point,
she's
Ben.
unable to recall other details, like any physical description of her kidnappers. When the person being interviewed appears to have a memory of extremes, meaning they either have an unusually good memory of events that happened months ago, or they can't remember recent events, it can be a possible red flag for deception.
After I broke the zip ties, there was boards on the windows, and I yanked that fucker out of the wall super quick, and that's what got her in the room, was that noise. She came in, and then it was lights out.
What do you mean it was lights out?
I can't remember if I was hit with something, if I was stuck with something, and that's what I was asking too. If I was tased, wouldn't I remember? Or would there be a scar? Would there be a mark? Would there be a mark?
It just depends if the probes made skin contact. How about the bathroom? What's that look like?
I tried to hit her with something in the bathroom, and then the next time I went in the bathroom, everything was gone. The mirror was gone, the towel rack was gone. And you could hear, like if you put your head to the wall, because I did that often, you could hear very easily. And the insulation, it was freezing all the time. It was cold all the time. And there was a fireplace. I could smell the fireplace, and I could hear that creaky, when you move the handle to open the fireplace, it was that creaky.
A minute ago you said when I was on the cable, were you tethered to a cable?
There was a chain around my waist.
Okay.
The cable I could reach all the way to the bed. Couldn't reach the door. Couldn't reach the window. At all times there was a bucket in the closet. That's what I used to go to the bathroom in. There was a dresser, but after I ripped this up when I woke up, it was no longer there.
Where was the dress the first day you were there?
I don't know.
Here.
Was it tall, like a man's dresser? Like
I was actually just about to say, like, why hasn't she drawn something for them? But it looks like she already did, and it's on the table. Because that's like one of the first things that I would have done, has been like, here's a map of the whole house. But I think she did that already, so.
Short, long, for the women's dresser.
Two dark colored 2 drawers.
Okay, so more like nightstands.
Yeah, more like that, I would say. 1, not 2, just 1.
Was the mattress directly on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything in this area?
No.
Was the cable affixed to the wall and like the cable was loose?
The cable was affixed to a pole that went up into the ceiling.
Okay. So we have this pole that was anchored to the roof somewhere.
Correct.
What was on the pole?
The shelves that I couldn't get out. They were like super bolted in, like they'd added more stuff to it.
Okay.
To not get them, because the first day when I broke my fingernails, it was trying to get the screws, trying to undo the screws.
And that was like on these sides?
And yes, and trying to get to where the drywall was, because there was drywall, but I couldn't. And trying to move that pole, but I couldn't move the pole. The pole too, it wasn't just like a pole, it was like almost, it's not quite rebar. It was, okay, so think of if you had a screw that was big and long and you tried to grab it, it would like cut your fingers almost. Is that making any sense? Like
lag bolt?
I don't know what that is.
It's a big screw. Yeah, you described it lag bolt. It's a large wood screw that kind of similar to like rebar, but it's for.
Yeah, it wasn't very thick. It wasn't like I could grab it with both hands. It wasn't thick enough that I had to do this. It was.
You put it in your hands.
Yes, but I couldn't grab it. Like those were some of the first injuries that I had, was trying to rip the stupid thing out, and I made my hands bleed a lot. But there was just it wouldn't give at all.
Does it go through the shelf?
What was she tied up with?
Okay. So if this is the shelf.
She was tied up with cable when she was around this thing, right? Wouldn't it be not? wouldn't it be feasible that she could use the pole to cut it? You know, like a little sawing action? I don't know. I might just be reading into it too much.
If I could have gotten the shelf off, I could have gotten out because I could have pulled the cable just straight off of it.
When Sherry slams her hands down on the table for emphasis, the emphasis is severely delayed, indicating a mismatch between her thoughts and her speech.
Is it?
It's possible that she has so many things going on in her mind as she's remembering this traumatic event that she can't keep up. However, it's also possible that Sherry is being deceptive about her attempts to escape.
It was the shelf that I couldn't get off.
Since the interview had been going on for a few hours at that point, it was agreed that they would call it a day and let Sherry rest. Detectives returned to her residence the following morning to continue the questioning.
But as far as getting started today, I don't know if yesterday jogged some more memories or if there's things you want to add. But basically, we can just start with, I have a note here that we never touched the topic of your hair being cut. That's something we can talk about now.
I'm not sure what led up to it, but the cable that was where the cable was attached at the top, anytime you made a movement or moved it, it made a really loud noise. So when I would make noise, they would rush in to the room. I think that's why. I don't think there was anything else because there wasn't anything in the trash can. So it was. I don't feel like it was time for that. Maybe I want to say it was just because there was a noise. They said something in Spanish
about her
to each
hair.
other. The other one was outside
I'm so confused.
the room.
She was making noise,
I
so they
was
cut
hit
her
here on
hair.
the shoulder, and then it was a yank backwards.
Gotcha.
The yank backwards. I feel like it happened really fast, but not. I don't know.
That's fine. One thing to keep in mind while you listen to Sherry's story is that deceptive statements tend to contain fewer unique words and more repeating words than truthful statements.
Yank backwards. Gotcha. Yank backwards.
Why do I feel like they're hinting at the fact, like they're hinting at the reveal of that she's lying and that she was like that everything she's telling them is made up? Why the husband seems so uninterested? I didn't even notice. He is listening.
Than truthful statement.
Oh, I guess that's a screenshot. I think she's lying, but not sure about what about. But why would she be lying? What does she have to lie about? If she got abducted and tortured, what would she have to lie about, you know? So it's like to fuck the husband up, maybe? Revenge game? Wow, that would be sick and twisted. So what, like she wasn't actually, none of it's real, she did it to herself kind of thing? Bro, that would be so fucked up. That is maniacal. I don't know.
You tend to rely on prefabricated statements that are
But
borrowed
she's
from
not being
previous
truthful about
stories of your
something, which is really
experiences
fucking
or
weird.
things you've seen. That way, you sound more natural and believable.
I was down. She was over me, had it in her hand, and then I felt it here. Like I felt like that blunt edge because she had cut it above my hair tie. Felt it here, and she said, "I'm going to send it to your mother, or I'm going to send this to your mother. I'm going to send it to your mother." I can't remember exactly, but I'm going to your mother. When she was cutting it, it was very upsetting. And then she said that, and I kind of went, and it was one of those moments where it was emotional for me that she was cutting my hair. And I feel like her saying that almost pulled me back into survival mode, I guess. It also made me feel like she didn't know me.
Keith presses onto his face, referred to as facial distortion, then keeps his hand over his face for a second. These are typically signs of discomfort. Perhaps he's feeling unsettled at the description of his wife's torture, but there is an alternative theory that maybe he's caught onto something peculiar in his wife's story.
Oh?
Sherry goes from having a hard time remembering the circumstances of having her hair cut to suddenly reciting nearly word for word what was said to her.
True.
She described having her hair forcibly chopped as a highly memorable event, as it might be for anyone. Thus, it's quite unusual that Sherry would have difficulties recounting it. These mental blackouts seem to be following a particular pattern that'll be of interest to detectives later down the road. As
What
well,
is going
she's
on?
steepling her hands as she speaks here, which is an indication that talking about this part of cutting her hair makes her feel in control, perhaps because it's something she's comfortable sharing the details about.
Do you recall what they used to cut your hair?
I didn't see anything. I never saw anything.
Do you hear any sounds? Like scissors?
Clipping?
Like scissors would make?
Yeah,
Anything like that? And if you don't know, if you can't think about it,
I can't.
don't push yourself.
I can't remember exactly.
Okay.
Like whether it was like a sniffing sound or just a. I can't remember exactly.
A woman where I live murdered her own 6-year-old daughter along with her boyfriend. She was cheating on... What? What? A woman where I live murdered her own 6-year-old daughter along with her boyfriend. She was cheating on her husband? So she had a husband and a boyfriend? Because... Her husband. Okay. She found them having sex. Since then... What? Family sus at every crime scene now? Yeah, they did rule out the husband though, because as far as like on the day of her abduction, he has an alibi. He was at work. They confirmed it. But they obviously looked into him first for sure. But that's a crazy story. Oh my god. Your own daughter? Bruh. That's oof. The things people do. I can't wrap my brain around it.
Is there any time that one of the females was trying to stop the other one?
Yes, the younger one. I feel like I could, because I couldn't understand her, but I feel like her body language was the pointing and very, or this is a, body language wise. Doesn't matter what language you speak. I mean, because I was never allowed to look them in the face, but I did see this signal with her hand facing that way, which is stop, obviously. But I feel like the bigger one enjoyed it and the little one did not. Is that making sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I definitely, the things like the burn, cutting my hair, the burn on my arm, the chain, the lock, that was all from the bigger one. It was not from the
The
little one.
sofa suits look so
The little one was
comfy
being
though.
most often.
Do they? I don't know how I feel about it, to be
Thoughts
honest.
from his body language,
Chair looks kind of mad at
especially
me.
since it's unclear whether he's heard any of this from Sherry before in private.
Maybe the one the
However,
husband's sitting
he
on
seems
looks pretty
somewhat tuned
comfy.
out from the conversation, having been zoned
Oh my
out on
god,
his
you
phone
already
several times
mentioned
through the
this.
interview.
You mentioned
A
it.
more typical response would be to look at Sherry and be fully engaged in the interview process.
Yeah, what's up,
or
bro?
even demonstrate support in this extremely painful moment by sitting closer to her or patting her back. Keith's emotional disconnection could possibly be the result of antisocial or narcissistic traits. Or perhaps these details are simply painful for him to hear. As
Maybe they're both
reflective of the idea that he
narcissists.
couldn't protect her.
Bruh,
and so
can you
he's
imagine?
distracting himself from listening closely.
What'd you eat? Or what'd they give you to eat?
What's it called again, babe? I keep forgetting the name of that. Cream of wheat. But it was like dry, like barely mixed. And rice, tortillas. One day I got 2 apples, a cracker, and sometimes it was like scraps, like the fat off of a piece of meat or something, like they had just scraped it off of a plate.
Did you eat regularly or just sporadically? Or did they bring you food? Was it?
No, it was maybe once a day, but it was hard because I feel like every time I would somewhat get on a routine to exercise my mind, this is the time of the day, because my body was starting to get hungry at the same time. I was always hungry, but like I would exercise at the same time and I would try to get a routine down. It would change as soon as I feel like maybe. See, it's hard because I feel like sometimes I felt like it was the next day, but then it could have been the same day, or it felt like a day had gone by, but then it didn't, because I would wake up at different times and I would fall asleep at different times. I don't think it was more than once a day.
You said you
Welcome back,
exercised your mind.
Cass.
What were you doing?
Welcome back. Welcome back.
I would sing the song I sang to. I would read the books I've read to my children. I can hear my husband. I would mouth things he would sing Christmas carols and the random jingles he would sing in our kitchen. A lot of times it was, if Keith was here, what would Keith do? If Keith was here, what would Keith do?
Do you know how you received most of those injuries on your legs?
No, but even originally before then, I bruise really easily. So it could, I mean, it could have even been something that I...
His reaction to her crying was kind of
possibly could have
strange.
done.
I don't know if you guys saw that.
There's a lot of hitting.
I know sometimes people's like
I didn't
uncomfy
like being in the
faces look
closet.
different.
There was a lot of shoving around.
Like some
the
people when they
closet
cry, it looks like they're laughing or smiling. But it looked like he was smiling, bro. Like he had like a grin on his face, like
Fire popped in there.
like that.
Kicked? Yes.
That was weird.
This is a good example of
I don't know what's
Keith's
going on.
remarkable
I'm so
reactions,
confused.
or lack thereof. The entire time he's listening to his wife describe being assaulted, he shows no change of facial expression, no shifting in his seat to indicate
What's your
discomfort.
good news,
Nothing
Cast?
at all. In fact, throughout the
What's your
majority of
good
her
news?
story, Keith comes across as almost bored.
He does
Again,
seem
it's
bored.
possible
What's
he's
up
been
with that?
desensitized to this information after hearing it multiple times, though that theory is unlikely. Even if that were the case, it's still unusual that he doesn't show any sort of response to what he's hearing. A profound lack of empathy on his part, or a healthy bit of skepticism.
I
Oh,
don't remember if we didn't talk about yesterday
Oh?
about your moves and how that occurred.
I
have a
was
chance at
woken
a
up by
girl?
it, and I
Aw.
can't remember if it was like this
Good
or
for
if it was
you.
like that. But
I
was
believe
woken
in you.
up
You
by
got
it.
this. You
So-
got this.
So you were sleeping?
Correct, on the bed. I was
That
told
is
to
good
change.
news.
There was already clothing
Good for
on the
you.
bed. I felt so
Good for
dizzy.
you.
My ears were ringing. When I tried to put the sweatpants on, I fell over.
Well, obviously, I'm assuming it was bleeding. How did you clean that up?
It didn't bleed very much. Didn't bleed. Yeah, it really didn't bleed very much.
Did any of that end up on the walls or on the floor? Or,
I would assume so. It had to have been on the floor because I set the sweater down. It wasn't profusely bleeding, so I wouldn't say that it was dripping onto the floor.
There's a condition I gotta meet, but I believe in myself.
So how are you?
A condition you have to meet?
Your brain? Usually when I try to hear something, I close my eyes.
Like she gave you a condition?
Yes, no's. I don't know. Those are all fine answers.
0% thus far.
Farm animals,
No.
equipment, farm equipment,
No.
buses,
No.
train,
No.
telephone.
No.
Now that you're listening, do you recall any other sounds that I haven't?
The fireplace, the creak, the flushing of a toilet, the TV.
It's interesting to note here that Cherry only uses larger illustrators as she's briefly describing the area where she was released. People typically use illustrators while they're talking, so it's actually a red flag that Cherry is so reserved with her body language. She remains balled up and with her hands in most of the time. This lack of movement is most often seen in individuals who are being deceptive, as their brain is in overdrive attending to their made-up
What?
story. The cognitive overload restricts their body from engaging fully with what they're saying.
So,
I have a
what?
sound to ask about.
Go ahead.
What's the
Long
key?
distance gunshots. Like
We're not talking about
shotguns
pregnancy?
when people were
No,
hunting.
no, no, no. We're
Have you
talking
ever
about
heard, you know,
pregnancy.
sound I'm referring to?
No.
I
Yes,
don't
that
think.
happened, No.
School bells.
No. I could hear the wood being brought in. I know that sound, the clink of like stacking wood. But never a chainsaw, an axe.
It stands out as odd that Sherry didn't hear any remarkable noises in the 22 days she was in solitary confinement,
True.
especially given that she was reportedly
Also, look at this
inside a room
motherfucker
with an exterior-facing
yawning.
wall.
Look at him
Nothing to
yawning.
distract her.
What's
She
up
would have
with
been
that?
hyper-aware of her senses and particularly sensitive to noises.
I gotta get fit.
Also, the speed with which
And
she's
I'm
declining each
a
prompt has
bit
an
of a
air of
roundy.
dismissiveness. She's taking little
Oh.
to no time
Is
to
did
think
she
back on the
say
proposed
something
sounds.
about that? Like
Up to
she
this
said
point,
that she's
Sherry
into like that
realistically
kind of
has revealed
person
little to no
kind of
information
thing. So
that can
like
narrow down the
you
search
want
for
to
her
get fit.
kidnappers. But the detectives very patiently carry on.
Is it like that?
Hearing a broken gun.
No. I did on the last day. That's scary.
Depends on how important it is for her,
On the road.
and if it's like a determining factor.
when I was trying
I
to
feel
go
like
to the,
you know.
Sorry.
Let's talk about
I interrupted you.
They
I
just
talked
said they
over
would
you.
give me a
Sorry.
chance if I got fit in a year. In a year?
The barking dog
Whoa!
was
Wait, hold on.
when I
So
was trying to figure out how to.
they're gonna wait a whole year for you to get fit? That's what? Huh? Wait. Get fit in a year. That means they're not expecting to be with anyone else in a year? Or they're not expecting to be in a relationship in a year? Or are they waiting? Or is it like a really mean way to say no? If she's asking you to change yourself, I don't know about that, man. That's what I'm saying is like, if the determining factor for her is you getting in shape, I don't feel like that's a good way to go. I mean, you can't really change how you feel about her, I guess. So that part can't be helped, but I don't know, man. That sounds like a long time to try to shoot for. I mean, don't get me wrong. Getting in shape, there's absolutely nothing wrong with getting in shape. That's great. But I don't want you to do it for a girl. That doesn't feel right. They like me as a person, but I'm just very unhealthy, and they want it more for me than they do for themselves. I got you. Interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know. I gotta think on it. I gotta think on it. I don't know how I feel.
Can I ask you, what was that? Is it a shipping yard? Is it a junkyard? What was that fenced-in area next to the freeway?
Well, there's two. There's like a lumber yard and there's like a propane yard.
Okay, there was I want to say like a modular type of house, or like an office, would have been like an office building.
Yeah. Was it on the same side of the freeway as the church?
Then that sounds like they should be willing to be with you now, walk through it with you, or at least give it a shot rather than give a time limitation out like that. That's fair. Health is important. That's true. Especially when you're thinking longer term of the partner. Also true. Also true. I mean, you're right. Getting healthier never hurts. I think you guys are both right. You're both right in your own ways.
What was that?
Propane balls.
Okay, that's where I was trying to, but couldn't, and then heard a dog barking. There was a house. I went near the house. I stood in front of the house, looked at the house, and went, nope. It was very dark.
Once you try to find help in that area, what'd you do next?
There was that creepy house that I left. I went to the fenced area. The entire time I was trying to get the zip tie off. I couldn't reach it with my mouth, so I was trying to, I don't know what this was called. I was trying to use that. Thank you. To get that off. Ran on top of the freeway. It was very difficult because my feet were very cold. My ankles were very wobbly. I was very dizzy. I was very, I'm going to say short of breath, but short of breath from the screaming. And then ran downward. And the on-ramp, off-ramp, there was a truck parked with no lights on.
Like a big rig?
Yes.
Especially since I'm at a point where I get heartburn laying down. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it never hurts to get healthy, ever. It never hurts to get healthy.
And then I saw
It's always a good decision.
No, that's not right. I saw the lights to the
I've
church
had
before I
heartburn
saw
for
that
years,
truck.
regardless of what shape I'm in, so
I
that
even
may not
walked
go
out
away.
into the middle of the
That's
freeway,
fair.
and cars drove
My mom's the same way.
around me, like literally drove around me. And then I started screaming, call 911, call 911.
So
How long are we gonna listen to her talk? Oh my god.
there was some that you recall when you were dropped off in that area?
I'm trying to remember whether the car pulled over, spun around. I don't remember feeling any of that.
I'm feeling a lull. I'm
and
feeling a
hearing
lull in my
the click.
interest.
Clipping.
I get my heartburn and back pain
And
from my
then,
mama. Oops. Yeah,
get
you
out.
do. I get my back pain from my mama.
falling
Thankfully, I didn't get the
out of
heartburn.
vehicle. I don't remember if she touched me,
I
if she
didn't get the
grabbed me, if she
heartburn.
pulled me. I remember falling. It didn't feel
Speaking of heartburn
so
when
one of your
laying
hands is
down,
free, right?
ouch.
If I remember it
Yeah.
right, but,
Not fun
How did
ever.
that become free?
Ever,
There was
ever.
a clipping
I don't get
noise.
it a
I'm not
lot, but I
sure.
have had it
I'm
before.
trying to think if
Not
there was
fun.
the cable. I didn't hear like the clicking noise that like handcuffs would make.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I feel
Heartburn
like it
is
may have
never
been another
fun.
cable here, under here.
Heartburn is never fun.
So how long was your hands to your waist? Was that something new?
Oh, that was new.
Oh.
You mean the zip tie?
Yeah, so zip tied to
This
your-
was new. I don't remember this being put on. I've been searching my brain for that. I don't remember the metal pieces being put on, and that is very frustrating because that's something that I should remember.
So I have a picture of your legs. I want to show you. I want to see if you recall being kicked or stomped. I'm looking at the
You
your
too,
right shin
Hannah?
area.
Oh, no.
When needing to lean in closer to the detectives, Sherry engages in a significant amount of shifting her clothes and other grooming behaviors. In addition, her blinking rate increases. Nervousness often triggers a heightened level of physiological arousal, which can manifest as fidgeting or other subconscious behaviors.
Okay.
Blinking excessively might be a result of this heightened state. Blinking helps to keep the surface of the eye moist and lubricated. When you're nervous, your body's stress response can cause changes in tear production and evaporation rates.
What the heck?
Blinking more frequently can help to replenish the tear film and maintain eye comfort.
Remember
What?
anything about being injured there specifically? In this area here on your shin?
Not specifically, no. I feel like every interaction, something was hurt.
Gotcha. But you do recall being kicked or stomped on?
Never slapped.
Okay. I feel
I'm
like I
so
have a
sorry,
good enough
guys. I'm gonna
sense on
skip
how
just a little
The
bit.
brand occurred.
I'm tired of hearing her talk.
So I don't need a play-by-play. I just have a couple questions if you're okay with that.
Yes. Let's get it over with.
So obviously there's each lettering to it. Was it all at once?
You
or
shouldn't
was it
change yourself
several
to be
different-
someone who's giving you conditions onto their support of you. You
And was
should
that in
change yourself
one-
for you and your desires,
one
and if that
extended
leads
time
to the
period, or
person
was
being
it
with
over
you,
multiple
rad, but I
days,
wouldn't hold that
or
as a
all done
motivator.
In one
Mm,
extended
And I know that the older one
I feel that.
did it essentially.
I feel that.
What was
Sometimes
the younger one doing specifically?
it's
at that
hard
time?
to
She
find
was to the right.
yourself
I feel like she was the one
as like the sole motivation.
touching the
I'm doing this for myself? Awesome. I'm glad. I'm glad.
say tools or something. She was the one because it was behind me. Where my head was on the table, I couldn't, that's not really an angle where I could see it.
Don't know what
I
you.
don't remember. No, I'm just trying to remember. Was there clicking? Was there, give me some,
You should give you something. I'll give you a pen.
like that kind of sound. The setting down.
I know this is redundant,
That's okay.
but I will paraphrase so you can just say yes or no, or say no, Brian, you're wrong. This is it. Haven't talked with you the last 2 days. Haven't spoke with Keith the day that you were only at one location to the best of your knowledge from the time that you got picked up to the time that you were released.
Oh, yes.
Because that yes answer is about 50 tips I got to close out. Because you've been seen in Nebraska.
Oh, God.
You've been seen in Reno. Okay, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm cleaning up a lot of that crap.
Okay.
Because I have to address each tip one way or the other.
There was only 2 car rides. A car ride in and a car ride out.
Thank you much for that.
Okay.
To the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Additionally, and to the best of your knowledge, you don't recall you physically going in to a store of any kind.
No.
You don't recall ever being in the back of a pickup truck.
No.
And that's stupid.
That's
Brian,
okay.
Brian, you're annoying the shit.
That's okay.
But it's not. This isn't
In the most optimal way. By beginning the questions with "you don't recall," he's using an unnecessary memory modifier, which effectively weakens the inquiry. Rephrasing the question to be more direct, such as asking, "Did you physically go into a store?" would generally yield a more meaningful answer.
Oh,
when
I
you
see.
When you
Okay.
physically left that residence or building that you were in,
Okay.
when you got outside to the steps, you went through a doorway.
To the left,
The door
to
was
my knowledge. I went out of the doorway and stumbled down to the stairs, and
door swinging inward or outward.
I
doing.
If I'm being honest, I hate how I look. I want to improve, but I could never find the right motivation, and now it's showing itself to me. I've tried again and again and again to improve, but
Comments.
it's over until I win. Yeah, I was. I understand that.
Clarify some of that stuff.
Yes, and it's awful.
I understand
because
that,
there's
like,
so much that my
not being able to
family
find
is
the
going
right
through,
motivation and like keep trying and failing kind of
my
thing.
life wasn't perfect.
I get
before
that.
This.
So if you found your motivation, I understand.
It's just an awful
I understand.
feeling that all of everything and the made up things.
I just hope it's not tied to that motivation only,
Of what it's
but
doing
maybe
to
it's
my
like
family.
Well,
the
these are-
push that you
these are
need, you
things
know?
that will, until we can put them to bed, until we can, it's going to resurface. And so the best way to deal with it is to deal with it on the front end. On the conclusions that you're reporting to Hispanics, good and posted under your name. Have any idea?
No, I am.
Report is cited as Sherry Graff, Sherry's maiden name. It was a page-long report published to a website where a girl growing up in Shasta Lake, California, the same place Sherry grew up, describes being constantly harassed and bullied by Hispanic kids for being drug-free, white, and proud of her blood and heritage.
What?
The author recounts the night at one of her volleyball games where a group of Latina girls threw ice and made Hitler salutes at her father. When the author confronted the girls, one supposedly attacked her, and the author proceeded to beat her up badly, breaking her nose and splitting her eyebrow. Weeks later, the author was closing down her family's business for the day when 3 Latino guys and 5 girls rushed in and jumped her, including the girl she'd beaten up weeks prior. However, the author fought back valiantly until eventually the attackers saw they couldn't defeat her, so they all suddenly ran out the door.
What the heck? She
courageous tale
defended
ends with the
herself
author
and
limping 9
fought
blocks
off
home with a
8
fractured
people?
leg, but living to fight another day.
Yeah,
One
right.
can clearly see how this
8
might raise
people?
suspicion
No
given
way.
the circumstances of Sherry's kidnapping.
Ain't no way.
However, Sherry seems to have a simple enough explanation. It wasn't her.
But the post, obviously, it's showing up on this skinhead website.
Sorry.
Can't hear all the noise. But it originates from a MySpace account. We call them blogs now, but it's not. It originates from a MySpace account. It's old school.
Yeah. I mean, even the Facebook page that I had was for a very short period of time.
All this stuff. Have you guys ever seen that blog before? Ever heard of it?
I've seen
You just want to referring to, right? The one about the
I
Latino
never-
behind
I
dad,
never-
giving her shit.
Yeah,
You know, all that kind of stuff.
I've seen something similar to that.
The one that is out there now, no. When we had found it, I contacted a lawyer about getting it removed. And they had discussed, this is
Finding out who created it.
yes, this needs to be removed. It's obviously not me. And he couldn't get anywhere with getting it removed.
So the Keep Walking article, that's the one that's been focused and recently, that is similar to a past thing that you guys dealt with.
Correct.
And then this past one, there's a picture
This
of,
is giving very big
of what?
There's a
photo.
Juicy Smollett vibes. What? Who is that?
It's like she's looking up in the air.
I don't know either,
It
Cass.
was
Who
like a
is that?
picture from like the
I've never heard that name.
youth conferences, like the church youth conferences.
It's an old picture that somebody obviously got hold of.
It was like from like my websites from the church stuff that I used to do. It was like from like a
It's fake. It's even more elaborate now. It appears. I don't remember it.
It was all over the news a while back?
This is the catalyst for what happened to you.
Huh?
No, and
I'm trying to.
I mean, a week before that.
Really?
I did it for the money. I think. I'll address this.
Uh-oh.
So I.
Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I did hear about it and then I just don't remember.
So 500 tips.
Uh-oh. Someone else that went missing and then came back? Kind of
What do you
thing?
mean by that? So what do you mean by that?
I skipped school and chip with my parents, excuse my vulgar language. And I lived at the Heart Center for a long time. I stayed in my high school gym at some times. I mean,
The interview came to a close, and armed with information
Thank
from
God.
the victim herself, an army of federal and state agents officially commenced the search for the pair of kidnappers. Everyone waited eagerly for a conclusion to this story.
Yes, please.
But for 4 whole years, authorities would make no important discoveries.
4
They were
years?
only able to pick up bits and pieces of relevant information,
Bruh.
such as this surveillance video taken from a Kingdom Hall, which sat in the area where Sherry had been released by her captors. In this eerie footage, we see Sherry creep into the left side of the frame, just minutes after being let go. She appears to be looking around in a desperate attempt to get her bearings. Then she runs across the parking lot and into the darkness, disappearing out of sight.
Okay.
Over the years that the investigation was active, the Papinis regularly stayed in communication with the sheriff's office. Sherry received $30,000 in victim
Mighty
compensation
Ducks
funds from the
guy?
California
Huh?
government for psychiatric care.
Juicy Smollett was
And
a
with the
Mighty
love and
Ducks guy,
support of
right?
family and friends, she was
Maybe
able
I
to
don't know what you're
re-assimilate
talking
back
about.
into
I don't think I've
normal
ever
life
heard
after
this.
her ordeal. No one questioned Sherry about her kidnapping, except Keith, who tried to help her remember details. There was no reason to. Everyone, the detectives included, only wanted to help her. That's exactly what makes this next part so unsettling. After a long, painful wait, there was a miraculous break in the case the detectives couldn't have expected 4 years prior. Thanks to recent advances in DNA forensic science, detectives are sitting in front of Sherry again in 2020, this time with the case broken wide open.
So obviously it's been a long road. Incredibly
With
long
the
road.
case broken wide open? According to Wikipedia, in January 2019, Smollett staged a fake hate crime against himself in Chicago and later made false police reports regarding the incident. In December 2021, Smollett was convicted of 5 felony counts of disorderly conduct. He was sentenced in March 2022 to 150 days in county jail. He was released 6 days later on bond while his case is on appeal. What the hell? He only spent 6 days in jail? For faking a hate crime? What the fuck? I do think that this is similar to that, though. I know what you're saying, and I have a feeling that she staged the whole thing herself. I have a feeling.
Some stuff's come up. So
Staged his own BS and claimed
we
white
always have the
supremacists
DNA
kidnapped him?
out there in the world.
That's so serious.
Thank you for coming. We appreciate you.
That's
taking the
so
time to come back to
serious.
us. As always, your presence here is voluntary.
Yeah.
You can go at any time.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What are we waiting for? Cast. That's so similar. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
And all we want to
I think Van or
a crime to lie to.
yeah, I think we might. I think
So
we
there's
might be
always
on
been
something.
DNA out there, and we've done test after testing. We've gone out to like the Parabon, which is a private company that does all like.
They did say they could go at any time though, so we'll see.
After wall after wall. But recently, we found a familia DNA hit. So what that does, it just tells us it came from a certain person. So like the mother or the father or a son or an uncle or however that is, it just hits that like somewhere in this family tree is where the DNA comes from. Okay. So with that, we open up the investigation. We go into who could it be within the family. So once we started opening up those doors and looking through the family members and just trying to see Facebook stalking them, criminal histories, just that normal investigation that we do once we start looking into things, we started finding some interesting things.
Okay.
So one of the things that came out to us, is there anything in there that looks of interest?
For Smollett, the motive was media
When
attention.
DNA testing is mentioned,
But for the most part, I don't know what her motive is. Oh yeah, I don't know what her
it
motive
appears
is.
that she doesn't want to face whatever news the detectives have alone.
I'm
Sherry
really
is sitting
hoping
remarkably
that
still as she listens to the detective.
they find out
She may be
and are able to
experiencing
explain
a
it.
freeze response, the ceasing of all movement and sound, which happens when the mind perceives an immediate threat. It's expected that she would feel anxious in such a pivotal moment, but her body language is indicating that something is wrong.
So the table, the picture's a little grained out. So
To me, I see a table there that somewhat looks like something you've described to me in the past, and then I see wood paneling. Talking about the room.
Yeah, we noted both of those things back in August 2017. Is when we spoke with you about, and you showed us this picture of the table.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that, Sherry?
Yeah, I do.
And so when we were trolling through this, Facebook page, we saw just the edge of that table.
Yeah.
Denise caught it, in fact. Oh, cool. Denise said, "Hey, look at this table." And I was like, "Oh wait, you're right."
Yeah.
And it has the wood paneling.
Mm-hmm.
So like, well, where was that photo taken, right? And so we're trying to figure that out.
So
okay.
So that's led us obviously now to obviously this Facebook page has a person. It's got like people tagged into it, so it has. So Peter has a.
Oh my God, I can't. The anticipation.
Right? That this was the table.
They're
A table like
revealing
this
that
was the
they
table
got
you were on when you were
him.
branded.
Got
We've been
him.
talking about that a lot
This might be more than
because
just
so many
heartburn.
memories are
Oh,
so faded
Cass,
now.
you okay?
It's been a long time.
It's been a really long time.
What do you
So
mean?
were you able to find like where that house is.
Yes.
And what? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more.
We'll get to that.
You're good? Okay.
So if you look at this closet,
It's a little bit different, but it's pretty. Excuse my language. It's pretty fucking similar, but it's different.
you said it looks very similar. What's
I mean,
similar?
this is what I'm remembering, that feeling, you know, grabbing it and feeling that feeling. But this part is different. This part is different. That doesn't definitely.
So you're
doesn't
saying
look
this
the
metal
same.
part, it looks the same as what you remember, but this piece right here,
This part doesn't look the same.
window,
They've got pictures and everything printed out. Oh my gosh. What's going on? Excuse my language, every white suburban mom. Really though. Really though.
While a considerable amount of time has passed, so the initial trauma
That's
might have
true.
abated somewhat, it's still unusual that Sherry is laughing here. It is possible that the laughter is an attempt to lighten the mood or memories, or it may also be more of a nervous response, not knowing what information the detectives are
Yeah,
about
it
to
could be
confront
for
her
any
with.
reason.
What am I looking for the window? Do you want to know if it's like the same height?
well, the type of window, the wall itself, anything from these photos that make you believe that this was where you were being held.
I feel like this wood paneling is too thick, but I mean,
You mean this
there
way?
was wood paneling, but I can't remember something like that being there, and I don't remember.
So one of the things that we always noted in the bathroom description is just the weird layout of the bathroom. So do you remember the layout of the bathroom?
Yes. Well,
Let's talk about the description, best description, and then we'll start showing some.
but there's door, toilet.
I low-key get annoed by the narrator. It could be this, it could be this, or this, or this. Thank you for all that unhelpful insight. Well, because the narrator is supposed to remain neutral,
I don't know.
only providing us with context and facts and things to think about, you
I
know?
want to say what?
And the analysis.
I want to say toilet on the left.
Okay. If we could go back to the closet really quick though, I remember
Because
when
all
you
of
were
this
talking
footage has
about
been analyzed.
being chained into the closet.
So they're kind of giving
and trying to
insight
figure out
into
a way
the
to get
analysis on it.
loose. You talked about working
But I
on
see what you
the
mean.
screw, right?
Uh-huh.
It's
And
a
what
whole
happened to
lot
that
of what
screw
ifs.
When you were done with it?
I dug a hole in the wall and poked it into the wall.
Okay.
Aye!
Do freestyle rap next stream.
Another one, part 3, freestyle rap.
No.
Oh my gosh.
It was drywall.
All right.
It was into the drywall.
It was into drywall.
Cast Iron has suggested a poll, do freestyle rap next stream. So if we can get a poll up for that, then you guys can vote on it. And we'll go from there. You got me, Cast. You got me. Epic rap battles of Kaylee. Oh my god. This is gonna be a thing. I can feel it. This is gonna be a thing. It's there. The poll's there. Top of chat. Freestyle rap next stream. Yes or no? I can't believe you. I can't believe you. I can't believe it. Next stream. You can vote if you would like me to do a freestyle rap part 3. Next stream, not this stream. Next stream. Oops.
But
Electric plug right there.
yeah.
Let's see.
So maybe not that much.
We're
What
showing
she's
you all this,
saying. Because?
Because ultimately, this is the house that you were at. We talked to the people who live there.
Oh?
Sorry. We found the house. We found who was involved.
Oh?
We talked to who was involved. We talked to family who knows that you were there, and talked to a couple people or talked to one guy who did see you during this event.
Oh?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of truths. There's a lot of things that were said that we have always confirmed. That we've always said. There's a lot of truths, and then there's some unknowns. Like one of the simple ones, like, well, this description of the bathroom is just weird. Like that was like an argument in all of our offices where we were sitting there like this part's weird. But then we find a house with it.
I take your anxiety away, then give it back.
This
is making my mind go in circles.
Keith
Me
appears to be
too.
outwardly
I just want a
celebrating their
fucking
victory,
answer.
ecstatic that his wife's captors have finally been
I
caught
am
after so many years. Sherry, on the other hand, seemed
Lost.
significantly less thrilled by the news. She
I'm
remains motionless and
lost.
fixed on the officer for a few seconds, likely another freeze response.
If you
When she
want
comes
to
to, she
vote
appears
in the
to
poll in
motion
the
for her
top of
husband
chat,
to calm down.
it's there.
The fact that
Freestyle
he
rap
felt the
next
need to
stream, yes or
apologize
no?
for reacting appropriately
Don't
may
forget.
be another important look into their relationship dynamic.
I think you got about
It
a minute
alludes to
left,
the
minute and a
idea
half.
that he isn't confident in the validity of
Maybe
his
our
feelings,
theory is right.
and
I think
neither
we
of them
might
are
be
considering
right.
the trauma and pain he also went through when she disappeared.
So I think with that being said, some choices and some decisions ultimately changed the original path of what happened.
What are you saying?
So we'd like to talk to you more about those things, and we can do it.
I
with
mean,
Keith
the way
here,
they're delivering
or
news is
Kathy,
very
maybe,
fucking ambiguous. That's what
whatever
I'm
you're
saying.
comfortable
I
with,
think
we
they're circling around
break
a
down
point of some kind.
the
They've got
problems.
some
If you want
big
Keith
bomb
here,
drop
all we want
coming,
is to
and they're
the
trying to
All
lay
we
it on
want
as
is to be able to
softly
tell
as
the truth.
possible.
That's all we've ever wanted.
I just want to
from day
know
one.
what's
We
what.
talked to you for hours. We've been there.
Spit
we've
it
done
out.
all these different things, waiting for something, waiting for it to break, waiting for us to leak something to hear. Because the DNA came back, like I said, to a specific person.
Right, the DNA. That was the
specific
break of the
person
case.
Told us very specific things.
Okay.
His family.
I think the
things told
detectives
us
share our theory
specific
right now. I think so.
The tension is so thick, you could cut it.
Yes!
What must Sherry be feeling right now? Fear, desperation, despair. Certainly, Keith's stomach is in knots as he registers that his wife had actually been with a man during the time she was gone.
Ooh.
Had Sherry run away with another guy? Had someone forced themselves on his wife? Was this another repressed memory that she'd forgotten to mention? Or maybe Keith always knew.
Why
His
would he
nonverbal
always know?
communication over the course of the at-home
Has
interview
Bondo done
communicated
it
that
then?
something
No.
was amiss. Perhaps he'd had an inkling early on that the
My theory, she was being sold to a cop, the cop be setting him up. Really? Are you being serious? It's an interesting theory. The cop setting him up?
circumstances were suspicious. Notice also that she's leaning towards Keith here to get support and encouragement. This nonverbal language is very different
So
from the
they
initial
found
interviews.
DNA of
Keith
another
presumably
man, I
knows his wife
guess.
better than most, and likely could tell
And
where
they
her story
spoke
became
to-
fishy.
So we can step out of the room, let you guys talk, because I don't know what information I'm going to do, if it's life-changing.
She ran
news,
away with
or
some
if
guy,
it's,
then
oh,
framed
yeah,
it on a
everything's
kidnapping?
fine.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it is.
But why
We'll
for
go.
only 22 days? Like, why wouldn't she just, like, stage her own death or
Truth is
something and then
fast
just run away
approaching,
with that guy,
and
you
while
know?
Keith is ready for answers,
Or,
Sherry
like,
makes
stage
one
her own
last desperate effort
abduction
to wiggle her
and then,
way
like,
out of the
disappear.
situation.
Like, why come back?
I don't want her to be arrested. I don't want to press charges on her. I don't want to find her.
Listen to me right now, then.
I don't know. I don't want them to find her. You're not listening to
But tell me
me.
why.
Because she saved my life.
But tell me, honey, there's obviously something wrong. There's obviously something wrong. This is really bad. If you don't tell me.
Look at how you're being right now. I have to speak with you. I don't want them to find her. I don't want to press charges, and I don't want to go down that road.
But you tell her?
I don't want to go down that road. I don't want
Tell me
to
why.
advise her. Because she saved my life, and she's the reason why I get that
No?
hold my children.
Oh my
every
gosh,
single
no
day.
way.
So you don't press charges?
Okay, I guess we're not doing a freestyle rap next stream. What the? 2 no's?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Poll is up, guys.
I'm getting scared.
It is a no for the freestyle rap next stream.
Yeah.
Oops. Oops. Probably because Guy 2 started treating her like doo-doo. Maybe. It's just all so all over the place and nonsensical, and like, I just want straight answers. Polls should be polls, not requests for you to do shit, is my take. I mean, that's true. But we could, that means we would need to make a separate thing for like requests, you know? But I see your point,
I
Pig.
don't want you to find her.
We're not going to find her.
What other kind of poll
She's the reason
would
why
you
I get to see
do?
my children every day.
I agree, but we're not going to find her. We can skip to the rock into the water and level up the pond if we want to now. This is the last time if you want to do this alone or with Keith. Keith's been through this also on a different level. I'm ready to move on and throw the dart and throw the rock and see what happens to the water. Look, Sherry, look at me. What do you want?
I don't want her to get in trouble.
Who's
She's not gonna
her?
get- The DNA came back to James Reyes. The DNA that was on you.
There it is. There it is.
The picture and I think it's the picture. The picture of the table.
She
is
looks
James
at
Reyes'
him,
little
looks at
brother who
Keith
died.
like,
We talked to him. We've been on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, the car rental
Whoa.
agreements.
They got
we have
everything.
That says that he told the truth.
That's James' brother, deceased Nick.
So everything, you've told us so many truths in this situation. The reason why you can describe the room is because you stayed in the room in the dark for hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the branding tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick.
Wait.
I know all of those things, and I know I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test. That said, it's not an abduction. She asked me to come here.
No.
I rented a car. I drove up and picked her up.
Wait. They showed a picture of the guy, her ex's brother. Did she help him kill his brother, or like what? Or is it just that she like wanted him to pick her up and like escape with her or whatever? Full stop. Polygraph tests are stupid as fuck and don't work. Yeah, they're not consistent. They're not consistent. I think you were right, Cast. Hold on. Let me go back. James' brother, deceased, Nick. Why are they bringing up his deceased brother if it's not relevant? Is he supposed to be like the other woman that held her? I thought they said they found the picture of the table because the brother recently died. Oh, did they? She killed the brother? I still don't have any answers. That's the one she ran away with. The deceased brother? The fuck? The one that's dead? People have taken polygraph tests and just straight up said the most unhinged shit, and it's like, yes, this guy is green, and that is true. You did fly up the mountain. Yeah, I know. Before he died? The picture on the table is James Reyes' little brother. We talked to him. Okay, hold on. The DNA is James Reyes, your ex.
It's James Reyes' little brother. He died recently.
His little brother died recently.
We've been on a polygraph. We talked to everybody around him. We have the rental agreements, phone rental, the car rental agreements. We have everything that says that he told the truth.
That's James' brother, deceased Nick.
So everything, you've told us so many truths.
I don't understand.
In this situation, the reason why you can describe
His brother's the one that died, but his DNA is the one that was found at the house.
For hours, for days on end. The reason why you lost so much weight is because you stopped eating. The reason why you got a rash on your arm is because you cleaned his house. The reason why the brand is because he went to the store, bought the branding tools, and branded you. The reason why your nose was broke is because of a hockey stick. I know all of those things, and I know I know all of that because he passed a polygraph test.
What? Okay, what am I missing, Pig?
It's not an abduction.
What am I missing?
No.
I rented a car.
No.
I drove up and picked her up. He passed the polygraph test, Sherry.
Because polygraphs
That
rely
can't
heavily
be it,
on the
though.
skill of the administrator, they're not always accurate at detecting whether or not someone is telling the truth.
Exactly, so
The
you got
detectives
something
know
else?
this, but are taking a very direct approach to confronting Sherry with all the evidence they have that contradicts her story.
To try to
and
get
they're
her to
using
confess.
the polygraph results to try
You
to
don't see
encourage
it?
her to finally drop the charade.
Right,
Despite
okay.
her verbal refusals, her body language shows that she knows the game is over.
Yeah.
She completely covers her face and bends forward, closing herself off from the detectives. Meanwhile, Keith is leaning away from her with his arms crossed, likely experiencing an unfathomable slew of emotions.
Honestly.
What's up?
We were friends.
Mhm.
There's no way.
And he came and got you because you asked him.
No.
When was the last time you had contact with James?
His brother died.
Brother died in 2017.
I thought it was recently.
I don't remember.
Was it before or after the abduction?
Oh.
Before.
Okay, so he was already dead. His
When was the
brother was
last time
already
you saw
dead.
I don't know. Forever. ago when I lived in Southern California.
So the last person-to-person contact you had with him was back in 2006? When you were
James is the one, James is her ex and the one who they found DNA of at the house that matched her descriptions. So they found the house that she was in, but she wasn't abducted. She went there on purpose with James, her ex, who they found, whose DNA they found and who they talked to. I don't know why they're bringing in his brother that died. I don't know what's with the brother, but James is her ex. Yeah. I feel like I'm still missing something.
Prior to your marriage?
It's him. There is no way it's him.
But we all know by now that this isn't true. She remembers everything. She's simply reluctant to admit in front of her husband that she was in communication with her ex-boyfriend, even following the incident. However, she lost the chance to get Keith out of the room and probably feels that the best chance she has at saving her marriage is to continue to lie.
He took us to the stores where he bought the chain. He talked to a friend who rented a car that he rented and drove over 900 miles in a day on the drop-off point.
Whoa.
You did go in a dark room. That's true. You did lay in the backseat of the car. That's true. You did lose weight. You were branded. Your hair was cut. You did have bruises all over. But how those bruises got there are because you did it and James did something.
Whoa.
The reason why your nose got broke is because you held the hockey stick to your face and he forced it into your nose. The reason why the brand is in a straight line is because he did it. He described exactly where it was. He told us exactly how he did it, where he did it, how he did it. Only you and I and maybe 5 other people know where the brand was. He told me immediately.
Whoa.
Robert told friends and family you were there. His mom knew that you were there because, of course, it went news and everybody knew you guys dated. Everybody knew you guys had a relationship. So when it happened, of course, family reached out to him and he told him, yeah, she was here. But it said it hurt her. I didn't hurt her.
It's notable that Sherry
But they didn't say anything? His whole family didn't say anything?
But since law enforcement didn't ask any hard questions or even doubt her answers, she was able to lie by omission and give the appearance of being truthful.
James' DNA was confirmed on your clothing. The two of you haven't seen each other in over a decade. You told me that you haven't been in his room, you haven't had contact with him in over 10 years. However,
you described his bedroom to a T.
And the DNA on you was still a vibrant piece of DNA. 10-year-old DNA dies. The DNA that was there specifically was non-seminal fluid, it was seminal fractions. You got that from his house somewhere. So whether it was the bed that you were sleeping on, whether it was the couch, whether it was anywhere in there. When somebody would come to the door and be around the property, you would call James, James would call Robert, because those 2 doors down, Robert would run people off the property. Robert told me all of that.
What?
Keith's gaze is fixed on the door, silently communicating that he wants to leave the room. His leg is shaking in an attempt to relieve nervous energy, while Sherry's feet are turned towards Keith, indicating that she wants to connect with him. Keith's foot that is on the ground is turned towards the door, showing that he would like to leave the room. He's clearly uncomfortable as demonstrated by the grooming behaviors he's exhibited throughout this segment of the interview.
No shit.
Like cleaning his nails and fixing his shirt.
That's a wild way to go
Surely
behind your
any
husband's
husband would
back.
be
That's what I'm
confused,
saying. There's
angry,
got to
and
be something
embarrassed
else.
if they were sitting in Keith's chair.
There's no way that's
so many
it.
truths that were a part of your story.
There's no way
that
that's it.
It's hard to decipher the lies until we put it all together. Until he says, "Hey, how did you pick her up?"
You have an idea,
Cass? Passenger side seat. I opened the door. You jumped in the back seat. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? I don't know. It was weird. So are you calling James a liar? Do we not? Are we
because you got the
believing
Pokemon.
James what he told me? I know you're scared.
Cannot believe that it is James.
I can't believe James told us the truth. You used a burner phone to call another burner phone for James to come and get you.
You're saying since your marriage you haven't called James?
No, I haven't called James.
His phone records show that you do. You did. The phones don't lie, the DNA doesn't lie, Sherry.
Whoa.
His polygraph doesn't lie.
So you can go a couple different directions now.
His story.
I've already told you lying to me is a crime. So you walk out the store telling lies, and that's a crime.
I think we need my lawyer. This isn't making any sense.
No, it's not making sense, Sherry. The parts that
That
don't
it's
make sense.
James.
No, the parts that don't make sense are that you're accusing 2 females who abducted you when it was James. The part that you were branded, James did it. He told me he did it. Who would sit there and say, I branded her?
Importance of the officer's warning against lying. In the face of a federal agent, the consequence for being dishonest increases dramatically. Title 18 USC Section 1001 states that to knowingly and willingly make a materially false or fraudulent statement to a federal agent is a felony, punishable by up to 5 years in jail. Even a basic denial of wrongdoing, commonly known as an exculpatory no, is unlawful.
Oh my God.
The only safe alternative for a suspect would be to request an attorney and say nothing more. Sherry eventually has this realization and tries to align herself with Keith by saying, "We need my lawyer." But he doesn't bother responding and instead turns his head away from her, a clear indication that for him, there is no we.
Oof, yeah.
Keith motions to one of the detectives, seemingly asking for permission to
OMG,
leave
was
the
I
room.
right?
He's heard enough.
No.
The
Well, she
implications of physically
definitely
separating himself from
wasn't
Sherry are
abducted
significant,
because
as
she
if to say that
asked
he no
James to
longer
come
has
pick her up.
anything to do with this.
So
with her protector gone,
she faked the
Sherry's on her
abduction,
own
she
now.
faked the injuries. All of that was not, like, it was
Were there
real,
issues
but
between you and Keith? Is
self-inflicted,
that why you
and he
need to
helped because she asked him
We
to.
read your text message. We're already aware of but enlighten us if that's the case. There
As
was a valid
to
reason for
why
you to
she
leave.
felt like she had to
Let me
go
know
that
what
far,
that was.
I don't know.
My husband.
So, were you in an abusive relationship with him? Have you told other people in your life that Keith has abused you in the past when that wasn't true? Or there was an incident at a party that you got hurt playing, like, I don't know, Wii or Pictionary or something, and then you told other friends that Keith hurt you? When there was witnesses at the party that said that you got hurt during a party.
Oh, there
And
was
you go
witnesses.
tell James that you were being hurt, you were being abused. You couldn't come forward because Keith has friends in law enforcement. If all of is that true? Has Keith ever been abusive towards you?
We are not talking about my husband.
Sherry's answer here is evasive.
Yeah, no
Although
shit.
this can be a sign of deception, it's also common for victims of abuse to protect and love their abuser. However, considering how much trouble Sherry is in, if she were abused, it would make more sense for her to report that now.
True.
Perhaps Sherry still hasn't fully registered the severity of the consequences she's facing. Or she may think she can still cry her way out of trouble with the police and her husband, so she's refraining from throwing him under the bus. If she gave him up, that would surely ruin any chances of her saving her marriage. Then there's the obvious possibility that she was lying about the abuse all along, something she's proven to be very skilled at.
True,
It's important
lying.
to note that Keith's story of the Wii remote was corroborated. Thus, Sherry has just essentially been caught making at least one false report of abuse on her husband. Who knows what other tall tales she has floating around.
Has Keith ever been abusive towards you?
We are not talking about my husband. I love my husband.
So why leave? Is James lying to us?
I want to leave my husband. I want to be with my children. I would never leave my children.
Okay, that's the same
You
answer.
came back to them. Ultimately,
No.
You left them every day at daycare. So it's not like James talked about that decision when you were driving down, how hard that was. You left at 10 o'clock knowing that Keith was going to get home late, knowing you were going to leave the kids at daycare.
Oof.
And how much that tore you up on the drive down. You told us that.
like when you were in Eureka, you give him a call.
Hey, no.
You start chatting
Yeah.
with him.
We gotta be balanced. Bad
Those are
butt
your
and good
problems.
butt.
When did it turn from just chatting to his plan to get away?
No. No. No.
Shut up.
We're trying to understand why you did that too.
We're trying to understand all of it.
I don't know how this is happening because I was doing that.
Doing what?
It's an awful choice. Talking to other guys that has got me here.
Why did you ask James to come get you? You asked Donovan the night before to come meet up with you.
Who's
Everything
that?
happened at once.
Who is that?
You were asking him to.
Stupid thing to do.
Why did you ask him to come pick you up? Was
Why?
that I don't know?
Why?
What's that?
Can't be James.
Now it's your chance to do the same. And if you don't,
I'm really
you're gonna
tired
check
of
in
this.
again
I'm
later.
tired of her. I just
Yeah,
want
but it's
answers.
what
I want to
happened.
get out of here.
Talk to me like
She's really bothering me now.
Like what?
This comment proves that Sherry is still adamant on taking the victim stance. She's now insinuating that the detectives are doing something to her, rather than acknowledging that she'd wronged them and everyone else involved.
True.
She's
4
likely used to
years.
being able to
4
manipulate
years
others
of
into
wasted
treating her kindly.
investigation.
But these officers have dealt with Sherry's tears for 4 years now. They're not going to get her anywhere this time.
True.
Once you had to have known that.
Imagine all the money wasted on trying to find the kidnappers, only to find out.
This is all my fault. I was talking to so many guys.
Well, we know.
Such a stupid thing to do.
Yeah, but then how did we get to
You were
Costa Rica?
talking to
Or
3
Costa
guys,
Mesa?
huh?
Did James pick you up? You told me earlier that a girl pointed a gun at you. Is that detail? Which one's true? It's only one. Only one of those are true, Sherry.
For this.
No, nobody asked for this.
The money, manpower
Sure,
waste
I
is the
believe-
reason it's a felony to lie and make
Nobody
false
asked
claims.
for this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Nobody
That does
asked
make
for
sense.
ABC News to park out in your driveway.
Yeah.
There was no way you could have predicted that this was going to blow
Bad
up.
bot is for when the bot interrupts or clogs chat or stuff
Who
like
picked
that.
you
Yeah,
up?
yeah, yeah.
Was it James or was it a female? That
Only
pointed
when
a gun at you?
the bot clogs
Please
chat.
answer
That's
that.
when we bonk the
You're shaking
bot.
your head no.
I will not get. I'm not talking to you about that. I'm in trouble.
Well, you're going to get yourself in trouble at this point. That's where we're at. So either James.
I didn't do anything wrong.
So, but the one.
You're saying
In that room at his house.
that. Then who
So
is the woman? Then who is the woman?
Well,
Okay.
the
That's why we're asking you. It
Did the
wasn't
woman put a pointed gun at you and put you in the car? Yes or no? Is that
Thanks,
where we're at?
Cast.
Don't remember.
You don't-
Remember getting in the car. I always told you I don't remember
I'm
getting in
so
the car.
over
But she's a female
her.
pointed gun at
I'm
you,
so
yes
over it. Can you just break already?
I'm not
We're on the
saying
wrong-
it. I don't want her to get in trouble.
But right now, answer this one question. Did a female point a gun at you? Yes or no?
I am done speaking to you until I talk to a lawyer. I will not arrest her.
One, sure.
I don't understand. There is no way that Jesse loves me.
You did both. I agree.
This is a classic example of an exculpatory no statement, which isn't protected under the Fifth Amendment. As the situation stands, Sherry could possibly be facing time for her lack of cooperation.
Sherry, if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. We can wrap this up. If you want to keep talking to us, that's a separate story. But you said you wanted to talk to your attorney, so like I said, from the beginning, you're free to go and you can go. I would ask you one more question, just for your own welfare. Do you feel like harming yourself?
Oh, welfare.
Do you feel like harming yourself?
No, I just
Detectives wrap up their conversation with her, then briefly touch base with Keith separately.
This is insane. My brain is melted. Completely melted.
To me, I mean, from my side, I feel like my whole world's gonna flip upside down again. Why is that? Why am I always getting held out of things? Why can't you just hit me with it?
I did. I
know, yeah.
Because this happened Monday.
No, you're saying you can't tell me all this stuff.
It's still an ongoing investigation.
So, from my side, but now you're telling me, okay, you guys can go home now. Well, do you think I want her anywhere around my kids or around me at all at this point?
And again, we've talked a lot. I don't know what the next stages of this are. That's why
It's not
that's
us together. I get that one. She's not over there. Then obviously, if somebody can do something like that to their body and try to trick everybody that they're probably not fit to.
It was 4 years ago.
Keith has a valid point here, given this was 4 years prior now, but for a person to engage in severe self-harm and bondage,
that's the thing.
there is typically a serious mental health crisis going on. Sherry was likely desperate when she asked James to assist her in harming herself. But the
Posture
question still
checked.
remains, why was Sherry so desperate to disappear
Posture
that she faked a
checked.
kidnapping? Unfortunately for Sherry, the investigators were being honest with her about every piece.
What did you say, Pig? Important to note, simply refusing to cooperate by saying you'll need to talk to my lawyer is not an exculpatory no and is protected by the Fifth Amendment. An exculpatory no is explicitly denying the crime and knowingly doing so falsely. Yeah.
piece of evidence they had.
She did say I didn't
They'd
do
even
it.
traveled over 8
True.
hours to speak with James personally. At the start of the interview, James attempted to lie to the detectives. He told them that he hadn't seen Sherry and didn't know anything about her disappearance.
Yeah.
However, after being presented with the DNA evidence and the possibility of it being used against him, he came clean.
So what did she have planned out?
She was trying to get away from her husband, and I don't know their deal. But that was just a friend calling me, and I'm like, well, I'm
But your understanding was that's what she was saying is she was
That's what
wanting
I'm
to get away
going-
from him.
Yeah.
She was
And
having a hard
that's-
time.
When I know very little about them. I knew she got married when she got married.
So then what happened next?
That was it. I went and got her.
In what car?
A rental car. Just my car's not
Do you remember what kind of rental?
I'm not honestly. I can't even remember what it was. Probably it was an SUV of some type. But I just don't remember what brand it was. It was just the cheapest rental I could get.
Do you remember the color?
No, but it's not real
could be
trauma.
White or silver gray. I can't really remember, but I mean,
It's fake trauma.
It was
She
it was
faked
a lighter
it.
color car.
And then what happened?
Just picked her up. You know, obviously.
So
it was,
I don't think that would work.
Was she what
Honestly.
she wanted me to have do, like how she wanted me to pick her up? You know, I mean, I wasn't anything crazy. I just pulled up the car. Was there a road? Yeah. Did I go up any road? No. But to this day, I don't know where she lives in Reading. I know she's in Reading. She didn't give me.
Did you even get out of the car?
No.
So you unlock the door, she gets in.
Yeah.
Front seat, back seat?
Back seat.
Back seat. Then what happened?
Just the drive.
Did
Grab
she sit in the back the whole time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you guys?
She was laid down, just, you know, take a nap. I don't know.
So during that 22 days, she has some significant injuries.
Yeah.
So there's a brand on her.
Yeah.
There's significant bruising. There's like, how did all that stuff come
I mean,
about?
she did a lot of that while she was here. I mean, she just hit herself with something. Created a
Wow.
wound or something. And I helped her. I mean, I didn't punch her or anything. I didn't even put hands on her or anything.
How'd you help her?
She just was just like,
What James reveals next is completely twisted.
bank a puck off my leg. So I shot a puck off her leg lightly.
What?
Yeah. I mean,
The idea of having hockey pucks intentionally shot at you for the specific purpose of causing visible bruises is sickening, to say the least.
What about the big one on her arm?
that was probably, that would have been her. I mean, I don't, there's not too many people that say come up and hurt me, right? I played hockey. When I fight, when that's like a thing, is no one's asking you, you're doing, but I'm not physical ever with women. I mean, I just did what she.
I mean, being branded, excessive weight loss, having your nose broken, there's decent enough amount of stuff there that could have led to a genuine trauma. She's definitely manipulative and is going to get some charges, but she won't likely be charged for an exculpatory no, just with lying to officers and obscuring justice. I disagree. I think you're being too lenient. She's a narcissist. Everything is self-inflicted. Yeah, breaking your nose hurts. Yeah, getting bruises hurts. Yeah, getting branded hurts. She was prepared for all of that. She wanted it. She did it to herself. I'm gonna stop talking.
You hurt yourself for some stuff here. You know, I was gone all day, 8-10 hours, and then some stuff I
Sure, I can see that being an argument of the lawyers, but it's not gonna work.
You know,
how did that happen?
Where's the tool?
Huh? Oh, that is just trash. It wasn't mine. We bought it. It was like a.
Where'd you buy it from?
What do you call it? A wood.
She's a
grain tool.
manipulator, a liar, and possibly a narcissist. Not to say she deserves it, but she
I mean,
sucks.
it's
She
not-
does suck.
How do you brand somebody?
She
just ask me to do it, you know,
sucks.
I'm like I don't even know. So
she's sitting like that.
If you were sitting here, you know, I was sitting on the ground. You'd just be sitting in front of me.
The way you did it there, it seemed like you did it quickly. Like,
Well, you can't hold that. I mean, you can't cattle brand too hard. It's so fine, it'll burn through the. She was so hot, it was red.
You also said at one point that she had a phone that she was looking up
Smollett
stuff.
can walk after only a week. She can get an exculpatory no charge dropped. I mean, I guess, yeah. That's true. They both deserve so much worse, but still, our legal system sucks. Can't disagree with that one.
I mean, I don't.
Cannot disagree with that one.
What phone she had? I know she left a phone.
Anything else?
Oh my
What
ear.
about the window? Anything to deal with the window? Did she do anything with the window?
The window?
Yeah.
Like on the this window
Headphones
here in
are
the
too
room.
big,
I'm sorry.
bro.
I'm looking at it. It was just there's just boards over it, so she couldn't see. There's no light coming in. She wanted to be dark.
Who put the boards up?
I did. I just screwed him in there for her.
He says
Where'd
it like
you
it's no
deliver?
big deal. Like he didn't question why
I
she
actually
wanted
had
him
it.
to do
It's
all
from
this
Home
shit to
Depot. I
her.
had it because I'm building I built a
Like,
workbench,
what?
And it was just plywood. It was just 3 sheets of particle board.
I have to wake up so
board.
early. Oh my god, you're still here? I thought you were sleeping.
like a
Oh, you just typed a minute ago. I also disagree. Bruh.
And that was a light Challenger.
Oops.
It was black or gray.
Yeah, I did not
Dark
expect
blue,
stream to
maybe
go this
even.
long.
No, it wasn't blue. Dark gray or black.
I actually was like, oh, maybe she went to bed.
And then you'd be gone most of the day, and you'd come back, you'd see different injuries on
We're
her.
almost done though. I'll be off in like 15 minutes.
Or
no, 20 minutes.
Okay. How long?
Off to
how long
sleepy
of that frame
time.
is there?
I also have
I mean, we weren't
to go to
doing
bed
that
after
every
this.
day for
But
22 days.
we all have to wake up. Uh-oh.
She was
We all
planning
have
up
to-
going.
We all
You know, she was gonna
have
stay
shit to do
longer.
tomorrow.
She was
Uh-oh.
planning, I don't know how long.
What are we doing?
She couldn't.
What are we doing? 8 a.m. work day tomorrow. Yay. Whoa, love it. Love that for you. 8 a.m. work day. Let's go.
What about her hair? What happened with her hair?
Oh my goodness.
off of that.
When did that
What
get there?
time frame?
Pretty early. I mean, within the
Plans for myself? Those are also
if I wasn't
plans.
here.
It counts.
Anything else?
Let's go
that we
less
can
than 8
do at
hours
this
of sleep
point?
for all of us. Yeah.
Besides-
I get
Yeah,
up
I
at
was ra- I've
noon.
been-
Damn,
yeah, I
Van,
was
living
saying
that
how
good
I-
life.
That trail. I know how
Living
I
that
got, how I
good
didn't- I
life.
didn't have the phone.
Shit.
I had MRSA and I was in Hoag Hospital.
When?
Prior to all this stuff, I had MRSA in my leg and I was in there for 8 or 9 days. Level 4 ICU for blood infection in my bloodstream.
Okay.
And they were giving me 50-50 to cut my knee here. All that muscle rotted out. My foot was swollen, my toe. They had to cut that out in there. But she sent me a care package and it had the directions in it because I couldn't remember how I got that road if my phone was off, and I don't think I did. Yeah.
Perhaps the most
Can't wait for
perplexing
next
aspect
week.
of Sherry's stay with James
Labor Day.
was the
Oh,
fact
that's
that multiple
right.
witnesses were aware of her presence, yet none came forward, despite the widespread
Right.
media coverage devoted to Sherry's disappearance.
I usually
Police
don't, but
were
you know,
rightfully
self-improvement and
outraged with
all.
Sherry
I
for
feel that,
concocting
Cass.
the lie that wasted years worth
You're
of
kind of
resources,
motivating
manpower,
me
and time,
to
not just for them, but
to
for
do
the
better
entire
about
Shasta County
self-improvement.
community
Actually,
who
like,
gave
do
their days
something.
to search for her.
You're
It also
motivating
cost
me,
law
bro.
enforcement to infiltrate the lives of dozens of innocent people for no reason. The worst part is that from the day she was found on the highway to the day she was caught, Sherry never showed remorse for all the lives she upended with her antics.
Drew!
But that wouldn't stop the consequences from eventually catching up with her.
Please
when
let me
she
know.
least expected it.
Please tell me.
Her retribution would come 2 years after her ruse was discovered. On March 3rd, 2022,
Whoa,
while
la-
Sherry attended her children's piano lessons, a man entered the building and explained to Sherry that her vehicle had been hit in the parking lot. Of course, the claim wasn't true, and the man wasn't just any man. He was an FBI agent. As Sherry walked outside to inspect her vehicle, another agent was waiting to arrest her. She screamed no and attempted to flee, throwing her cell phone approximately 20 feet from her location. They were able to handcuff and detain her despite the struggle.
Okay.
Sherry left the school's parking lot in a police vehicle and was taken to the county jail where she was booked for making false statements to law enforcement and 34 counts of mail fraud. A month later,
What'd
on
I say?
April 18th, Sherry pleaded guilty to 1 count of mail fraud and to providing false information. In ironic contrast to Keith's claim in his first interview, he filed for divorce 2 days after she submitted her guilty plea.
Yeah.
He also filed for sole custody of their 2 kids.
As he
According
should.
to him, he was apprehensive of his wife's mental health and concerned for their children's well-being
As he
after
should
the
be.
trauma they'd endured.
Yeah.
Since then, Keith has moved away from Redding and has focused his attention on making sure their kids lead stable and healthy lives.
My goodness.
During her sentencing hearing, her defense team pushed for her to receive a penalty of a month in prison, followed by 7 months of house arrest. The prosecution argued that she deserved a harsher sentence of 8 months in prison and 3 years of supervised release. But the presiding judge had another idea.
Uh-oh.
He took into consideration the officers who relentlessly looked for her, as well as everyone else who believed and invested in Sherry.
Yes,
On September
thank
19th,
you.
2022, Sherry Papini was sentenced to 1.5 years in prison, followed by 3 years of supervised release.
Okay.
Such a lengthy sentence would also serve to deter copycats who might consider attempting the same
1.5 years?
attention-seeking behavior. She was
Okay.
also instructed to pay $309,902 in restitution.
Yeah.
Which includes the $30,000 she'd received from the Victim Compensation Fund, the $128,000 worth of disability money she was given following her return, and $150,000 as reimbursement for law enforcement's efforts to find her and her imaginary kidnappers.
Damn
6
right.
years after
Oh,
the
she
day
got
this all
got.
started, Sherry was finally held accountable for her fraudulence. Before she was taken away, Sherry, in tears, apologized to everyone she'd impacted and stated that she was ready to take full responsibility by peacefully accepting her sentence.
I don't believe a
Even her
word
defense
that comes
attorney,
out
who
of
was
her
later
mouth.
interviewed outside the
Not a
courthouse,
single
would admit
word.
that it was a fair sentence, though it obviously wasn't what they were hoping for. No one knows exactly why Sherry left.
Really?
According to her attorney, he doesn't think she knows either.
What the fuck?
Still, it's entirely possible that given the mental health care that she needs, we might be able to finally get an answer from her following her release in early 2024. Until then, Sherry is incarcerated at Federal Correctional
Whoa.
Institution Victorville in San Bernardino County.
Whoa. That was quite the roller coaster. Whoa. Could have been more? Yeah, I agree. But she does have to pay like $300,000. Way too long, too. What, the video? Do y'all recommend yoga as stretches? Dude, yoga is really good for stretching. It also, it like stretches and builds muscle at the same time. It's good. You gotta take it slow though. Yeah, it's a workout. Yeah. You can do like really basic yoga. That's less, not really workout, but army calisthenics. What? Where did you get that? What? Hold on, let me go back here. Where did you get that? Army calisthenics, huh? I'm confused. Let's get some music back. Okay. It's time to go. It's time to get out of here. It's time to skedaddle. I'm talking couch yoga. Good. It's good for stretches, yes. Couch yoga is good for stretching. Absolutely. That video was, yeah. That one was a bit much. I don't think I'll ever watch one that's that long again. That was long. And we had it sped up just a little bit too. Like the US Army publishes their list of workouts publicly and you can find full workout plans. Oh, shit. Maybe I gotta cop me one of those. Do an army workout plan? Bruh, that sounds sick. It's not if you do it right. Military physical training is designed to take you from fat to fit and ready to fight. And it does include stretches relative to your exercises. Oh, that's pretty sick. You don't just start at 100%. True. Yeah, I want to do that. I want to get fit like a soldier, ready to fight. Send links. Yeah, send links in the Discord, bro. Please. It's meant to be used by literally any new enlisted, like even drafts. They give week by week recommendations. Most of it's time-based, not rep-based. Ah! Let's go. I'm intrigued. I'm interested. Sign me up. Sign me up. I gotta get strong. I want to do this so badly now. Yes, please. Yes. Let's do it. Hi, Coconutty Bars. Welcome back. You're actually catching us at the end. We just finished a 2.5-hour true crime documentary. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Yeah, we're about to go to bed. Yeah. That last one was way too long. Way too long. I think they could have cut out a lot of that footage, to be honest. Whew, that was extensive. Sending the West Point Academy Pocket Guide now. Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, please, and thank you. But yeah. Let's see. Today's Sunday, which means tomorrow's Monday, which means I will be live tomorrow. And I think we could have watched the last 5 minutes of it and gotten the same satisfaction. I feel like we could have probably skipped through a lot more of it than I skipped through. I didn't realize. I thought, you know, usually it's pretty succinct, right? It's not too much dragging out. It's like they leave relevant points in, but I feel like they left in so much that did not need to be there. If I had known that at the beginning, then I would have done my little skippy thing throughout the whole thing and we could have gotten through it faster. Not that it wasn't satisfying at the end to know that she got a 1.5 years in jail and she owes $300,000. And she'll be on house arrest for 3 years. That's satisfying. But I could have gotten that satisfaction with like an hour less of the documentary, I think. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Okay. We are not going to raid anybody tonight. We're just going to end it here. Hold on. There was one on this one. No. 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 Okay. This one's okay. This one's okay. Okay. Thank you guys for sticking around. Y'all are fucking real ones, honestly. Y'all are real ones. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, 7:30. I love you guys. Mwah! Have a great night. Have a great night. Or day, depending on where you are.